Before we start, the name is at the top of the screen. It is nighttime and 3 people are fast asleep in their own rooms. Suddenly, the little lady's eyes fly open at the sound of the cat. She bangs her door open and steps out. Her 2 brothers hear the noise and come out of their rooms. They stare at her in confusion, shouting her name, wondering what she is doing so late at night. She turns toward them for a moment but doesn't really pay them any mind. The cat is calling for her, and she can feel it looking for her, so she starts running. Just then, a spider leaps right onto her head. She looks up at it, asking if it managed to escape from the shed. She tells it to hold on tight and takes off running again. Her brothers stand there, completely lost. The younger boy looks at his older brother and tells him that Emma is running around with a spider sitting on her head. The older brother shakes his head, just as confused, and the 2 of them start following her, the older one muttering that there is a giant spider on her blue dress. Emma keeps running until she hits a dark alley where a bunch of men are standing around drinking. Her heart sinks a little when she sees them blocking the way. But right then the spider makes a weird noise and the men all spin around, eyes wide, staring at the spider on her head. Emma wastes no time. She steps forward, leaps right over them and keeps going. The men just look at each other, not knowing what to make of it. Her brothers are still chasing after her when the older one suddenly calls out to Minato, telling her to come outside. He sighs and says he thought Emma was getting better. Meanwhile, Emma is still running, her face flushed, breathing out slowly as she pushes on. A few days ago, a group of people gathered at the Stewart house, all sitting together and having dinner. Suddenly, one of the ladies snaps up from her seat and shouts that it is time for the Tanaka roll call, telling everyone to go. The whole room erupts. Everyone starts rattling off their numbers one after the other, and it ends on number 4, a cheerful boy jumping to his feet and shouting his number loud and proud. The moment he finishes, the entire room falls dead silent. The maids standing nearby are staring at them with completely lost expressions on their faces. The thing is, whenever the Tanaka family used to go on a trip together, they always did this roll call to make sure everyone was accounted for. It is honestly pretty embarrassing when someone outside the family witnesses it, but the moment anyone starts it, their bodies just move on their own before their brains even catch up. That is, of course, only if they are a true member of the Tanaka family. Then the little lady speaks up again, shouting that they have all been reincarnated. Everyone around them exchanges confused looks. She lets out a long sigh and tells them all to meet in Emma's shed in 20 minutes. Her family watches her with puzzled faces, slowly realizing she has been speaking entirely in Japanese. She wastes no time and kicks things off right there in the Emma shed, calling it the first day of the Tanaka family council. She looks around at everyone and asks if they also think they are looking beautiful right now. Her brother stares at her, confused, and tells her no, that this is simply just how they look in this world. But for Emma it is all brand new and she cannot get over it, throwing her hands up and pointing out that everyone had plain faces with black hair and dark eyes in their past lives, so all of this feels very strange and uncomfortable to her. She goes over what she has pieced together. According to their maid Martha, 3 days ago the family ate mushrooms taken from the garden that closely resembled matsutake mushrooms and had gotten mixed into their dinner by mistake. The whole family ended up with food poisoning. And the moment Emma ate those mushrooms, the very first thing that came rushing back to her was, ironically, the final moment of her previous life. The last second of Tanaka Minato. She clenches her fist and lets out a cry, saying that the least she wanted was just one cold can of beer before it all ended. Her brother slowly nods his head, feeling exactly the same way. She quickly wipes her tears and steadies herself, taking in the fact that her family, the very people she believed had died alongside her in the earthquake, had all been reincarnated together again as a new family. Her little brother brings up that right before he fully realized they had all come back together, he had already caught on to Emma's roll call. But he is still wrapping his head around everything and asks her how much she actually remembers. She looks at him, a little surprised, and tells him everything. He raises his eyebrows and admits that ever since the memories started coming back 3 days ago, more and more have been slowly returning to him piece by piece. The others around them nod along, agreeing that it has been the same for them. The little boy adds that there are still quite a few memories that feel hazy and unclear. Emma listens carefully and nods, taking it all in. She turns it over in her head. Her current self, Emma Stewart, is the eldest daughter of the Stewart family at 11 years old. But in her past life she was Tanaka Minato, a 35-year-old office lady and a dedicated otaku who easily read 10 times more manga and novels than the average person. Her little brother Haida, a 33-year-old convenience store part-timer and fellow otaku in his past life, has been reincarnated as William, the second son, now 9 years old. And then there is her older brother George, now 15. The glue that held the three Tanaka siblings together, including their older brother, had always been the manga they passed back and forth between them. She glances over at her little brother and says out loud that if she has been reincarnated as a villainess, she is going to have to dodge every single destruction flag or she is completely done for. Her brother laughs and tells her that if anyone could pull off being a magnificent villainess, it would honestly be her. She thinks about how even without the specific otaku knowledge of reincarnation tropes, there is something about being Japanese that makes these kinds of ideas click into place almost naturally. They have all taken it in with a surprising amount of ease, to the point where it almost feels anticlimactic. She stares off for a moment, thinking that, generally speaking, none of them have ever been the type to overthink things too much. In this world, black hair is a mark of royal lineage, and for someone Japanese it feels genuinely odd to think of black hair as something rare and special. Her father, reincarnated as an earl and noble lord of the borderlands at 35 years old, leans back and casually mentions that since they have such a big house now, it would be really nice if they could keep a cat again. Her little brother immediately agrees. But before the conversation can go any further, their mother Melsa, the wife of the earl and the same age as her husband, suddenly shoots up and shouts at everyone to focus on something far more important. The children all flinch. She tells them all firmly that this time around they are going to get married and she is going to raise grandchildren. The children start talking over each other trying to calm her down, but she keeps going, shouting that it is completely unfair and that they are starting with the eldest. The next day Emma wakes up to the soft greeting of her maid. She stretches and glances out toward the garden, letting her eyes wander across the familiar landscape. Their territory sits a full 15 days away from the royal capital by carriage, and that is exactly what living in the so-called borderlands means. The main industry here is silk. Their territory produces some of the finest quality silk entirely within its own borders, handling everything from sericulture all the way through to weaving. With the recent shifts in the royal capital's fashion trends, the silk coming out of Count Stuart's territory has been presented to the royal family as the highest quality domestic product for the past several years running. She pushes open the gate and steps out into the garden. Butterflies drift lazily around her and she watches them with quiet, easy familiarity. It clicks in her head that the character she has been reincarnated into was born and raised right here in this territory, which explains why Emma has always been so comfortable around all kinds of insects and bugs, silkworms included. She is a girl who has simply always loved insects, fixated on them ever since she was small, and that obsession over the years has grown into a genuinely gifted talent and a deep well of knowledge. All of that interest eventually led to the little building sitting quietly in the backyard of their family home, the one everyone around here simply calls Emma's shed. She walks over and pulls the door open. Inside, alongside her beloved silkworms, Emma has collected all kinds of insects she has found in the garden and the surrounding park over the years, studying them and breeding them, endlessly fascinated by every crawling, spinning, wriggling one of them. Her thoughts are still drifting when the door rattles and swings open. Her little brother steps in, looking slightly guilty. He apologizes straight away, explaining that he forgot the insect room and the silkworm room were separate, so the silkworms are fine and were not affected. But he admits, a little sheepishly, that while Emma was stuck in bed for 3 days with food poisoning, he completely dropped the ball. He gestures toward the wall where a rather large purple spider is sitting very comfortably. Emma slowly turns and looks at the wall. Her face falls. She tells him quietly that she had gone to check on them the night before and could not find a single one, and now it all makes sense. Her insects have been eaten. She stares at the spider, going through the list in her head. The grasshoppers, the praying mantis, the crickets, the centipedes, the millipedes, the pill bugs, all of them left unfed for 3 whole days. She can only imagine how that grand battle royale must have unfolded in here while she was gone, and a small part of her genuinely wishes she could have at least been there to watch it. She looks back at the spider, and something unexpected happens. She finds it absolutely adorable, especially the delicate little web it has been spinning. Then she catches herself and blinks. That warm fuzzy feeling was not something that belonged to Minato at all. Emma is an earl's daughter, yes, but that reaction just now felt more like something out of a 5-year-old insect doctor's diary. What surprises her even more though is that she does not feel particularly sad about Minato's death. The only real regret is the beer, just the one cold can she never got to drink. Maybe it is because there was no real pause between that life and this one, no gap to grieve in, and if anything she feels a small quiet relief knowing she does not have to drag herself into work the next morning. And perhaps it is also because Minato had lived long enough to build up a certain emotional steadiness that carried right over into this new life. In the end, Emma's head has always been mostly full of insects anyway, and her enthusiasm for food is something Minato would have recognized immediately. Strangely, she does not feel any real gap between who she was and who she is now. Some things have been added that were not there before, but nothing feels missing. Emma loved insects. Minato loved cats. Both of those things feel true at the same time and she is perfectly fine with that. That thought pulls her back to something her father said the night before. She turns to her brother and asks if she is remembering right, that their father mentioned wanting to keep a cat in this world. Her brother pauses, then his expression shifts as it comes back to him. He tells her that now that he thinks about it, animals in this world have been seriously thinned out because of demons. Cats especially. There was an epidemic at some point in the past that caused a dramatic drop in their population and from what he has heard, their numbers are still incredibly low. The price of a single cat is apparently about the same as buying a house. Emma stares at him. Back in their past life she could have walked outside and welcomed a stray cat off the street without a second thought, and now that is completely out of reach. She tucks that thought away and heads back inside to get some rest. She lies down in her room but sleep does not come easily. Somewhere outside there is a cat crying and the sound keeps pulling her back from the edge of sleep. In the hazy space between awake and dreaming she tells herself it cannot possibly be real, that Komiai, her beloved cat from her last year of high school, is long gone, and whatever this sound belongs to it is not hers. She rolls over and tries to let it go. Then her eyes snap wide open. She sits up slowly, the fog of sleep gone in an instant. In this territory, in this entire country, hearing a cat crying from outside is supposed to be impossible. She is on her feet before she has even finished the thought, throwing her door open and stepping out into the hallway. Her brother is already there, looking at her with wide eyes. She does not stop to explain. She takes one look toward the sound and runs. Both of her brothers follow her out into the garden, rushing after her until they finally slow to a stop, breathing heavily. They stand there catching their breath and stare at her, wondering out loud if she is actually out here looking for a cat. While she is running, a memory surfaces in her head, drifting up slowly the way dreams do when you try to hold on to them. It is a memory from her life as Minato. The calico cat, Komiai. He had always been there, ever since she was little, older than both her and Haida but somehow always feeling like he belonged right alongside them. Every day when they came home from school, he would be sprawled out lazily by the gate waiting for them. She would announce she was back and he would do nothing more than flick one ear in her direction before going right back to ignoring her. But on the days when something had gone wrong, when there had been a fight or trouble at school, he would add a single quiet meow, as if he understood perfectly well. And the more she thinks about it now, the more she realizes that he was always there exactly when she needed him most. She hated school. Not because she was bullied or had no friends, but because she was simply scared of so many things that other kids took completely for granted. The playground, the dodgeballs flying around during break time, and the Labrador retriever that always sat along her route to school. She was frightened by all of it, all the ordinary things that normal kids enjoyed without a second thought, and that fear had a way of making everything feel impossible. In the dream she is crying. Not at school, not at home, but alone in the forest, the one everyone was always warned never to enter, and she is there at night by herself. She remembers exactly how it happened. On her way home from school that day, Love, the dog who was usually tied up, had slipped loose and come tearing toward her. She ran and ran without thinking until she found herself inside the forest. Love eventually gave up and stopped at the tree line, but by then it did not matter because the forest itself was far scarier than the dog had ever been. She stood trembling in the dark, completely alone, the sky deepening above the trees, too scared to go forward and too scared to go back, so frozen with fear that she could not make herself move at all. She cried and cried, hugging herself in the dark. And then she looked up and saw Komiai walking toward her through the trees, calm and unhurried, as if he had simply decided it was time to come and get her. She stared at him through her tears, asking if he had really come all this way for her. She threw her arms around him and held on, whispering her thanks into his fur. When she finally stood up and started walking beside him, something shifted. The fear that had nailed her feet to the ground was just gone. The dark road did not frighten her anymore because she was not walking it alone. She had loved cats her whole life, but she had loved Komiai in a way that went beyond all of that. The memory fades and she is back in her body, running at full speed with the spider still clinging to her head. She blows past the town's nature park and it suddenly hits her just how far she has come without a carriage. The massive leap she made earlier clearing the group of men, she had known somewhere in the back of her mind that something was off, that her body was doing things it probably should not be able to do, but she had not stopped because the cat was still calling and that was simply all that mattered to her. Her face is warm and flushed. She tells herself she will sort out everything else later and focus on what is right in front of her first. That has always been Emma's way. And Minato, who had been born into Emma's fierce single-minded nature and understood it clearly even now, finds that she cannot quite outrun it no matter how hard she tries. She reaches a park and slows just slightly, noticing a group of people fanning out across the area in a search. She looks them over, wondering for a moment if they might be hunters from the palace, but something about them feels off and she quickly shakes her head, deciding they look more like bounty hunters from another territory, the rough and unpredictable kind. Cats are precious in this world, she knows that now, and whoever is out here is clearly after one. Either way she just needs to get past them. The hunters are busy scanning the area when something catches one of their eyes. A flash of movement, something fast. One of them squints and mutters that it might be a girl. Another one corrects him immediately, confirming that yes, it is absolutely a girl, and the lot of them stare after her with stunned expressions because she is moving impossibly fast. Emma keeps her eyes forward, telling herself it is not much further now, barely 100 meters, when her foot catches on something and she goes down hard, face first into the ground. She braces for the pain but it never comes. She blinks and quickly thanks Violet under her breath, but before she can even turn around properly a man is standing over her, staring her down with a hard look on his face. She snaps up at him immediately, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. The men around him smirk, eyes sliding up to the spider sitting on top of her head. One of them steps forward and says she has got something pretty valuable up there. They start moving toward her, talking over each other about how much they could make selling it. Emma grits her teeth and pulls herself up, planting her feet and bracing herself. She is not moving. Then everything goes quiet. She realizes the noise has stopped and slowly opens her eyes. The men are scattered across the ground away from her, thrown back like they weighed nothing. She stares at them, completely confused, and then she turns around. A large cat is standing right behind her, watching her steadily with calm, familiar eyes. She goes completely still. Her voice comes out barely above a whisper as she calls out the name Komiai. She looks at the cat in confusion. She pinches her cheeks crying, realizing that it can't be true because she was in high school but the cat standing in front of her had the same eyes. She cries looking at the cat, questioning, asking if it's really Komi. The cat meowed in return and suddenly started licking Emma's face. Emma scrambles to her feet and throws her arms around the big cat without a single second of hesitation, squeezing him tight and laughing as she tells him he has gotten really big. Komiai lets out an excited meow against her shoulder. She pulls back just enough to look at him properly and then turns around, and her breath catches in her throat. She is completely surrounded. Cats, everywhere, all watching her quietly, and she knows every single one of them. They are all from her past life. She turns back to Komiai, eyes bright, and starts listing them off out loud. All of them from his cat squad, the ones who came together to help her against those men. Ryu is Komiai's child, and Jan and Cho are Ryu's. Her eyes well up as it fully sinks in. Every single one of them, loved by her father, her mother, her siblings and herself, a whole big family of cats, and standing here together like this they feel like the missing piece that finally completes the Tanaka family all over again. Her brothers, meanwhile, are still running somewhere behind her. They slow to a stop in the middle of the road, both of them bent over and breathing hard. George straightens up and admits to himself that they simply could not keep up with her at all. The road had split somewhere back there, and before he even realized it, he could no longer hear the cat crying either. He glances over at William and lets out a long breath, accepting the truth of it. Emma's sharp focus combined with whatever physical strength Minato had carried over into this life has put her in a completely different league, and this is not something the two of them can follow anymore. He thinks briefly about what their father said and decides he will just have to accept the consequences of that conversation when it comes. He turns to William and tells him they should give up for now and go back to report everything to their father. William suddenly grabs his arm, pointing frantically ahead of them. George looks up and his mouth falls open. Emma is riding a giant cat down the road toward them, sitting up on its back like it is the most natural thing in the world, waving at them with a huge grin on her face. She calls out that they have to see this, that their cats have been reincarnated too. George stares at the cats surrounding her, his eyes going wide. He manages to get out that they are absolutely enormous. Emma laughs and tells him the whole story can wait, they need to get home before dawn, so they need to move right now. The cats settle the matter themselves by stepping forward, nudging both brothers up onto their backs, and breaking into a smooth steady run toward home without waiting for any further discussion. They make it back before the sun comes up. The next morning, Emma's mother walks into the room and stops dead in the doorway. Emma is fast asleep, completely buried in a pile of enormous cats curled around her on all sides. Her husband appears behind her a moment later and his jaw drops just the same. Then, almost at the same time, the two of them step forward and start hugging the cats. Komiai's full name is Tanaka, though it runs so long that everyone has always just called him Komiai for short. His ancestors had a deep and ancient debt to the Tanaka family, having protected their territory, which sat at the heart of the surrounding lands, for generations. When a cat was born carrying great spiritual power, it was tradition to channel that power into becoming the family's guardian, living alongside them as a companion and protector. The day the Tanaka family's newborn daughter came into the world, she would not stop crying. She seemed to sense something that frightened her in a way that went far beyond ordinary fussiness, and she cried so intensely and for so long that everyone around her felt a quiet unease they could not name. As Minato grew older and began spending more time outside the territory, Komiai watched her carefully. There was always something strange that seemed to follow her home, something that clung to the edges of her without her ever noticing it. On one occasion when he was not paying close enough attention, Minato was chased. She ran without thinking and ended up deep inside the forest outside the territory, a forest that breathed a thick and suffocating miasma, one that stray animals wandered into and never came back out of. Komiai fought off the miasma that came at him again and again as he pushed through, calling out to her the whole time. He had never been able to have children of his own because of how strong his spiritual power ran, so when he finally had a child it meant everything to him. And then a crow from that very forest took that child away before he could do anything about it. He had carried that grief ever since, quiet and steady and burning, and he had made himself a single promise. He would not let his precious person be taken from him a second time by that forest. He would not allow it. He would build his strength higher than it had ever been, enough to protect Minato no matter what came for her. Time passed and she grew up. The fear that had gripped her as a small child faded away and she became someone steady and sure of herself. But something was still out there, still watching her, still reaching for her, and by then his body was simply running out of time. A lifespan cannot be outrun even by the most powerful of cats. So that responsibility passed to Liu Bei, who had inherited his power along with something more, the gift of foresight. Liu Bei kept his eyes fixed on every possible future where Minato might be harmed or taken, scanning constantly for anything that reached toward her. And then he saw it. A future where the world itself would come for Minato and her entire family, pulling their souls away all at once. His foresight did not allow for reversals. Once he saw something it was fixed and immovable. But if that was the path laid out for her, then he would simply find her on the other side of it. A cat has 9 lives. With 8 lives left to spend he had more than enough time and more than enough ways to make it happen. He could become a mythical 2-tailed cat, a monster, even something closer to a god if that is what it took. He still carries the memory of her face, tear-streaked and desperate, begging him not to go. He had looked at her then and smiled, telling her that they would meet again, that she would be so much stronger by the time they did, and that he would absolutely, without any doubt, find his way back to her. He told her he loved her, and then he let go. And now, here in the present, she is lying right beside him, her face tucked peacefully into his fur. He looks down at her, at the quiet, sleeping expression she is wearing, and smiles. A few days later, Emma's mother gathers all three of her children and announces at full volume that starting tomorrow she will be hand-picking their marriage candidates. The three of them go completely still, their expressions darkening all at once. Emma says carefully that she will think about it once the eldest son gets married first. George spins toward her and then back to his mother, shouting that this is completely unfair and telling her to calm down, because if they are counting their previous lives he is barely a third-year middle schooler. William raises his hand and points out that he is only 9 years old. Their mother lets out a long sigh and tells the three of them to listen carefully. She straightens up and points at each of them in turn, spelling it out clearly. In this world, she says, a man can marry at 16 and a woman at 14. The three of them look at each other in open horror. Their mother turns away from them with her chin up, announcing that she will be hosting a tea party in the garden and gathering candidates, and that is simply that. The boys shout after her to please stop while their father sits quietly in the background, cup of tea in hand, watching the whole thing unfold with a small private smile. He thinks to himself that rather than rushing off about grandchildren, he really just hopes she finds them all good daughter-in-laws along the way. A few days later, the garden fills up with guests. The Earl welcomes everyone warmly to his tea party and invites them all to enjoy themselves. Conversations start bubbling up across the garden immediately. Several of the ladies drift toward George, murmuring to each other in impressed tones. He is vigorous and sharp, already a seasoned hunter well before reaching adulthood, and the easy composure he carries himself with draws their attention without him even trying. Their eyes then move to William, the second son, hardworking and strikingly handsome for his age, someone who has been actively involved in the family business ever since he was old enough to understand what was going on around him. More than one lady quietly hopes her daughter catches his eye. And then there is Emma, the eldest daughter, and the general whisper that passes between the guests is that she is an absolutely lovely and delicate young lady. The boys at the party stare at her with slightly dazed expressions, nudging each other and agreeing that she looks like someone worth protecting. William stands at the edge of all this, listening to every word, and lets out a quiet, tired sigh. The things people say, he thinks. Because the reality sitting just underneath all of this perfectly polished gossip is that the eldest son cannot stand studying, the second son has turned into something of a wandering layabout, and the eldest daughter is completely and utterly obsessed with insects. He presses his lips together to hold back a laugh. He supposes it is probably better to just leave the image as it is, for everyone's sake, and especially for their mothers, who had looked at all three of her children with actual tears in her eyes and begged them to at least try not to scare anyone off because she genuinely, deeply wanted them to get married. George is standing near the edge of the gathering when someone approaches him. He looks over and his whole face loosens with relief. It is Joshua, the son of a wealthy merchant, 14 years old, a familiar face in a garden full of strangers. Joshua grins and tells him he heard something interesting was happening over here and could not resist coming to see for himself. William glances over, thinking privately that absolutely no one in the world could have stopped their mother from doing this. Before the three of them can settle into their own conversation, two young ladies step closer and address Joshua directly, asking sweetly if he might be able to introduce them to the stewards. Joshua turns toward them smoothly and without missing a beat begins making introductions. The first is Juleria, daughter of Baron Murray, whose father holds a business relationship with his own father. George calls out Joshua's name in mild warning, but Joshua has already turned toward William, gesturing to the second young lady and introducing her as Caroline, daughter of Viscount Gallant, another family connected through his father's business dealings. William blinks, not entirely sure what is happening. Joshua's eyes light up and he leans in slightly, mentioning that these two are really quite charming if he is not mistaken, and that they should absolutely be considered as marriage candidates. Both boys look at him with wide eyes before managing thin, strained smiles. George thinks to himself that this is exactly what you would expect from the son of a wealthy merchant. William thinks the same thing, adding in his head that when it comes down to it, Joshua has always had a very clean way of putting family interests right alongside friendship without letting either one get in the way of the other. Joshua suddenly turns away from the two of them, mentioning that he has something he needs to discuss with Emma. He looks around the garden expecting to spot her easily enough, but she is nowhere in sight. George glances around, then nods in her direction and tells him she is over there. Joshua follows his gaze and stops. Emma is completely surrounded by a small crowd of young boys. One of them steps forward and introduces himself as Chris, the eldest son of Count Mons, telling her that rumors of how lovely she is had reached him well before today. Another boy pushes in right behind him, introducing himself as Galen, son of the Marquis, and immediately rounds on Chris, telling him to keep his voice down because he is going to frighten the lady. William watches the whole scene from where he is standing, genuinely surprised. His sister, apparently, is very popular. Joshua on the other hand is grinding his heel into the ground, looking increasingly agitated. He grabs William's sleeve and demands to know why they are all just standing here talking casually when someone needs to go and rescue her. William looks at him, then looks back at Emma, then looks back at Joshua and tells him plainly that there is nobody there who needs rescuing. Joshua stares at him, confused and a little embarrassed. Because the truth, as William can see perfectly well from where he is standing, is that Emma is enjoying herself. She is handling every single one of those boys with complete ease and not a trace of discomfort. Joshua looks back at her, bewildered, and says that this cannot be right because the Emma he knows would have ignored all of them without a second thought. George smiles quietly to himself and thinks that Joshua is not wrong. Emma from before she got her memories back would have looked straight through every one of those boys and walked off to crouch down and watch a trail of ants instead. Emma, meanwhile, is having a very different experience on the inside. She is standing in the middle of a conversation with what are essentially elementary and middle school-aged children while carrying 35 years of life experience in her head, and the whole thing feels uncomfortably like babysitting. Seeing them as marriage candidates is simply not something she can make herself do no matter how hard she tries. She looks at their earnest little faces and finds herself thinking that they are probably just doing their best to go along with whatever their parents have pushed them into today, and that it must be genuinely exhausting for them. She feels a quiet sympathy for the whole situation. Then her stomach lets out a low, pointed growl and all of that sympathy is immediately replaced by a single clear thought. She does not want to be standing here making conversation. She wants cake. Behind her, Joshua has taken hold of William by the collar and is shaking him, hissing that the son of the Baron is getting closer to Miss Emma and that the other one has practically sat down right beside her, and that someone needs to do something right now. William grabs his wrist and tells him through gritted teeth that it genuinely hurts. Then he catches a flash of peach hair out of the corner of his eye and goes still. He looks at Joshua with a calm, measured expression and tells him that if he introduces him to the peach-haired girl standing over there with a book, he will personally tell him exactly how to get Emma out of that situation. Joshua blinks, thrown off entirely, and looks over at the girl. He tells William that she is Lady Marina, 6 years old, the youngest guest at the party today. George furrows his brow, not quite following where any of this is going. William walks over to Marina without further explanation and asks her what she is reading. She looks up, startled, then brightens immediately and tells him it is a book about magicians, stepping closer and asking him with wide curious eyes whether he has ever met one. William smiles and tells her honestly that he never has. In the corner of the garden, Joshua is shifting his weight from foot to foot, watching the clock in his head tick down, when he finally snaps and calls out to William asking him to please hurry up and tell him something useful. William glances over at him unhurriedly and tells him it is simple. Just bring a big plate stacked with every kind of cake he can find and carry it over. Joshua opens his mouth, then closes it. George, watching from nearby, suddenly straightens up with a look of quiet recognition. Of course. Emma is still standing in the middle of her little crowd, hungry and running out of patience, when something catches her eye. Joshua is moving through the garden carrying an absolutely loaded plate of cake. Every other thought she was having evaporated on the spot. She turns to the boys around her, excuses herself with a bright smile, and walks away at a pace that is only just short of a run. Emma closes the remaining distance between herself and Joshua, calling out his name and telling him that fruit cakes are quite heavy, asking if she is right about that, her eyes already sparkling as she announces she will be taking half the plate. Joshua stares at her, genuinely stunned, and then turns to look at William with a new and deep appreciation. The man is amazing, he thinks. She actually came. George watches the whole thing from a short distance away, shaking his head slowly with a small smile, thinking that it was really just the cake all along. William, for his part, is already back in his own conversation, completely unbothered, asking Marina whether she wants to become a magician herself. Marina nods with complete seriousness and tells him that yes, she wants to fly through the sky using magic one day. Emma glances over at her brother mid-bite, and something about the sight of him sitting there so patiently and earnestly talking with a 6-year-old makes a very specific image flash through her head. A tired old man in his previous life. She points at him and shouts for someone to call the police. William whips around and tells her loudly to please stop doing that right now. Before the moment can stretch any further, Marina steps closer to Emma and tells her excitedly that she and William have been talking about magicians, showing her the book. Joshua tilts his head and mentions, almost as an aside, that there have actually been no magicians anywhere in the kingdom for the past 30 years, though there has been a rumor going around lately that one is about to appear. Emma goes quiet for a moment, turning it over in her head. Right, she thinks, magicians in this world are not simply born the way people might imagine. They come about through years of grueling, rigid training that gradually pushes the body and mind through a kind of mutation, and even then it only happens once every few decades, appearing in one country or another seemingly at random. It is an extraordinarily rare thing. In ancient times it was a magician who had erected the Great Barrier, the one that kept demons from pouring into the human world. But lately that barrier has been weakening. Demons have already begun slipping through the gaps, and as the barrier's strength continues to drop, the frequency of those breaches keeps climbing. If a magician does not appear soon to reinforce it, there will come a point where the damage is simply too far gone to fix. Joshua continues, mentioning that he has been hearing reports of demons becoming noticeably more active recently, which in his thinking suggests that the magical energy in the atmosphere is building up, and that a mutation could very well be on the way. Marina looks between the two of them with wide, slightly uneasy eyes and says quietly that she has never seen a demon and that it sounds terrifying. She hopes a magician appears soon. George reaches over without a word and gently pats her on the head, telling her that as long as she is in their territory she has nothing to worry about and that he will keep her safe. Marina looks up at him and her whole face lights up, declaring that he is incredibly cool. William watches his brother from the side, slowly grinding his back teeth together. Emma sighs dreamily and adds that it really is such a shame, because in her previous life she was a magician. William turns to her immediately and tells her in a very firm voice to absolutely stop saying things like that out loud. And with that, the first tea party came to its quiet and largely unsuccessful end. A few days later Emma is sitting with her mother, watching her sort through a fresh stack of letters. She asks casually whether they are doing another tea party. Her mother looks up and tells her plainly that she intends to keep holding them until things are settled, and leaves absolutely no room in her voice for further negotiation. Early one morning, while their mother is already busy with preparations for the second tea party, a carriage rolls up toward the estate. A boy inside spots the castle through the window and shouts for Leonardo at the top of his lungs, announcing that they have arrived and that there are guests. An older man beside him winces and tells him he is being far too loud. The shout carries well enough that half the household stirs awake from it. The Earl comes down the stairs still blinking the sleep from his eyes, muttering to himself that whoever is arriving at this hour of the morning had better have a very good reason for it. Emma steps out of her room at the same time, equally confused, rubbing her eyes in the dim early light. Then the front door swings open and a man in rumpled, travel-worn clothes walks straight in, looks the Earl dead in the eye, calls him brother, and announces without the slightest hint of embarrassment that he would like to stay here for a while. Emma looks over at the man in the doorway and her face breaks into a wide smile as she calls out to Uncle Arbin. Arbin glances over at her and gives her a simple, easy hi, and before he can say anything else she has already launched herself into his arms. He catches her with a laugh, telling her he is back and calling her his cute little sweetie. She grins up at him. He holds her out at arm's length and tells her that it has been far too long and that she has somehow gone and become even more beautiful than a goddess since he last saw her. He sets her down and turns toward the boys, asking how they are getting on. They tell their uncle they are doing fine. The Earl steps forward, studying his brother's face with a look of quiet concern. Arbin greets him warmly and says it has been a while. The Earl asks him directly what brought him here so suddenly and without any word ahead of time, and whether something has happened. Arbin's expression shifts, something tired and uneasy moving behind his eyes, and he asks if he might be allowed to clean up first before they get into any of it. After washing up and changing out of his travel-worn clothes, Arbin comes down to the dining hall where the whole family is gathered and waiting. What he tells them settles over the room like a cold weight. There has been a coup d'état in the royal capital. The Earl stares at him. Arbin confirms it with a steady nod, explaining that it is being led by the king's older brother, Duke Kane, who has used a combination of his own personal army and a number of allied knights to surround the royal castle entirely. Emma sits with her tea and quietly turns the pieces over in her head. In this country, The only people permitted to maintain a standing army are the king's brother and the 4 great noble families positioned in the north, south, east, and west of the royal capital. The Stuarts, sitting out here in the borderlands far from the capital, are hunters. Their people are trained to track and fight monsters, and they are explicitly prohibited from training anyone for military purposes. Armies exist to fight other humans, which makes their entire purpose fundamentally different from what hunters do. The royal family and the noble families positioned close to the capital are permitted armies for one reason and one reason only, to protect the king. The idea of that same army turning its weapons against the very king it was built to defend is not just unthinkable. It is a complete unraveling of everything the arrangement was built on. Her father's voice cuts through her thoughts as he asks his brother what has become of the king. Arban tells him that the king is safe. He managed to blend in with the imperial guards, took up a sword himself, and fought his way through. The earl lets out a long, slow breath, looking almost more exasperated than relieved, because of course the one person in that entire castle who was supposed to be kept away from the fighting is the one who ended up in the middle of it. Arban adds that he himself barely managed to gather his most critical research papers before getting out and making his way here. Emma sets her cup down and looks across the table at her uncle, asking if that means he will be staying with them for a while. Arban glances around the room and tells her it looks that way, apologizing for dropping in on them like this. Emma lights up immediately. She tells him not to apologize for even a second, and announces that she will help him with his research because she has already been studying silkworms herself and their father has put together a proper setup, which means his sericulture research can be carried on right here at home without missing a step. Leonard leans forward and backs her up, telling his brother that the laboratory he built for Emma is genuinely on par with anything he would find at the university, and that thanks to the research results Arban had been sending them over the years their territory's silk industry has been going from strength to strength, so there is absolutely nothing to worry about on that front. Arban blinks, looking genuinely taken aback, and says that if that is really the case then he will certainly come and have a look. Then something crosses his face and he sits up slightly, as if he has just remembered something he had nearly forgotten in all the chaos of arriving. He mentions that on his way back he crossed paths with a messenger from the second prince and princess of Kerry. He pauses and looks at his brother, telling him that they passed along words expressing their hope to be invited to the next party held at the estate. He asks Leonard, in a tone that carries the full weight of what he is really asking, whether he is planning to turn down an invitation request from a prince and princess. The room goes completely silent. Every face at the table shifts at once. Even Melsa, who has not been short of words or opinions all evening, says absolutely nothing. A few days later, the second Tanaka family conference convenes in Emma's shed right on schedule. The topic on the table today is the matter Arban had dropped on them about the prince and princess, and everyone settles in to figure out what exactly they are supposed to do about it. Leonard sets a small stack of letters down and stares at them with a look of mild overwhelm, mentioning that the requests coming in for the tea party have turned out to be far more than he was expecting. Melsa nods and tells him that she has already had to turn a number of them down. She reaches into the bundle and pulls out one letter in particular, holding it up and telling them that even so, she went through everything carefully just to make sure she had not overlooked anyone important, and she thinks this is the one that matters. If she is remembering correctly, this letter belongs to the Valerie family, the mother's house of the second prince and princess. Word going around is that the queen consort has taken the prince and princess back with her to the Valerie territory for the time being. Emma looks at her mother and asks why she turned their request down in the first place. Melsa straightens up and counts the reasons off steadily. First, they have no existing ties with that house whatsoever. Second, the territory is a considerable distance away, and she had made the decision to prioritize families who could realistically arrive within 3 hours by carriage. She pauses, and her expression shifts into something a little harder as she adds the third reason. The letter, she says, had a tone to it that she found self-important and frankly quite irritating. William looks at his father with an uncertain expression and asks whether completely brushing aside a royal family like this is really alright. The Earl sighs and points out that they would not even be sitting here having this conversation if Arban had not happened to mention it on his way in. Emma follows that thread and suggests that they could simply pretend they never found out about it at all and leave things exactly as they are. Melsa looks at her and says she understands the appeal of that idea, but that they should set it aside. George cuts in flatly and points out that ignoring a royal request is the kind of thing that gets a person arrested for lèse-majesté. Their father sits quietly for a moment and admits that he is genuinely not sure what the correct move is here. Melsa tilts her head thoughtfully and says the simplest solution is to get things organized quickly and extend an invitation to the next tea party. Then a slow smirk spreads across her face as she adds that it might also be worth inviting a few other houses that have been eager to get closer to the royal family, because with the right crowd in the room they will owe the Stuarts a favor and spend considerably less time hovering around the children. Emma stares at her mother's expression and feels a small shiver of something that is equal parts admiration and alarm. The day of the tea party arrives. Everyone is seated and waiting, and 1 full hour ticks by in near total silence. Emma sits at the table with her siblings, the 3 of them very aware that the party cannot properly begin until the royal family makes their entrance. Then the butler's voice cuts cleanly through the quiet as he announces their arrival. Everyone gets to their feet at once. Emma reminds herself not to look up. They all bow together and hold it, waiting. George is very conscious in the back of his mind that no one raises their head until they are told it is all right to do so. The princess's voice comes first, soft and apologetic, explaining that their late arrival was her fault entirely because she could not settle on a dress. Before she can finish the thought, the prince's voice follows, cutting her off gently but firmly, telling her that royalty does not apologize. The princess pauses and then agrees quietly, admitting that she is simply not used to all of it yet. A ripple of barely contained surprise moves through the room at the revelation that an hour of waiting had come down entirely to a dress. Then the prince tells everyone to be at ease, and as Emma and her brothers lift their heads and finally look at the 2 of them properly for the first time, they all go very still. Black hair. Both of them. It is the first time any of them have seen it on another person in this world, and standing there in the light the prince and princess look so completely otherworldly that for a long, quiet moment Emma genuinely wonders whether they are entirely human at all. The 3 siblings lean their heads slightly toward each other, sharing a quiet look between them. There was a small shared breath of relief at the sight of that familiar dark hair and those familiar features, something about it feeling just a little like home. Then Emma's eyes drifted over to the queen consort, Lady Rose, and stopped. The woman's figure alone was enough to make her blink. But beyond that, something deeper kicked in, something that was purely Minato. Because Minato had lived through her 30s and knew exactly what skin looked like at that age. It loses its glow, it thins out a little, it starts showing the years no matter how well you take care of it. And yet Lady Rose's skin was completely flawless. Smooth, dewy and not a single mark on it. The finely tuned beauty radar that Minato had spent 35 years quietly developing, the kind that sees straight through makeup and judges what is actually underneath, was going off like an alarm right now. This was not the result of a good skincare routine. This woman was no ordinary person. Emma kept staring, the thoughts in her head getting louder by the second. Her brother spotted her before she even realized he was looking. He followed her gaze to the queen consort, then slowly looked back at his sister's face. He recognized that expression immediately and stayed very still, quietly begging her in his head not to open her mouth and say a single word of whatever was going on in there, not here, not in front of the royal family. Emma was completely lost in her own thoughts, still staring at the queen's face, when her brother leaned in and whispered urgently at her to say the greeting. She snapped back, shot him a quick frustrated look, and then all 3 of them bowed together toward the prince and princess, saying it was a pleasure to meet them. George introduced himself as the eldest son, and the other 2 followed with their own introductions. The prince responded with a single quiet sound of acknowledgement. Emma looked at him and thought to herself that he was genuinely one of the coolest kids she had ever seen. After that the 3 of them moved toward the queen and introduced themselves to her as well, telling her it was a pleasure. She responded with a soft smile, her eyes warm and bright. George looked at her properly for the first time and felt something short-circuit in his brain. Not a single nasolabial fold anywhere on her face. He stared. Was she a goddess? What kind of person looked like this? Even William, who was generally hard to rattle, looked quietly stunned. Emma on the other hand just felt deeply, personally jealous. Then the queen spoke, her eyes settling gently on Emma, and asked whether she would not like to go and talk with the prince and princess like the other children. Emma's eyes went wide. Even her voice was pretty. How was that even allowed? She blurted out that she would much rather stay and talk with the queen herself, and immediately launched into asking how she could possibly be this beautiful, whether she was some kind of goddess, and that the smoothness of her skin honestly surpassed fine silk. Her brother went rigid beside her. Emma kept going, running through every detail she was cataloging in her head, when he finally stepped in and clamped a hand over her mouth, telling her firmly that she was getting a little too excited. Emma pulled free and told him that he was not understanding her, that this level of beauty did not just happen, it was work. Before she could get any further he stepped in front of her, bowed his head toward the queen and apologized, explaining that when his sister finds someone genuinely fascinating she tends to lose track of where she is. She means it as a compliment, he said. Emma was not done. She called past her brother telling him to look properly, that beyond the natural beauty there was clear discipline and consistent effort behind it, and that she could tell because in her previous life she had been a complete cosmetic nerd. She announced that this woman absolutely did not cut corners on her skincare routine. Her brother, now visibly holding back tears, pushed her head down into a bow and apologized to the queen a second time. Emma straightened up immediately and snapped at him, telling him that he just did not get it, that this kind of beauty made her excited, and asking if he understood that. George told her quietly that yes, he understood completely, but that this was really not the time. The queen looked at the scene in front of her with an unreadable expression. She was turning over the words she had heard from others before today. Vulgar, they had said. Extravagant. The names people used for her had always shifted depending on who was doing the talking, from beauty consort to the black-haired children's mother to spendthrift consort, always something new, never anything kind. Most of the people at gatherings like this one had come with calculating minds, interested in the family's wealth and status and nothing else. She had heard the eldest daughter of this family was supposed to be quiet and reserved. And yet here was this small girl, looking straight at her and saying out loud the thing that so many people had stopped seeing altogether. After the prince was born, every set of eyes in every room had moved to the black-haired children and simply stayed there. No matter what she did, nobody looked at her anymore. Not like that. Not with that kind of genuine, unguarded attention. And this child, who was by anyone's measure still just a little girl, was looking at her exactly the way she had been quietly longing to be looked at for years. The queen started laughing. Not a polite, controlled laugh but a real one. The siblings all looked at each other. Emma immediately announced that even her laugh was adorable. Her brother told her to please stop. The queen kept laughing. When she finally settled, she looked over at Emma warmly and called her a wonderfully interesting child, then asked her with a smile whether she would like to become her son's bride. Emma's eyes lit up and she told the queen, very earnestly, that she would honestly much rather marry her instead. The queen stood up, looked Emma over, and declared that she was far too good for her son and entirely too cute for words. She told Emma that she must come and visit her at the mansion next time. The room went completely still. Everyone stared, not entirely sure what they had just witnessed. Arben walks in announcing himself as he steps through the door. Emma looks up and welcomes him back while their father apologizes for sending him off to the hunting grounds while everyone else was busy fussing over the cats. Arben waves it off, telling his brother there is nothing to apologize for since he does not mind at all, especially with the tea party taking up everyone's attention. He glances around and finds the whole family sprawled on the floor with the cats again, lets out a quiet sigh, and tells himself he really is starting to get used to this. He mentions that a cockatrice showed up during the hunt today but nothing else worth noting. George looks up and asks what a cockatrice is. Emma tells him it is a type of bird. George's eyes go wide as he sits up, asking if she means the poison chicken, and adds that he had a feeling his game knowledge would come in useful at some point. Emma turns to him and tells him to take this seriously because sorting the monsters that people of their feudal lord's bloodline hunt is not something he can skip out on. Every monster falls under one of 5 categories: food, clothing, tools, weapons or disposal, and he needs to have all of them down. Their uncle looks between the two of them and asks how the tea party went and whether they held up well around the royals. All 3 siblings brighten up instantly and tell him it was so much fun. Arben just stares at them. Leonard shakes his head, still not quite over how beautiful the royals are. Arben's expression dims a little. He has been hearing about the prince and princess's black hair being something remarkable to witness in person, and that his brother has completely lost his head over them, and then there is Rose, the queen consort, always so striking and hard to ignore, but before he can even finish that thought Emma slides right into his sentence and tells him she has been personally invited to visit Rose at her family's mansion. Her eyes are already sparkling just thinking about it. Arben looks at her carefully and tells her gently that Rose does not have the best reputation in the royal capital and that she should think it through before agreeing, since getting too close could affect her engagement chances down the line. Emma's face falls. She asks him what he means, questioning whether the queen consort's reputation is really that bad. Arban sighs and tells her that Rose is known for spending way too much on dresses, and that the dresses themselves are considered too showy and over the top by most people's standards. Emma breathes out slowly through her nose and mutters that the people in the royal capital clearly have no idea what they are talking about. Her uncle blinks at her. She turns back to him and says firmly, grinding her teeth just slightly, that the money spent on looking like that is not wasteful, it is necessary. A figure built through years of real daily effort deserves fabric worthy of it, and that kind of fabric does not come cheap. She is out here sharing that stunning body with the whole public, and the least people can do is show some appreciation. And anyone saying otherwise, she adds, really needs to check themselves first. Arban stares at her, completely lost. Emma's whole body gives a small shudder as she straightens up and declares that Rose is a national treasure, national treasures are expensive by nature, and asks her uncle if he disagrees. Every single member of her family nods along immediately without a word of hesitation. Arban looks around at all of them and smirks, asking whether they are saying they are fans of Rose herself and not just the children's black hair. Emma looks at him like he has said something completely obvious and points out that the royal family having black hair is just a fact of life. George joins in and asks his uncle if he really has nothing to say about the queen consort's figure either. Then something clicks behind George's eyes and he sits up straight with a sudden spark of energy, saying that if the whole capital wants to talk about her outfits, then why do they not just take care of it themselves, turning straight to his father and asking what he thinks. His father gives him a firm thumbs up and says it sounds like a great idea and they should just do it. Emma jumps to her feet, eyes bright, and announces that all the fabric should come straight from her shed because her creative side simply cannot stay calm at the thought of dressing that beautiful figure properly. Her father gives another thumbs up and a very enthusiastic okay. Arban's face shifts immediately. He asks her, his voice going up slightly, if she is seriously talking about her silk. He presses his fingers to his temples and starts running the numbers in his head. The silk Emma produces is the finest quality in the entire territory and quite possibly the whole kingdom. Dressing the queen consort entirely in it would cost an unthinkable amount of money. He tells her bluntly that they would go completely bankrupt. Emma looks at him with a calm face and says it is fine because they have more than enough stock sitting around. She explains that they have been selling it in small amounts on purpose because Joshua's father suggested keeping the supply tight to protect the price, which is just basic merchant sense. Arban's expression gets more tangled by the second. He reminds himself quietly that the Rothschild family trading company already handles the palace silk business and that his brother has probably already worked this out, and decides that for the sake of his own sanity he is going to stop pulling at this thread because he genuinely cannot keep up with any of it. What none of the Stewart family realize at that moment is that they have just wandered straight into the middle of a political dispute simmering in the royal capital. Their closeness with Rose does their reputation no favors in certain noble circles. But no matter how loud the murmuring gets, those same nobles never quite manage to stop placing orders. With Joshua's father handling things quietly from the merchant side, the Stewart family, happily going about their lives without overthinking a single thing, end up building a staggering fortune by the time they finally head to the capital a year later. The silk that eventually drapes Rose's royal figure, so rare that even the richest people in the kingdom struggle to get their hands on it, becomes known simply as Emma silk. Some time later, Arban steps into Emma's shed and freezes in the doorway. He takes in the mountains of silk piled across every surface, his mouth hanging slightly open. Then his eyes land on Emma and William, each holding up an enormous silkworm, both of them looking very pleased with themselves. Arban stares at the silkworms, then slowly looks around the rest of the shed, his expression completely flat, and wonders out loud why absolutely everything in this house is so unreasonably large. Arban's eyes land on the enormous creatures Emma and William are holding up and his face goes straight to horror. He points at them and asks in a strained voice what on earth those things are. Emma holds hers up a little higher with a proud grin and tells him they are silkworms. She explains that last year when their uncle sent over his research report on producing larger eggs, she decided to try it out herself. She ran experiments on their eating habits, mating patterns, and living environment until she eventually landed on the right food composition, and that is what led to their current size. She is pretty confident it is the best balance between feeding quality and cost too. Then she perks up even more and asks her uncle whether it might also be possible to color the silk thread through what they eat, because she genuinely wants to hear his thoughts on it. Arban's eyes go wide. He looks at her and the pieces slowly click together in his head. This kind of research requires a huge number of samples, an enormous amount of work and endless comparisons, the kind of thing that even university researchers tend to avoid because of how tedious it gets. And she just went ahead and did all of it and actually got results. He looks down at the record sheet in his hands, asking quietly if she really did all of this by herself. Emma smiles and tells him the testing was pretty tough since each creature needed different feed, so George and the others helped her look after them. William, standing just beside her, gives a full-body shudder and says he would rather not think about that period of his life ever again. Arben looks at the kid with quiet sympathy and thinks to himself that this is exactly why he went into academia. He had known the territory's sales figures were climbing but had no idea it was down to Emma and the others pulling it off from a shed in the backyard. Then Emma's face lights up and she tells him to wait because she has someone very important to introduce him to. Before he can even ask who, she opens her palm and there sits a spider, large and very much present. Arben goes completely still, his expression sliding straight into terror. Emma holds it closer and asks if the color is not beautiful, pointing out that it is translucent violet, just like his eyes, which is exactly why she named it Violet. Arben, with a slightly shaking voice, tells her that the color is not what has him alarmed. Emma explains cheerfully that Violet grew big from eating the same food she prepared for the silkworms. Arben turns to her slowly and tells her that is also not what he is alarmed about. He then raises his voice just slightly and points out that things do not just grow to a gigantic size like this overnight. Emma pushes Violet a little closer toward him and asks if it is not amazing, because when she runs with Violet sitting on her head she can move incredibly fast. Arben stares at her with the expression of a man who has lost the plot entirely. Emma sighs at his blank look and tells him she figured it out a few nights ago, the night she found Komiai and the others. Arben asks slowly if she means that enormous cat, adding that he had been wondering about that too, though he does admit the cat is admittedly very cute. Emma goes on and explains that she somehow managed to move at a speed she could not explain that night, but has not been able to replicate it since then on her own. After running a lot of experiments based on everything that happened that night, she announces that she has concluded Violet is the reason, and that with Violet on her head she can run at full speed and even see clearly in the dark. Arben tells her plainly that he cannot follow a single word of what she is saying. William quietly raises his hand and agrees with him completely. Emma sighs and tells them that unfortunately she is not allowed to walk around outside the shed with Violet on her head, which she considers a tragic waste of talent. Arben nods slowly and says yes, that is certainly one thing he agrees on, and adds that there are quite a few things here he would very much like to look into further. Emma gazes at Violet with a small blush on her cheeks and admits she mostly just wanted to show her off. At that, something in Arben shifts and his whole face softens. He looks around at the cats, then back at Violet, eyes bright, and says that the cats are adorable and honestly the spider is kind of pretty too, so he is just going to go with it. William watches his uncle from the side, lets out a quiet scoff and thinks to himself that he has just decided to roll with all of it just like that. He stares at his family and quietly wonders how he ended up with a last name he is starting to resent. A month passes since the royal family attended the tea party and the Stuarts and the queen consort have been in each other's company fairly regularly ever since. Today is one of those days, and the Stuart siblings arrive at Rose Palace right on time. Rose meets them at the door herself, warm and smiling, but her eyes immediately drop to the very large box they have brought along with them. She raises an eyebrow and mentions that for a one-night stay that is quite a considerable amount of luggage. Emma lets out a small laugh. The butler steps forward and asks Emma whether she would like the luggage left here rather than taken up to the guest room. She turns to him and tells him that would be perfect and thanks everyone for carrying it over. He tells her it is simply their duty and that they will go ahead and prepare some refreshments. The little princess has been watching Emma quietly this whole time and asks her why she always thanks everyone like that. Emma looks at her and tells her that if you do not say it out loud the feeling never actually reaches the other person, and even if something is their job, being thanked still makes people happy. The princess takes that in and then straightens up, turns to Emma and both siblings, and thanks them very sincerely for coming to stay today, telling them she is really glad they are here. William's face goes red almost instantly and he turns away, staring hard at the wall and willing his heartbeat to calm down before anyone notices. Emma shoots him a sideways look that says everything, then turns back to the princess and tells her warmly that she is happy to be here too. The three siblings then turn and bow to the queen, thanking her for having them. The prince smiles and welcomes them in. The princess immediately asks Edward what they should all do and throws out hide and seek or tag as options. Emma starts to respond formally when the queen cuts her off mid-sentence, giving her a very pointed look. Emma catches herself, apologizes, and tells her she will drop the formality right now. She takes a breath, calls her Ro-chan, and announces that today they are playing dress-up. The queen's face lights up immediately and she starts to turn away, saying she will go and fetch a doll. Emma stops her and tells her there is absolutely no need for that. The queen turns back, puzzled. Emma is already barely containing herself on the inside. She throws her hands up and announces with full enthusiasm that the queen herself is going to be the doll today. The queen stares at her, completely stunned, and asks if she is seriously talking about her. Emma pulls open the big luggage box and starts laying the dresses out one by one. Rose stares. The princess lets out a gasp and says there are so many and they are all so pretty, bouncing slightly on her heels. Emma holds one up against the queen and tilts her head, telling her that she had actually wanted to make more but brought everything she had finished once she heard they were heading back to the royal capital. The princess turns to her mother and tells her she looks very pretty. Rose reaches out and touches the fabric, her brow creasing slightly. Emma tells her it is Emma silk. Rose's hand goes still. She looks down at the dress with wide eyes and asks in a hushed voice whether this is really that Emma silk, the impossibly expensive one. Emma confirms it and adds that the citrus tones suit her exactly as well as she expected. William digs into the box and pulls out another dress, tossing it over to Emma and telling her this is the one he recommends. Rose watches him do it and her face goes red. She turns to him and says she cannot believe he just rolled it up like that and that he is going to ruin it. Emma tells her not to worry because her silk does not damage that easily. Each thread is strong enough that folding it is perfectly fine. William holds the dress up toward Rose and tells her he really does recommend this one. The princess leans in and says it is beautiful. Emma steps closer to Rose and asks her to try it on. Rose barely has time to react before both brothers announce they are stepping out to go and find the prince and pay their greetings, and disappear through the door. Rose's personal maid is left standing there looking genuinely frightened. She tells the queen in a trembling voice that she is scared to even touch something this precious and that if it gets dirty or damaged she could never pay for it. Rose is equally unsettled and tells Emma carefully that the dress is lovely but she really cannot accept something this valuable. Emma looks between the two of them, equally confused by both reactions. She tells Rose that all of the dresses are a gift from her family. Rose shakes her head firmly and says she cannot possibly accept that. Emma waves her hand and explains that her mother handled the cutting, her father did the embroidery, her brother took care of the decoration and beading, and she herself did the design. Every single part of it was made by their family from start to finish, which meant the cost of materials was really the only thing that went into it. She adds that since the whole family pitches in with the business, between the lot of them they can handle just about everything. She then holds one of the dresses up carefully and tells Rose that each one was made specifically for her figure, so they would not fit anyone else properly anyway. Rose looks at her, puzzled, and asks if she means she is genuinely the only one who can wear them. Emma shrugs and says that since she was small, watching insects and making clothes have been the two things she has always done, and that she can work out a person's measurements just from looking at them. Rose stares at the dress again, taking in the precise cut and the clean stitching, the work of someone who clearly knows exactly what they are doing, all done without a single measurement being taken. She looks back at Emma and asks quietly whether the fabric alone is still not incredibly expensive. Then she studies this kid standing in front of her and thinks to herself that there is simply no keeping up with her. Emma tells her that the silk is something she developed herself by building on her uncle's research, and that between the improvements she has made and the number of new business partnerships the family has picked up, production has grown faster than they can sell it. So if someone like Rose wears it, it is anything but wasted. The princess grabs Emma's arm and asks with wide eyes whether she really made it all herself. Emma turns to her and nods, telling her that silk comes from the cocoon of an insect called a silkworm, and that she has loved insects ever since she was small. She pauses for a second and adds quietly that if she had not been born into the Stewart family she wonders sometimes how she would have turned out. Rose looks at her when she says that, reading between the lines easily enough. She thinks to herself that it must not have always been easy to raise a child like this as an ordinary noble daughter, and that the fact her family not only accepted her but actively helped her develop into who she is says a great deal about them. She finds herself quietly respecting them for it. Emma then asks Rose to please keep all of this between them, explaining that the family will be moving to the capital the following year and they would like to settle in as quietly and normally as possible. As for the dresses, she tells her that as far as the company knows, the fabric was made just for Rose and that she would be really happy if Rose wore them. Rose looks at her for a long moment and then a small smile settles on her face. After everything this family has done, she thinks, it would honestly be a little rude not to. She turns to her personal maid and asks her to help her into the dress. When Rose steps back out of the room, Emma's face absolutely lights up. She looks at her and says she is stunning, completely and genuinely stunning. The princess clasps her hands together and tells her mother she looks so incredibly beautiful. Rose lets out a soft laugh and turns toward the mirror, looking herself over and saying that she wants Edward to see this too. He should be in the library right now, she thinks. She probably should not interrupt his studies, but then again, just for a moment surely would not hurt. Meanwhile, Emma's brothers make their way to Edward's room. He is sitting at his desk with his head down, deep in his studies. They walk over and drop to one knee in greeting. He looks up at them with a flat expression and lets out a long breath, asking if they are here to hang around again today. George tells him that is right and adds that the prince is clearly very dedicated, which he genuinely means. William jumps in and mentions that they have brought some dresses over for Queen Rose today and asks whether he would like to come and see her once she is done trying them on. Edward looks at the two of them for a moment. Ever since the tea party, these siblings have had nothing but good things to say about his mother every single time they visit, and it seems the servants and even Yedwiga have taken a liking to them too. What sits heavier on his mind though is where they all stand going forward in the royal capital. The only reason they have made it this far is through the king's good favor and nothing else. His mother is past 30 and he knows how hard she fights to hold on to her image, and the things people say about her in the capital genuinely bother him. He has no desire to become king and no real path to it either as the second prince, but the only way to raise his worth is to keep studying and keep learning. And sitting right in front of him are the children of a wealthy, easygoing Earl family without a single thing weighing on them. Just looking at them makes him feel the gap between their worlds very clearly. He snaps out of it and apologizes, telling them he is quite tied up with his studies and does not really have time to stop and play. William tilts his head and steps a little closer, asking if he would mind if he helped. Edward tells him it is not something he needs to trouble himself over. George cuts in and tells the prince to just give it a go, because William is sharper than he looks, even if the appearance does not exactly sell it. Edward glances at William, then reaches over and slides a sheet of paper across the desk toward him, telling him to go ahead if he wants to try. William picks it up and looks it over. After a moment he tells the prince that he thinks there might be an error in this problem because the materials it references did not actually exist at that point in time, and asks if he is right about that. Edward goes still. William explains that in the year 256 of the royal calendar this particular law had not yet been written. It only came into being in the year 326, put in place after a local barrier hazard broke out. George leans in and says that the local barrier hazard sounds like it was truly terrible. William nods and continues, explaining that the hazard in year 326 erupted very close to the heart of the kingdom, appearing suddenly in a region that had never had hunters stationed there before. It was a historical disaster that caused widespread destruction. The nearest hunters were 3 full days away and by the time they arrived the people in that territory had already been overrun by demons. In the wake of that tragedy, the 6 articles of feudal lords' monster control were drawn up as a direct response. He gets up, walks over to the bookshelf and pulls out a volume, explaining that the ordinance covers how to handle monster outbreaks and barrier hazards. The barrier itself has not been reinforced in some time since the one person capable of doing so has not yet shown up, and while hazards have been quiet in recent years, the question is testing whether the prince knows what to do when one eventually hits. William comes back to the desk carrying a stack of books and sets them down in front of Edward, telling him that what the examiner is really looking for is whether he understands how to respond. He taps the pile and says the base level of knowledge needed runs across volumes 1 through 6, since the types of demons that show up during a hazard fall within a set range. Edward stares at the stack looking a little overwhelmed. George adds that out in territories sitting right at the edge of the barrier, like theirs, the variety of monsters that turn up is so wide that they end up memorizing all the way through to volume 32 just as a matter of basic tactics. He then mentions that even then not every creature makes it into the books, which is why the lord of each territory passes that knowledge down through the family from one generation to the next. 2 days have passed since they arrived at the Valerie estate. At Jadwiga's request everyone is playing hide and seek. Emma is tucked away somewhere deep in the garden, sitting quietly and slowly realizing that the grounds are so massive that nobody is going to find her anytime soon. She has absolutely nothing to do. Her mind starts wandering on its own. She finds herself thinking about yesterday's bath and feels warm all over again just remembering it. The bathing room in the castle had completely caught her off guard, a vast gorgeous space with water flowing freely from a natural hot spring, the kind of thing that would have made her weep with joy in her previous life. And as if the hot spring alone was not already more than enough, there had been an unreasonably stunning woman sitting right beside her in it. The queen. Just existing. Effortlessly. The three of them had been soaking together and Emma had been doing what Emma always does, which was staring with the focused intensity of a researcher who has just discovered something extraordinary. At some point she had lost all self-control and blurted out that the queen's figure was an absolute masterpiece, not a single flaw anywhere on it, completely and unfairly perfect in every possible way. The queen, entirely unbothered by this announcement, had simply smiled and told her she was welcome to confirm that for herself. Emma had blinked, asked if she was being serious, and then reached forward and made contact. She had gone rigid on the spot. What she found defied everything she understood about the physical world, impossibly soft yet somehow holding its shape with a firmness that had no business existing, and she had said all of this out loud at full volume while the queen sat there looking faintly amused. Emma was still trying to process the scientific impossibility of it all when the princess, who had been watching the whole thing with growing curiosity, suddenly decided she wanted to run her own investigation. She shot around behind Emma before anyone could react and grabbed on with both hands, giving a thorough and completely shameless squeeze. Emma's back went ramrod straight as she let out a noise that was not quite a word and spun around, informing the princess in a very strained voice that those were absolutely not something to just grab without warning. The princess turned to her mother with the expression of someone delivering an important research finding and reported very seriously that Emma felt like the squishiest, most wonderful thing she had ever touched back there. The queen covered her mouth, deeply intrigued, reached over and ran her hand along Emma's arm, then grabbed her leg and went completely still. After a long pause she declared that this level of smoothness was simply not legal, that she had completely forgotten she was sitting in a hot spring, and that all she wanted to do was keep touching. Emma told her she was being far too vocal about all of this and that this was supposed to be a relaxing and peaceful bath. The queen ignored her entirely and demanded to know the secret immediately. Emma thought about it and told her it was probably the water she soaks the silk cocoons in before pulling the thread. Since water is not something to throw away carelessly in the castle, they reuse the soaking water for bathing, and she suspects that is what it does. The queen stared at her. She asked slowly whether silk was genuinely good for the skin this whole time. Emma told her yes, most probably, and also suggested going to sleep in silk nightwear as an additional step. She mentioned that she had actually made a set and brought it along, and that if the queen liked it she would send more over once they returned to the royal capital. The queen stared at her for one more second, then pulled her into a tight hug and told her she was the absolute best person in the entire world. Back in the present, Emma sits in her garden hiding spot smiling quietly to herself. Rose's instinct for beauty and skin care is sharp and completely reliable, which makes her exactly the right person to road test the trial silk products quietly piling up back home. Having her as a tester is honestly just a very sensible arrangement for everyone. She lingers a little longer in the memory, smiling to herself at the thought of Rose glowing in the hot spring right in front of her. It really had been a wonderful evening. Then suddenly the princess's voice cuts through the garden, calling out for Emma, and a moment later she spots her tucked away in her hiding spot. Emma stands up and brushes off her skirt, apologizing to the princess and telling her she got a little lost in her own thoughts. The princess tells her she was the very last one and grabs her hand without another word, pulling her along toward the garden and asking what they should play next. Emma looks down at her and says they have already been going since morning and asks where she is getting all this energy from. The princess does not even acknowledge the question. By the time they reach the garden the others are already scattered around, deep in their own conversations. Emma glances over and notices the prince standing among them, which surprises her a little. She wonders quietly if he has already finished his morning studies. The princess spots her brother at the same moment and lights up completely, shouting his name across the garden. Emma steps forward and gives a proper bow in greeting. Edward tells her to relax and says she should treat him the same way she treats his mother and sister. Emma straightens up and looks at him for a moment, then lets a small smile cross her face. She tells him she had started to think she was being avoided up until now and had nearly convinced herself it was just her imagination, but then again she did have William selling her out at every opportunity, so she supposes it makes sense. She tells him she understands. Then she tilts her head and asks how he is feeling, because when he came out after the bath yesterday his face was completely red. Edward's face immediately goes red again. Emma points at him and says that right there, that is exactly what she means. He tells her firmly that he is perfectly fine and asks her not to bring it up. Emma and her brothers exchange a confused look while the Queen watches the whole thing from the side, quietly enjoying every second of it. Then the princess throws both arms up and announces the next game at the top of her lungs. They are playing house. Brother Edward is the father, Emma is the mother, and the two of them are a pair of newlyweds. The prince looks like he has just been informed of something catastrophic. Emma glances over at him and notices his face has gone completely red again. She wonders to herself if this is some kind of recurring condition. The Queen smoothly steps in and volunteers herself and George to play as the couple next door, with William and the princess and taking the role of their child. William agrees without hesitation. The prince is still standing there visibly struggling with the situation, asking out loud whether this really means he and Emma are playing as newlyweds. Emma turns to him, watching him tremble slightly, and asks with genuine concern if he is feeling alright. The princess shouts that the game has already started and there is no time for questions. Emma looks at her and thinks that even in a game of house the princess runs a tight ship. She turns back to the prince and decides that since he is her husband in this scenario and he is clearly not doing well, it is only right that she look after him properly. Before he can say anything she guides him down and settles him with his head resting on her lap. He goes along with it in a daze, staring up at her from below with an expression he cannot seem to organize into anything coherent. The Queen looks over and goes completely still. George stares at his sister for a long moment and then says quietly that she is clearly an angel. William turns to him and says no, that is a devil. Specifically the kind of devil that leads people straight into paradise without them ever realizing they have fallen until it is far too late. George processes this, looks back at Emma. The princess walks over to the prince. She looks down at him, and asks in a very serious tone whether the neighbor's husband is already dead. Just like that the game of house takes a sharp and unexpected turn into something closer to a mystery drama, and nobody seems entirely sure how they got here. To go back a little, the three siblings had come to visit Marquis Valerie's estate, and what had started as a perfectly innocent suggestion from the princess had somehow snowballed from a peaceful game of house into a full-blown murder mystery that nobody had signed up for. William and the princess both step forward at the same time, pointing dramatically and shouting that they are going to crack this case wide open. The princess pumps her fist and says they absolutely will. Emma watches the two of them and thinks to herself that they are genuinely the cutest pair of detectives she has ever seen in her life. William clears his throat and starts to say that despite appearances, the one who looks like a child but actually has the mind of a, and before he can finish Emma tilts her head and asks if he means a shut-in with too much free time. William spins toward her and tells her that is incredibly harsh. The Queen steps in calmly and tells them she is not entirely following the plot but asks if what William and the princess are getting at is that this was not an accident but a deliberate killing and that the culprit is currently standing among them. William points at her and says exactly right. George immediately shouts that they need a locked room mystery element and Emma turns to him and reminds him flatly that they are standing in a garden. George looks around, then quietly turns his head and wonders out loud whether there is a cliff somewhere nearby he could use for a dramatic ending scene. The princess, staying completely in character, spins toward George and catches herself mid-sentence, correcting herself and calling him father instead of George, then asks him seriously why he suspects the mother, Emma, did it. George straightens up and points directly at the prince, Edward, who is still lying motionless on Emma's lap doing his best impression of a corpse, and announces that there is a distinct almond smell coming from him. He states with full confidence that potassium cyanide was used and that Emma mixed it into his meal. Emma stares at him. William shakes his head slowly and tells his father that he is completely off track. George asks why. William explains that the almond smell from potassium only comes from almonds before they have been harvested, and furthermore that even a small amount of potassium in food causes an immediate burning sensation in the mouth which makes finishing the meal physically impossible. George, playing the neighbor father, throws his arms up and shouts that Edward loves Emma so deeply that no matter how terrible the food his wife puts in front of him tastes, he would finish every last bite on the sheer power of love alone. Emma's jaw drops and she shouts at him, pointing out that she cannot even cook, and asking how he could possibly use that as an argument. George immediately spins around, points straight at Emma and shouts that right there, the fact that she does not love the prince enough to even learn how to cook for him, is motive. Emma stares at him for exactly 1 second before pivoting entirely and pointing back at George, telling everyone calmly that based on his suspicious and overly enthusiastic behavior, the real killer is obviously him. William's expression shifts. He turns toward George slowly, his eyes going darker, and calls out to his father in a low voice, telling him that it is time to come clean. Then he raises his hand and points, asking whether George is the one who did it. George goes rigid and says he has absolutely no reason to kill anyone. The Queen nods in agreement, pointing out that he is just the neighbor. William takes a step closer to George and asks, very quietly, whether he is not in fact Emma's secret partner in crime, her accomplice in an affair. Emma's eyes go wide. The revelation that she has apparently been having an affair in this story is news to her. George opens his mouth but Emma cuts him off immediately and tells him not to make that face because it is the most obvious guilty expression she has ever seen on a person. William presses forward, asking George how he can do this to his best friend Edward, and then lays out his theory with terrifying calmness. Did not his wealthy best friend promise to clear all of George's debts if he introduced him to Emma? George's mouth snaps shut. William continues, noting that beyond that, everyone knows Emma has a well-documented relationship with money that could generously be described as very careful, and that George had reasonably assumed that if his rich friend got close to Emma she would reward George handsomely for making it happen. George is grinding his teeth. William adds that yes, Edward is also quite wealthy and carries a large insurance policy, but since the best friend in question is significantly richer, George had calculated that Emma would be better off with her secret lover than collecting on the insurance, which meant Emma had no real motive to kill her husband at all. Emma looks between her two brothers with a long steady stare and asks them quietly whether they are both still holding a grudge about money from their previous life. George collects himself and shouts that none of this holds up because there is zero evidence and he does not even have a wealthy best friend. William smirks and says brown hair, freckles. George freezes and shouts back asking if he means Joshua. And at that exact moment, the supposedly deceased Edward sits bolt upright on Emma's lap, very much alive, and asks with sharp and immediate interest who Joshua is. The princess turns to him with her arms crossed and tells her brother in the most unimpressed voice she can manage that he is supposed to be dead right now. Edward looks at his little sister with a deeply embarrassed expression. Emma watches the princess hold her ground without even blinking and thinks to herself that this girl does not bend the rules for anyone, prince or not. She quietly starts scanning the garden, still half committed to finding a cliff somewhere for a dramatic ending, when something catches her eye. She still goes. Then she shoots to her feet and shouts George's name. The princess immediately tells her to stay in character and follow the game settings. Nobody listens. George's eyes have already found what Emma is looking at and every trace of the game falls off his face instantly. He throws his arm out and tells everyone to get back and move away right now. There is a small hole floating in the air a short distance away, a tear in empty space where there should be nothing, and something is already beginning to push through it. A monster emerges, unlike anything any of them have seen before. The realization ripples through the group all at once. This is most likely a local barrier hazard, and it has opened up right here in the Valerie estate garden. Something thick and wet pours out onto the ground. The prince stares at it and asks what on earth that is. William, visibly trembling, tells him that it is a monster called a slime. The prince goes rigid, asking if that thing crawling out of that hole is really a monster and confirming out loud that this is a local barrier hazard. George nods and pulls out his whistle, telling everyone to get out of the area right now. He orders William to lead everyone to safety, clear out all the people nearby and grab anything that might be useful on the way. William nods and moves immediately. Emma watches George blow the whistle and understands what it means. The sound carries to the hunting dogs stationed within the territory and from there the hunters will pick up the signal, begin evacuating the surrounding area and call in support from neighboring territories. Hunters are trained to move the moment that sound reaches them. Rose reaches out toward Emma and tells her to run with them. Emma tells her she is staying to back up her brother. The princess grabs her arm and tells her that is not happening and that George is coming too. Emma looks at her and then at the hole and decides there is simply no time to go back and forth on this. She turns to Rose and tells her calmly that she and George grew up in the borderlands and asks her to leave this to them. Rose hesitates. William has already had enough. He swoops in, scoops up the princess and tells the queen firmly that Emma and George are staying, that she needs to listen right now and that they have to move. He shouts for everyone to hurry. The prince, still piecing everything together, follows without another word. Once they are gone, George turns back and assesses the situation. Before the other hunters arrive, the two of them need to figure out what they are dealing with. If this thing can cover distance quickly, the damage could spread fast. Emma takes a breath and says out loud that this is without question the tightest spot she has ever been in. George agrees quietly. He studies the slime and tells her that it might be straightforward or it might not be, because a way to reliably defeat a slime in this world has never actually been established. Its danger level and rarity are both off the charts. Cutting it with a sword causes it to split and multiply. Fire makes it explode into scalding vapor. Its body fluid is a strong alkali that causes severe burns on direct contact. The one saving grace is that until it fully locks onto a target, it will not bother going after anyone else. Emma looks at her brother and they both arrive at the same conclusion without saying it. George draws the slime's attention and holds it while she figures out its weakness. In the meantime, she runs through everything they have already worked on. Alongside making clothes and dresses, the three siblings had quietly been spending time studying and testing monster weaknesses, documenting what worked and passing the verified results on to their father and uncle, who had already begun feeding the findings to the palace hunters and developing new tools from them. For the slime, the working theory had always been about adjusting its pH level. The body fluid is alkaline, so pouring something acidic onto it should neutralize it entirely and cause it to lose the ability to hold its shape. It is still unconfirmed, but if William remembered, he will come back with something acidic. George turns to Emma and apologizes, telling her he could not exactly send her running. She tells him it is fine. Knowledge is the highest priority in the borderlands, which is why William left first, and beyond that their research might actually come in handy right now. George's eyes widen slightly as he realizes the slime will likely attack the moment it finishes coming through, and without a weapon he is going to take the first hit directly. He turns to Emma and asks if she brought it, telling her she knows what he means. Emma's expression flickers and she asks how he figured that out. Then she reaches down, pulls up her skirt and tells Violet it is time to come out. George stares at where the spider has apparently been hiding this entire time with an expression that he struggles to put into words. Emma holds Violet up and asks her quietly if she will lend her power to her brother. Violet leaps straight onto George's head without any hesitation. The slime finishes pulling itself fully through the hole, shudders once, and then launches itself straight at George. George's eyes snap open and in an instant Violet's power surges through him. He takes off at a speed that should not be possible, weaving and dodging every attack the slime throws at him with sharp clean movements, drawing it away and keeping it busy while wearing a focused grin that says he is taking this very seriously underneath all of it. Emma stands back and watches, turning everything over in her head. Violet's ability is remarkable, she thinks, the speed alone is something else entirely. But they have never actually field tested any of this before, so all they have right now is a hypothesis and a spider. There has to be something, some observable weakness, some pattern. She tells herself to settle down and look properly. She steps closer to the barrier opening, eyes fixed on the slime. The moment it registers her presence, it abandons George entirely and swings toward her. George sees it happen and his voice cracks as he shouts at her to run. Emma turns to move and then stops dead. Her eyes go wide. There is a second one. It has been sitting quietly inside the hole this whole time and nobody noticed it until right now. Violet reacts before anyone else can. In a single sharp motion the spider fires a web straight at the slime bearing down on Emma, cutting it off mid-lunge. Emma screws her eyes shut and braces herself. Something light and fine dusts across her skin like scattered particles catching the air, and then her legs give out and she drops to the ground. George shouts her name across the garden. George spots Emma and bolts toward her, scooping her up and pulling her clear before the slime can reach her. He carries her into the shade of a nearby tree and sets her down, trying to bring her around. His face tightens the moment he sees what the fluid has done to her skin. He says out loud, voice cracking, that she is a girl and something like this should never have happened to her. The corrosion on her arm is spreading and he cannot slow it down. If it keeps going she could lose the arm. He has no time to fall apart about it. He tells her it is going to hurt and to hold on, then leans in and bites down on the affected area, drawing out as much of the fluid as he can before spitting it away. Emma cries out through clenched teeth, her whole body tensing with the pain. He keeps going, apologizing between each attempt, telling her he is sorry, that he knows it hurts. When he is done, he pulls the ribbon from her hair and wraps the wound tightly. He looks back and sees the slime already closing in. He tells her moving is going to sting, but they have no choice. Emma fights to stay sharp as the edges of her vision start going soft. She tells herself to hold it together. George is keeping the slime occupied, and the least she can do is think. She turns her eyes back to it and watches carefully. Back home, the three of them had built a card game called Monsters Karuta from George's collected knowledge and stories from people who had actually faced these creatures, and somewhere in all of that she had noted things that never made it into the cards. She focuses and watches. The slime seems to be shrinking slightly each time it fires a water shot. The first one had let off 10 shots before stopping. The second one has barely managed 2. Something is shifting. William comes sprinting toward them with his arms full of bottles. George shouts his name the moment he sees him. William pulls up short when his eyes land on Emma and his face falls, telling her she looks awful. She gives him a worn-out smile and says she is fine. He looks down at what he is carrying, vinegar and lemon, and George tells him quickly that there are 2 slimes and to try everything on the smaller one, the one that went after Emma. William grabs a lemon and throws it straight at the slime, telling it exactly what he thinks of what it did to his sister. It makes clean contact and bounces right off. Nothing. He grabs the vinegar bottle next and hurls it hard enough that it shatters on impact, drenching the slime. Still nothing. William stares at it, jaw tight. George asks if anything is working. William says no. Emma speaks up quietly from where she is sitting, telling them that the liquid might still be doing something even if nothing is visible yet, and that if the slime keeps taking it in there could still be a chance. George tells William to keep throwing. William keeps going, bottle after bottle, and the slime just keeps swelling. He looks back at Emma and tells her he has run through everything and it is not working. Emma keeps her eyes on the slime. Its movements are slower, she is certain of it now. The vinegar is too weak to fully neutralize it, but it is doing something, working on it from the inside. The interior has gone slightly cloudy and it has not fired a single water shot since taking the vinegar hits. There is something here, just out of reach. She just needs a little more time. The right side of her body is burning and her arm feels like dead weight. George looks at her and makes the call, telling William to take her and leave. William refuses flat out. George fixes him with a look and William's mouth closes. He moves toward Emma without another word. Then George sees the larger slime bearing down fast and throws himself out of its path in an instant. Emma keeps her eyes locked on the slime, turning everything she is seeing over in her head. The grass beneath it as it moves is showing no signs of dissolving, which means the outside of its body is dry. If the surface carried any fluid at all, it would never be able to hold that round shape together. She stares at it. Then it hits her. Why did she not see that sooner? She feels like the answer is right there, just one step further, when a shout cuts across the garden. They all look up. The territory hunters have arrived, spreading out across the grounds and moving fast. Both Emma and George let out a long breath at the same time. William does the same, then immediately squints and asks out loud why the prince is here with them. George shouts at William to get the prince out of there immediately. Then he looks down and realizes that both he and Emma are completely surrounded by slime. He lets out a slow breath through his teeth. The hunters standing at the edge of the garden stare with their mouths hanging open, taking in the scene, 2 slimes, and 3 people who have somehow been managing them alone this whole time. One of them mutters that it should not even be possible. The prince shouts Emma's name, his voice tight with panic as he pushes forward. He reaches her and looks at her face, completely shaken, asking what happened to her. Emma cracks her eyes open just enough to register who is standing over her and thinks to herself that an untrained person on a hunting ground right now is the last thing they need. Then George spots the large slime bearing down on the prince and yells at him to move. The prince freezes for half a second, then draws his sword and slices straight through it. 2 smaller slimes wobble where one had been a moment before. George goes completely still. He looks at the prince and asks him, very slowly, what he has just done. This is the world they live in. He had been managing 2 slimes while keeping Emma safe, and now the count has gone up. The prince stares at the 2 slimes blankly and asks if cutting them does not kill them. George does not answer. He turns toward the hunter leader and demands to know why they brought the prince into an active hazard zone. The leader opens his mouth. George is already moving, running with Emma in his arms, calling back that the two of them were already stretched thin and that if the hunters do not do something right now the prince is going to get killed. The leader snaps out of it, shouts an apology and orders his men to surround the prince immediately. They close ranks around him and one of the hunters quietly relieves him of his sword. George keeps moving and keeps thinking. Slimes multiply no matter how finely they are cut. More slimes means more targets, and more targets means more lives at risk. If the count climbs any further they are going to start losing people. The hunting hounds should be able to pick up the whistle signal even at a distance, which means his father, uncle, and the palace hunters are on their way, but that is still roughly 2 hours out. The palace has hydrochloric acid that Emma made, and if they had that right now this would already be over. But that is not the problem sitting heaviest in his chest. Emma is losing too much blood. There is no concept of blood transfusion in this world and if things keep going the way they are going she is not going to make it. Leaving her to protect the princess would technically be the right call. He grinds his teeth. He cannot do it. Emma, Minato, his sister. He cannot do it. He jumps, dodges 2 attacks at once and keeps running. The prince watches all of it from inside the ring of hunters. He sees the look on George's face and slowly understands that his being here and what he did with his sword have made everything significantly worse. He looks at Emma's face and feels it settle in his chest like a stone. He had not meant to put her in more danger. He had only wanted to help, even just a little, to protect that smile of hers. In the short time he has known her something has quietly taken root in him that he is only now recognizing for what it is. Around him the hunters are fighting harder to keep the slimes contained and one of them shouts that they are not going to be able to hold much longer. George pushes himself to keep dodging, watching the smaller slime closely. There is a pattern, he is sure of it now. 5 shots and then a pause. He files it away and catches his breath for exactly 1 second before 2 slimes lunge at him from opposite sides simultaneously. He throws himself sideways and barely clears them both. That was far too close. And in the scramble, Violet slips from his head and drops to the ground. George stares at her lying there and his stomach drops. The prince sees it happen and sees George frozen over the spider while the water gun's next round is already building. He shouts George's name. George reaches for Violet and then feels something behind him. He turns. A new creature is standing there, something that has nothing to do with the slimes, and it is looking straight at him. The prince sees it lock onto George and shouts at him to look behind and run. George looks. For a moment everything in the garden goes completely still, the hunters, the prince, everyone holding their breath at once, because it genuinely looks like the last moment for both George and Emma. Then a massive shape drops into the garden. George looks up and the word leaves him before he even thinks it. Komiai. The great cat stands over the two of them, calm and unhurried, and gently scoops them both up with one broad paw. George looks up at Komiai, still catching his breath, and asks the cat in genuine disbelief whether he actually ran all the way from the palace. Komiai answers with a single meow. The prince shouts at George from behind the ring of hunters, telling him to stop staring and move while he has the chance. But Komiai is already done listening to anyone. He sets the two of them down, takes one long look at Emma, then slowly turns and fixes his gaze on the slimes. Something shifts in his expression. He moves. The slimes, which up until 30 seconds ago had been terrorizing an entire group of trained hunters, take one look at the enormous cat closing in and immediately turn and run for their lives. It does absolutely nothing for them. Komiai hunts them down with calm, unhurried swipes of his paw, and every single person standing in that garden watches with their mouths open as the wind pressure from each strike alone is enough to knock back the slime's water shots without Komiai making direct contact even once. George stares at him and realizes something. He had always known Komiai as the lively, energetic one, always moving, always active during hunts. But watching him now, taking down creatures with the bare minimum of effort and not a scratch on him, is something else entirely. An angry Komiai, it turns out, is genuinely terrifying. The slimes scramble in every direction and Komiai follows each one at his own pace, completely unbothered. George carefully lowers Emma onto the grass. The bleeding needs to stop now. If they move fast enough she can still be saved. Then the prince's voice cuts through, asking George what that enormous creature is and whether it is some kind of monster. George looks at him, genuinely puzzled for a moment, then tells him to relax, that it is their cat and Emma's favorite one at that. The hunters exchange glances, quietly trying to process why their cat is stronger than anything currently on the field. One of the hunters walks over to William and hands him a first aid kit, telling him to use it quickly. William thanks him and sprints over to George. George tells him to keep his distance, but William tells him that Komiai has things covered on that front, so they need to focus on Emma right now. George knows he is right. He grinds his teeth anyway, because in a situation like this keeping all three siblings alive had been the one thing he could not afford to get wrong. Then all of their cats step forward at once, forming a quiet ring around the three of them, a living wall between the siblings and anything still moving in the garden. George looks at them and feels something loosen in his chest despite everything. He tells William they need to start the treatment now. William stops him before he can reach for the bandages and says they have to wash the wounds first. He explains that a normal chemical burn would not bleed this heavily, which means there is slime fluid still mixed in with the blood, and cleaning it off properly has to come before anything else. He pours water over the wound carefully and leans in to look. The damaged skin is peeling away from the surface in thin layers. Then Komiai quietly pads over and settles himself down alongside Emma, pressing his warm bulk gently against her side. George watches him and realizes the cat is trying to keep her body temperature from dropping. One of the hunters calls out that he is bringing more water. George tells him to please hurry. He turns back to Emma and takes in the full extent of what he is looking at. The damage fans outward from the point of direct impact in a starburst pattern of deep connected cuts, the result of George twisting and turning to avoid attacks while she was in his arms, each movement pulling the wounds further apart. The deepest one runs from her side down toward her stomach, and the injuries hidden beneath her clothing are worse than anything visible. William stares at it and tries to think clearly. Using an ointment or antiseptic on skin that is already peeling apart with just water feels less like treatment and more like making things worse. But leaving the bleeding unchecked will kill her, and bandaging it the traditional way means every cloth change will tear the skin all over again. There is no blood transfusion in this world. No transplant. Skin this damaged does not grow back. And underneath all of that is the quiet fear of infection creeping in on top of everything else. He looks at her and his mind goes completely blank for one terrifying second as he tries to figure out what the right move is. Then Violet lands on his hand. William looks down at the spider and says her name out loud, startled. He asks what she is doing. Violet does not answer. She turns her head toward Emma's arm, shifts, and begins laying down silk threads directly over the wound in careful deliberate lines. William watches, frozen. George starts to say something sharp, but Komiai turns and makes a short firm sound in his direction. George stops and looks at the cat, asking why he is cutting him off. Neither of them moves again. Violet works steadily across every wound, covering each one in a clean layer of web until there is nothing left exposed. When she finally stops, both brothers lean in and look. The bleeding has stopped completely. William checks the webbing carefully and notices it is not pressing down on the wound at all. The threads feel cool and light against the skin, almost soothing. Something clicks in his head. Emma had mentioned before that Violet could read a situation and adjust her silk accordingly, producing whatever type of thread the moment called for. He remembers Emma going on about it proudly while he stood there only half listening. He wishes he had paid a little more attention. George looks over at him and says the bleeding has settled, so they should trust Violet and Komiai and hold steady for now. William nods and then catches movement out of the corner of his eye. The prince is edging nervously around Komiai, giving the cat a very wide berth, trying to get closer. He asks why they have not moved Emma yet since the first aid is done. William tells him Emma is still the slime's primary target and moving her right now is not an option. The prince blinks, not following. William lays it out for him. When a slime loses its prey beyond a certain distance, it begins splitting rapidly to widen its search, and if it cannot locate the target it will detonate. In the worst case the divisions can exceed 100 million. If that happens the country itself would not survive it. The prince goes very still as the full weight of that lands on him. They cannot kill it, they cannot run from it, and on top of all that Emma's injuries still need proper treatment. He looks at her lying there and something cold settles in his chest. There is nothing he can do for her. And even if she somehow pulls through, the damage to her face and body from the slime's fluid could be permanent. His voice comes out quieter than he intends as he turns to George and says he wants to help Emma. George looks at him without answering. Then a faint sound cuts through the tension. Emma's voice, barely there but present. William's head snaps toward her and he says her name, relief and urgency hitting him at the same time. Both brothers close in, telling her to hold on and stay with them. She tries to lift her arm and cannot. Her whole body is shaking. William leans down close to her face, asking if she is trying to tell them something. She pushes the words out in broken pieces, her lips barely moving. Slime. Soil. Something else he cannot catch. George tells her gently that he is not following and asks her to try again. William stays quiet, listening harder, turning each fragment over. Slime. Shrug. Soil. Soy. He still goes. His eyes widen and he pulls back, telling her there is absolutely no way something like that could actually work. Emma manages a small nod, her expression firm even through the pain. Slime. Salt. It defeats them. William is on his feet before she finishes the word, sprinting across the garden. George shouts after him. Violet drops from the tree and chases William without hesitation. William reaches the nearest hunter group and grabs their attention, breathing hard, telling them he needs help right now. He turns back toward the slimes, certain in his eyes, and says that he thinks he has found a way to bring them down. William rounds up the hunters and leads them at a full run down toward the Valerie Estate storehouse. One of them lights the place up and asks what exactly they are looking for. William tells them salt. The hunters exchange glances, clearly not following the logic, but he does not slow down to explain properly. He just tells them it cannot be helped that they are confused, but his sister told him to use it and that is enough for him. Emma had no combat training. She stayed back with George not out of inability but because of something that had become very clear over the past month. Her entire life spent studying insects had sharpened her observation and creative thinking in ways that were hard to put a number on. The monster's Karuta had been her idea, and when George tested it on the hunting ground roughly 70% of it held up in practice. If Emma says salt works, William is betting on it. He turns it over in his head as he searches. He remembers what she was trying to say. Their mother used to sprinkle salt on slugs whenever she found them in the garden. Emma must have made the connection, slimes and slugs, same principle. It is probably something like that. One of the hunters calls out that he might have found something. They tear open the bag and find sugar. The hunter looks up and says they probably need to check everything in here. William stares at the unlabeled bags and asks out loud why nothing is marked. He starts opening them one by one, then catches himself and remembers that literacy among ordinary people in this kingdom is not particularly high. That is likely why everything is sorted by color instead. The bag he opens has breadcrumbs. They keep going until only a white bag is left. William dips his finger in, tastes it and shouts that it is salt. The hunters cheer. They start hauling the bags out together and William reaches for one, pulls, and immediately realizes it is not moving. He lets go, slightly winded, and wonders quietly whether his sister is actually right about this. They come out of the storehouse and he stops dead. There are people everywhere outside. The area should have been cleared. Then someone shouts his name and he looks up. His father is standing there. So is Uncle Arben. And behind them, the palace hunters. William feels something in his chest loosen all at once. His father closes the distance immediately, asking if everyone is alright, where the hazard opened, how large it is and what came out of it. William blinks at the rapid-fire questions and tells him there are 3 slimes. The hunters around them go pale. Then William mentions his sister and both his father and Arben react before he can finish the sentence. He tells them he will take them there and starts moving, but his father steps in front of him, looks at the bag in his hand and asks if they are bringing that too. William says yes. His father takes it from him without another word and tells him to hurry, steering him back toward the garden. His father calls out while they are running, asking how Emma is. Before William can answer, the Lord spots the cats and completely loses his train of thought, asking out loud why they are here and how on earth they got here. William quickly fills his father in, telling him the cats ran all the way from the palace and got here just in time to block the slime attacks. His father takes that in with a single nod and then his eyes land on Emma. He asks quietly whether the first aid was enough to hold the bleeding and whether she is still with them. William tells him yes. George appears at his side a moment later and the Lord crouches down beside Emma, telling them he is sorry they took so long and asking for the full picture. Emma opens her eyes just enough to find her father's face and takes a slow breath. George lays it out quickly. 3 slimes, 3 targets, himself, Emma and Prince Edward. His father's head snaps up at the mention of the prince. William points him out and his father spots him among the hunters without a word. George turns to William and asks what he brought and how exactly they are planning to finish this. William tells him straight that they are defeating the slimes with salt because Emma said so. A beat of silence follows. One of the hunters speaks up and points out that these are not slugs, and if salt worked on slimes nobody would have had a problem with them in the first place. The palace hunters shift uncomfortably, not entirely sure what to make of their situation. But Emma's father and uncle do not hesitate for even a second. Both of them straighten up with complete conviction and announce that if it is their daughter's idea then there is simply no doubt about it. The palace hunters exchange a look and say nothing. One of the hunters brings up a practical problem though. Slimes move fast and will be gone before anyone gets close enough to cover them in salt. The Lord turns that over and then Emma's faint voice pulls everyone's attention. He leans toward her immediately, asking what she needs. She raises one hand weakly and points at Violet. He looks at the spider, then back at Emma, and asks if she is saying Violet should come to him. Emma gives the smallest nod. Violet moves without being asked, leaping cleanly from where she sits and landing on the Lord's head. The hunters stare. Several of them take a small step back. The Lord picks up a bag of salt, looks at the smallest slime and moves. The speed Violet grants him sends him cutting through the air like he was built for it, closing the distance in seconds before launching the entire bag directly onto the slime. He lands and steps back. For a moment nothing happens. Then the explosion hits and everyone drops low, bracing against the force of it. When the dust settles every single person in that garden is staring with their mouth open. The Lord straightens up and says it is his first time trying but the results are something else. George calls out that this is exactly what he expected from their father, fastest on the field without question. William watches and adds quietly that Violet's ability scales with the user's natural athleticism, which means his father could push even further than that. The Lord considers it and says it feels less like pure speed and more like his whole body has been turned up a level across the board. The cat turns its head toward what remains of the slime. George watches it too and notices the creature behaving strangely, moving wrong. William holds his breath. Then the slime simply melts, collapsing in on itself and pooling flat against the ground. Every hunter in the garden stares at it in dead silence. One of them whispers that it is defeated. Another one says it cannot be real. A sword had done nothing and a bag of salt just ended it. Komiai reaches down and picks up what is left with one paw, holding it up for the Lord to see. It looks like a thin sheet of dried wrap, barely there. George stares at it and says out loud that he was genuinely fighting for his life against that thing. William is already looking at his sister. George shakes his head and says he still cannot believe something that straightforward actually worked. Then William spins around and shouts at everyone that Emma said it could come back if it touches moisture. He tells them to roll it up immediately and push it back into the barrier hole, then cover the opening with salt to stop anything else coming through. The hunters scramble. Even George looks unsettled, saying that the idea of it reviving is genuinely alarming as he shouts for everyone to move and get it sealed. Once the last slime is dealt with and the hole is packed and salted, the hunters tell the Lord they will handle the rest of the cleanup from here. He thanks them, turns back, and lifts Emma carefully into his arms. He tells her in a low steady voice to hold on. After a while Emma's eyes drift open. She stares at the ceiling and genuinely wonders if she has made it to heaven. Then something warm and rough drags across her cheek and she turns to find Komiai sitting right beside her looking very pleased with himself. He goes in for another lick and she laughs, telling him it tickles. She is happily fending him off when the door opens and Martha steps in, takes one look and freezes like she has seen a ghost. Emma spots her and calls out her name. Martha drops everything in her hands and bolts out of the room at full speed. Emma stares after her and asks if she is hurt. Martha's voice bounces back down the hallway screaming for the master and madam at a volume that suggests the building is on fire. Emma blinks and looks at the window. The sun is already high up. She wonders if she just overslept. Her entire family comes pouring through the door moments later, all calling her name at once. Her father reaches her first and takes her hand. She looks around and realizes with a small jolt that everyone is crying. Her mother cups her face in both hands and tells her she is finally awake. Her brothers are no better, both sniffling in a way they would deny if asked. Emma looks at all of them and asks very carefully whether she was perhaps dying at some point. William makes a sound somewhere between a sob and a shout, telling her that her fever did not break for 3 days and she did not wake up once, and asks if she has any idea how worried they all were. She apologizes and then immediately gets distracted running her hand along her arm, noticing how cool and smooth it feels. She asks her father what is going to happen with the wound. Her father takes a breath and tells her honestly that nobody knows yet. George steps in and explains that every time anyone tried to remove Violet's threads, Komiai stopped them, so they just kept watch and took turns sleeping beside her to make sure nobody touched the wound. Emma turns to Komiai and asks if she can take the threads off now. Every cat in the room meows at the same time. She studies Komiai's face and tells her family it looks like they need to leave it for another month. William stares at her and asks how she is having a full conversation with the cat. She smiles and says cat language is mostly mood and energy, vague but somehow readable, and if Komiai says another month then that is that. William bangs his head in frustration realizing that he is not able to understand even a single word said by her. Emma glances around and notices her uncle is missing. She asks where he went. Her father tells her Arben headed back to the university in the royal capital. Emma says that seems early since he had barely been here a month. Her father tells her Arben was so worried he extended his stay by 2 full months. Emma says he extended it by 1 week. Her father tells her gently that she was asleep for over a month. Emma goes completely still. Her mother breaks into fresh tears saying she truly thought Emma would never wake up. Emma panics and starts apologizing. Seeing the woman who usually scolds her without blinking now crying over her is deeply uncomfortable. She thinks to herself that she had not known a person could sleep that long and that she was probably closer to dying than she had realized, which would also explain why her stomach is currently making sounds like it is filing a formal complaint. Then something else hits her. If she was out for over a month her birthday would have already passed. She looks at her family. They all say happy birthday at the same time. She thanks them and then, with her stomach growling loud enough for everyone to hear, asks her mother where her birthday cake is. Her mother immediately points at her and announces at full volume that she will be eating soup and nothing else until her stomach recovers. Emma's whole expression drops flat. She says yes in the most defeated voice she can manage and thinks to herself that at a combined mental age of 35 plus 12 she is still being told no and eating soup like a small child. Her mother catches the look, sighs, and tells her not to be so sad about it. She promises to bake her a birthday cake once she is properly back on her feet. Emma perks up immediately. While Emma is still recovering, Joshua comes to visit. Among all the relatives who keep dropping by and treating her injuries like the most dramatic thing that has ever happened, talking to someone whose attitude has not shifted one bit is genuinely refreshing. He brings her something delicious every single time without fail. He fills her in on things too, telling her that the capital has settled back down so completely that the coup barely feels real anymore. The king fighting alongside his own guards apparently left a strong impression on the public and his approval went through the roof. He also mentions that the dresses Emma designed for the queen have become quite the talk of the town. Emma is genuinely pleased to hear that. Then something occurs to her and she asks if he has ever actually been to the royal capital and what the academy there is like. He tells her the royal castle sits at the center and the school buildings wrap around it. The students are all sons and daughters of nobility so it might feel a little stiff at first, but the coursework is flexible with plenty of subjects to choose from and there are regular evening parties and tea gatherings to keep things social. Emma listens with full attention. The whole family will be moving to the capital soon to replace Arben who is finishing up at the university, and she wants to know what she is walking into. Joshua watches her as she listens and thinks to himself that Emma, who has spent her whole life doing exactly as she pleases out here, is going to make the aristocratic circles of the capital very uncomfortable. Looking back at the tea party alone is enough to confirm that. He is also quietly worried about her being surrounded by boys her own age at school. Emma tells him he always seems to know everything and that it is impressive. He says it comes with being a merchant's son, that gathering information is part of the job, but the real skill is knowing what to do with it once you have it. He keeps that last part to himself but his reasoning is simple. He is doing his best to keep Emma's attention pointed in his direction, and focusing on what interests her is the most reliable way he knows to do that. He shifts and asks if she received an inquiry letter from the prince. She tells him yes. His eyes go a little wide. He had already heard from George about the prince developing feelings for Emma and it had made him more restless than he wanted to admit. Everything he has gathered on the prince shows no obvious flaws in either character or appearance, which is the most inconvenient possible outcome. His own feelings are not going anywhere, but the prince holds a political weight he simply cannot match. Emma meanwhile is saying that the prince kept apologizing and sent a pile of congratulatory words for her recovery, and that the queen also wrote, and even her handwriting is beautiful and her letter smells wonderful. Joshua looks at her and quietly notes that she is far more interested in the queen than the prince right now, which feels like the only small mercy available to him at the moment. A knock at the door pulls everyone's attention. Emma calls out and her brothers come in, William carrying a stack of books under his arm. He spots Joshua and asks if he is here again. George looks at him and asks whether he is not swamped because their father apparently handed him 3 accounts to manage, and wants to know if everything is alright on that front. Emma did not know that and immediately tells Joshua not to push himself on her account since she is doing much better now. Joshua turns to George with a look that says he did not need to share that, then turns back to Emma, places a hand over his chest and tells her plainly that he wanted to see her, so none of it feels like pushing himself at all, and that if anything he would come every single day if he could. Emma reaches over and presses her hand gently to his cheek, looking at him with concern and pointing out that he has dark circles under his eyes. He blinks, caught completely off guard. She then asks if he would like to take an afternoon nap together since the bed is plenty large enough for 2. Her brothers both say her name at the same time with identical expressions. William starts to explain that is not really the point when he notices Joshua has slowly sunk to his knees, hands clasped, eyes shining upward, quietly thanking whatever force in the universe is responsible for sending him someone like her. Emma watches him and remarks that he is very devout and always seems to pray at the most specific moments. William opens his mouth, decides against it and shakes his head. He holds out a small box instead and tells her he managed to sneak it past Martha, so she should open it before anyone finds out. It is Violet. Komiai slips into the room quietly and immediately zeroes in on Violet, who wastes no time and leaps straight onto him. Komiai looks perfectly content about this. Joshua watches the spider land and says that it is Violet, then takes in the deep purple color and says Emma was right, it really is something. Emma asks him if she is not the cutest thing he has ever seen. Komiai and Violet have already started what can only be described as their own private conversation, the two of them exchanging sounds and gestures back and forth while Emma watches them with stars in her eyes, completely enchanted by the fact that a giant cat and a spider are apparently best friends who have things to discuss. Then Komiai turns and looks directly at Emma. She meets his gaze, not sure what is coming. He meows. She follows his eyes down to her arm and slowly lifts it, studying the silk thread still wrapped carefully across the wound. She looks back at Komiai and asks quietly if she can peel it off now. His expression gives her the answer. Her whole face breaks into the widest smile she has managed in over a month and she announces to the room that it is finally time. She starts with her face, peeling the threads back carefully. William rushes forward and grabs her hand before she can start, telling her to hold on and not to peel it off that fast. Joshua steps in and tells her he will send for the skilled doctor his family keeps on hand and asks if she can wait just a little longer. Emma tells him there is no need since it does not hurt anymore. He tells her that even so, he would feel better if everything was done properly, for everyone's sake. Emma looks at him for a moment and then agrees. A lady doctor arrives shortly after. She introduces herself as Elia, a specialist in skin care, and asks everyone to trust her and step back. Emma smiles and tells her she is in her hands. Elia moves in carefully and begins lifting the webbing away strand by strand, placing each piece in a tray. The whole room watches in complete silence. Emma's mother bursts into tears before it is even halfway done. When the last thread comes off, Emma picks up the mirror. Elia looks at her and says that while some scarring remains, considering how she was injured, this is honestly the best possible outcome and it has healed remarkably well. Emma nods and says it is nothing short of a miracle. Her mother immediately asks the doctor whether the scars will fade. Elia turns to her and tells her gently that unfortunately they will not. Her father steps in and tells Emma it does not matter, scars or not, she is still just as lovely. George stares at the healed skin, genuinely stunned, pointing out that there is no keloid, no pulling, no tightness, and that they owe Violet everything for this. William agrees quietly, equally amazed. Joshua has been watching her in silence this whole time. He speaks up and asks if it is not actually pretty cool. Everyone turns to look at him. Emma spins toward him and asks if he really thinks so. He smiles and tells her yes, because it looks exactly like a spiderweb and that is genuinely cool. Emma's eyes light up completely and she announces that she loves her scar. George nods and says if she feels that way then that is exactly how it should be. Her father agrees, saying if she likes it then all is well. George looks at her and thinks to himself that she really has not changed at all. 6 years earlier, a young Joshua sat beside his father in a carriage on the way to the Stewart estate. His father told him that no matter what anyone said or did today he had to keep his head up and hold his ground, and asked if he understood. Joshua told him he did. He was 8 years old and he already knew what today was going to involve. Merchants were a favorite target for aristocrats who wanted someone to look down on, and he had sat through enough of those moments to be thoroughly tired of them. His father sighed and said they needed to get on the good side of the Lord here if they wanted to do business in the palace territory. Joshua watched his father's face and noticed the tension there. Doing business in new land was never easy, and this particular stretch of the kingdom was harder than most. The southern territories that did not face the sea sat right up against the monster frontier, and the 3 lordships that had historically managed that region, Po'ato, Langland and Stewart, had spent generations holding that line. 60 years ago Po'ato had collapsed economically while the lords of Langland, father and son both, were killed by monsters in the same period. 2 territories gone at once. Despite there being no shortage of nobles in the central regions, not a single one of them had any interest in taking on a frontier posting, and in the end the imperial order came down to fold both fallen territories into Stuart's domain. The result was a border count overseeing a vast stretch of difficult land, and that was not a man anyone with business sense could afford to treat carelessly. When the carriage reached the estate, Joshua looked out the window and thought the mansion was surprisingly plain for a noble household. The Count himself came out to greet them and told them almost immediately to drop the formal courtesy. He was warm and easy and nothing like what Joshua had been bracing for. It was also the first time Joshua laid eyes on Emma, and she looked like something that had wandered in from a completely different world. The Count introduced all of his children and told Joshua he hoped they would get along well. Emma walked straight over, looked directly at Joshua's face and stared. Joshua felt his stomach drop. His freckles were the one thing about himself he had never been able to make peace with, and this girl was staring right at them. He asked what she was looking at. She leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. The room erupted. The Count shouted that he did not mean for them to get along in that particular way. Emma pulled back, smiled and said his freckles looked just like a cluster of book lice and that she found them lovely. Joshua stood completely still and then, quietly, smiled. It was the first time in his life he had ever been glad he had freckles. The Count grabbed Emma and pulled her back, telling Joshua firmly that this was not what he had in mind when he said get along, and asking if that was understood. After that the Count's wife came in carrying tea herself. Joshua's father recognized her immediately as the woman who had made quite a name for herself in the royal capital years ago, and here she was serving tea like a maid. He told her it was an honor. She told him casually that a large number of one-horned rabbits had turned up the day before and that everyone in the mansion was busy processing the fur, so she could not promise the tea was at its best. The Count mentioned they had already tested the product and it would be going to market the following week, and suggested they pick some up and see for themselves, adding that it did not sell particularly well in the palace region since the climate was too warm, but that it might move well further north, though he shrugged and said it was small money either way. Joshua's father stared at the price and felt something in his chest physically ache. This lord was a disaster at business. The fur spread out in front of them was clearly worth many times what was being asked. He told the Count he would pay 10 times the listed price and asked to take the entire stock. The Count smiled and said absolutely not, that if it was the 100 rabbits he and his brother had personally hunted he would let them go at an even lower rate. Joshua looked at the man and quietly revised his understanding of the situation. Then he noticed the white fabric laid out across the tables and asked what it was for. The Count apologized for the mess and explained that one of their maids was getting married and the whole family was making her wedding dress together. Joshua's father looked more closely and felt the ground shift slightly beneath him. Every piece was handmade. The lace work was at a level the Queen's own wardrobe would not have been embarrassed by. He pointed out carefully that their company also dealt in fine clothing and asked if they might purchase the fabric. The Count declined and explained simply that the territory ran a little lean, that most things were made by hand between the family and the staff, and that they had nearly sold off everything in the mansion already. Joshua's father sat with that for a moment. In front of him was a mountain of goods that could each fetch the price of a house, and this man was describing himself as poor. He made a decision on the spot and told the Count he would like to take over the management and sale of the territory's specialty products entirely. The Count lit up and said that would be an enormous help and that he could start whenever he liked. Joshua's father smiled and thought to himself that this family had clearly been taken advantage of for years and he was going to have to work very hard to fix that, starting immediately. Thanks to Joshua and his father, the Stewart territory's finest products finally find their way into the world properly for the first time. The Stewart family, who had been quietly selling off the contents of their own mansion just to keep things running, pulled back from the edge right before they would have had to let the mansion itself go. Back in the present, Joshua steps out of the estate and spots Emma in the garden with Komiai, up on her feet and looking like herself again. The whole family is getting ready to move to the royal capital soon and he watches her for a moment with a feeling he cannot quite shake. The second prince is in the capital and the memory of Emma lying on that grass still sits somewhere in his chest that he has not fully dealt with. He does not want to watch something like that happen to her again. He lets out a quiet breath, makes up his mind and decides he is heading to the capital too. A month has passed since the barrier hazard at the Valerie estate. When the second prince returns to the royal capital following his uncle's defeat, the city he grew up in feels like a different place entirely. He had convinced himself that being sent away to his mother's family meant his father's feelings for her had cooled, but the truth turns out to be the opposite. His father had received word of the coup well in advance and had quietly been working to contain it the whole time, sending the three of them away as a precaution and deliberately keeping the prince in the dark to draw suspicion away from him. He only finds this out now. Standing before his father with his mother beside him, the queen asks the king quietly whether he has stopped loving her. The king looks at her like she has said something absurd and tells her there is absolutely no way that could ever be true. She looks confused. He tells her that his feelings have been obvious since the moment he first saw her and have not wavered once, and that whatever has changed about her recently has only made her more captivating. The queen tells him to stop already, clearly flustered. He steps closer, takes her hand and apologizes for making her worry. She smiles and tells him she is glad he is safe. The prince watches his parents and feels something warm settle in his chest for a moment before it fades. He turns toward the window and looks at the sky. It has been over a month and Emma still has not woken up. If they had never invited the siblings that day, none of this would have happened to her. His mother apologized to his father repeatedly, but the king refused to hear it, saying the decision was his children's to make and that without them the damage would have been far worse. He asked the queen to please make sure Emma is praised thoroughly when she wakes up because it will make her happy. The prince turns that over quietly. The environment that family lives in is genuinely harsh. Monsters are a real and constant threat every single time they step outside their territory. Compared to that, the coup that shook the royal capital starts to look like what it really was, a petty scramble for position between people who have never faced anything truly dangerous in their lives. The center of the barrier sees no monsters. Every real threat gets pushed outward onto the border lords and the people standing at the edge, and the capital just lets it happen without a second thought. He had lived here his whole life and understood almost none of it. He had acted on his own that day without knowing enough, and it had cost someone he cares about. The fact that nobody blamed him does not make the mistake disappear. Emma and the others did most of the real work and wanted nothing in return. He thinks about all the things he does not know yet, about the country, about monsters, about what it actually means to protect someone, and decides quietly that he is going to work considerably harder from now on. He cannot afford to embarrass himself in front of her the next time they meet. More than that, he wants to be someone who can actually protect her. Back in the present, Joshua is standing in front of the Stewart estate practically vibrating with pride, presenting Emma with the specially prepared carriage he has put together for the 15-day journey to the royal capital. He announces its features with full enthusiasm. Emma stares at it, genuinely impressed. The real challenge of this move had always been the logistics, specifically how to transport her silkworm research and her 4 cats without everything falling apart somewhere along the road. The carriage wheels are wrapped in the hide of a hippo-like water monster, acting as a shock absorber to keep the ride smooth. The cat carriage is lined with the same hide and layered inside with one-horned rabbit fur for comfort. It sounds perfect on paper. The cats disagree. Emma brought the first prototype out and they made their feelings about it immediately and thoroughly clear, refusing to get in and staring at her until she promised to fix it. Joshua had gone back and changed the seasonal lining, reduced the overall size slightly and narrowed the entrance. Emma apologizes to him and explains that her cats have an issue with certain smells. Joshua stares at her and asks what exactly he is supposed to do about that. The materials used are all standard Stuart territory goods, one-horned rabbit fur, iron and wood, the same things used in the household furniture without any complaints. He cannot figure out what the problem is. George steps in and tells Joshua there is a fresh shipment of hippo hide at the market right now and he should probably go and have a look before it is gone. Joshua thanks him immediately, spins around and calls back to Emma to send him the full list of the cat's requirements because he needs to go and secure a better fur for the carriage right now. George watches him disappear down the road and thinks that the man is as relentless as ever. Emma turns to her brother and asks if the others are around because she wants their opinion on the carriage. George looks at her and tells her plainly that when they get to the royal capital she really needs to stop talking to the cats in public, because most people are not used to it and it will draw the wrong kind of attention. Their family and Joshua are the exception, not the rule. Emma lets out a frustrated breath and tells him to stop worrying. Out of all of them, she thinks she lived the most ordinary and well-adjusted life in their previous world, so he really does not need to manage her. George wanders over to the carriage Joshua put together and looks it over. He says it is less of a cat carriage and more of a cat container. He climbs inside and notes that it is completely dark with no windows at all. He finds the roof latch, figures out how to push it open and climbs back down. He runs his hand along the fur lining and admits that it is actually incredibly comfortable to sleep on. Emma steps in after him, telling him he could probably fall asleep anywhere at any time, but as her hand touches the fur her eyebrows go up. She says the summer lining is something else entirely, more like a luxury bed than a cat container, and promptly lies down. William arrives a moment later, takes one look at his siblings sprawled inside and shouts at them, asking what they are doing since their mother has been piling all their unfinished work onto him. Then he looks at the lining. He climbs in without another word and announces that this is without question the most comfortable place he has ever been. Their father appears next, mentions he had not expected to find everyone here, and climbs in just the same. Their mother follows shortly after. The other cat's carriage draws Komiai over and he pokes his head in, feels the lining and his eyes go wide. Every other cat piles in behind him. The whole family, human and cat alike, ends up spending a very peaceful afternoon in two cat carriages in the middle of the garden. After a while Joshua comes back and finds them. He looks inside, takes in the scene and is quiet for a moment. Then he says he is going to take that as confirmation that the cat carriage is perfect now. 1 month later the departure day arrives. The carriage originally meant for Emma and her family sits nearly empty with Joshua riding in it alone. He stares out the window and says out loud that he had been looking forward to this 15-day journey for a very long time, specifically because he was going to be riding alongside Emma, and yet somehow she and her entire family have abandoned the passenger carriage entirely in favor of riding with the cats. He sounds genuinely heartbroken about it. Emma's voice carries over from the cat carriage as she calls out for roll call. One by one every member of the family shouts their number back, bright and enthusiastic, right on cue, as if they had never left their old life behind at all. And just like that, the ordinary and extraordinary household life of the Tanakas in the royal capital begins. They slip into the capital under a dark night sky, arriving well past any reasonable hour. Everyone climbs out of the carriages, finds their rooms and falls asleep without much ceremony. The next morning William leans out toward the garden and tells his sister to give it a rest already. Emma is already out there doing something among the plants and turns toward him, asking what the problem is since they made it in time. Tonight is the royal family's party celebrating the prince's admission to the academy. William tells her the only reason they made it in time at all is because the cats ended up pulling the carriage themselves. Emma smiles and says it has been 2 months since they left the palace territory and they arrived just last night. They had been due several days earlier but that had not quite worked out. George appears and immediately asks Emma if she could perhaps reflect on herself for one moment and acknowledge whose fault the delay actually was. Emma tells him she needed to collect insects that cannot be found back home and that the detour from west to east was only a little out of the way. George tells her at considerable volume that a little is not the word he would use. She holds up a grasshopper and says it is completely natural to collect and study insects that do not normally appear in their territory. William steps closer, his expression darker than usual, and points out that if their mother had not thought ahead and sent the servants and luggage separately, they would have arrived with nowhere to sleep and no beds, and the insect collection would have been at serious risk on top of that. Emma apologizes. Joshua had parted ways with them once they reached the capital, heading straight to his family's shop there. He was in tears when he left. So here they are, the morning after arriving exhausted and late, and instead of a slow quiet recovery from 2 months of travel, the whole household is running at a pace that makes the journey look relaxing by comparison. Their mother is working through interviews with the newly hired staff and sorting through everything that needs managing in the new mansion. Their father is putting the finishing touches on Emma's dress for tonight. The siblings are settling in the silkworms and the insects collected along the way and making sure nothing has suffered for the detour. It is, by any measure, a lot. In the middle of all of it, someone knocks. William calls out for them to come in. A maid opens the door slowly and steps just far enough inside to deliver her message, her eyes darting nervously around the room at the various containers and creatures lining the walls. She tells them their mother is asking for everyone to come to the drawing room in the West Building. Then she edges back out of the doorway as quickly as she politely can. Emma thanks the maid and then looks around with genuine uncertainty, asking where the West Building actually is. George admits he has the same problem, saying this house in the capital is on a completely different scale from what they are used to. The garden alone is enormous and the rooms just keep going. William agrees and says he would honestly prefer to live in the smaller part of the main building. The other two nod immediately. The maid looks at the three of them, quietly processing the fact that these are technically aristocrats, and offers to draw them a map to the West Building. The family emergency meeting is in full session shortly after, everyone gathered and present. Their mother opens by announcing that their life in the royal capital starts today, and that tonight, with no rehearsal whatsoever, they will be attending a party hosted by the royal family. She asks her children whether they fully understand what that means and then looks at Emma, who is working her way through her food at an impressive speed. She shouts. Emma stands up straight and announces with complete confidence that while her manners and etiquette may leave something to be desired, she has the advantage of lived experience from her previous life and asks her mother how many years she thinks she spent as a functioning adult. George turns to her and asks if she can hear herself. William is already frustrated before she finishes the sentence, pointing out how many times things went sideways on the road here alone. Their father waves it off and says that since monsters do not appear in the capital, they have nothing to worry about. Their mother rounds on him immediately and tells him he is far too easy on her. She straightens up and her voice takes on a sharper edge as she tells them that the most dangerous things out there are not monsters, they are people. People with petty desires and crab mentality, always pulling down whoever dares to rise above the rest. She brings her hand down on the table and tells them that the academy in particular, full of half-formed children who do not know themselves yet, is one of the cruelest environments they will ever walk into. William stares at her and asks quietly what exactly happened during her own school days. Emma is equally taken aback and asks if it was really that bad. Their mother does not answer that directly. She takes a breath and lays out the rules instead. Rule 1, do not stand out. Rule 2, do not stand out. Rules 3, 4, and 5 are identical. She then turns to George and tells him that regardless of anything else, passing the demonology class is non-negotiable. It is critical for the family's standing and she needs him to understand that. George looks like a man accepting a sentence he cannot appeal, and tells her he understands. She adds that the academy also permits student marriages, so if he happens to cross paths with someone wonderful he should absolutely not let the opportunity slip by. George's expression does not improve. That evening all three of them get ready for the party at the castle. When they are still and silent they carry themselves with a quiet noble presence that stops people mid-conversation. Heads turn the moment they enter. Across the room 3 girls notice them at the same time, and a slow smirk spreads across each of their faces. Emma's brothers leave her standing alone in the middle of the crowd. George heads off to grab drinks and William makes his way toward the young lord from the neighboring territory. She watches them disappear into the crowd, feeling a little unmoored, and her mind quietly drifts somewhere else entirely. She really could do with some cake right now. Her eyes drift shut for a moment, a low gloom settling over her, when something collides with her out of nowhere and her dress takes the hit. A girl steps closer with 2 ladies at her side, telling Emma it was purely an accident and that she meant no harm. Emma looks at her. Something warm creeps up into her face. She turns it over in her head and the whole setup feels oddly familiar, like one of those classic story beats straight out of the villainous novels she used to read in her past life. She keeps her eyes on the girl and quietly makes up her mind not to cause a scene. A butler materializes from behind and extends a small offering of handkerchiefs in her direction. Then Emma opens her mouth and thanks the girl warmly for her thoughtfulness. The girl goes completely still. A breath later, Emma drops to her knees and begins scrubbing the floor herself. The two ladies trade a baffled look between them. Their leader runs out of patience fairly quickly and snaps, her voice sharp, demanding to know whether Emma has lost her mind entirely. She further presses her teeth together on the inside. The whole sequence was supposed to run differently. According to her, Emma was meant to dab at her dress, let the tears come, and flee the scene in distress. None of it is going to script and she genuinely cannot figure out where the disconnect is. The girl watches her with growing unease, her eyes sweeping the room around them. She needs to be gone before the royal family steps through those doors. If they walk in on this, the whole thing will read as deliberate harassment on her part. She pushes again, voice clipped and tight, making it plain that Emma needs to clear out and that it needs to happen now. Before the standoff can stretch any further, 3 boys come cutting through the crowd toward Emma. They crowd around her, asking if she is alright and whether she is in some kind of trouble. She glances up at them and recognition settles in. These are the same boys who turn up at their tea parties without fail. They press her for answers, voices layering over each other. Emma rises to her feet, lifts one finger to her lips, and signals for everyone to bring the energy down. She tells them she is perfectly fine and nudges them to keep their voices low. The girl rounds on the boys immediately, her tone cutting. She tells them they are reading the situation completely wrong and lays it out again, that it was an accidental spill, that she has already offered a proper apology, and that there is nothing more to it. The boys go quiet. Then one of them breathes the words out slowly. Red wine. On her dress, the reality lands and they come apart entirely. Voices drop to urgent, overlapping whispers as they point out that this is Emma, which means that is Emma's silk gown currently bearing a wine stain. Not even 100 gold coins would scratch the surface of what that costs. The color drains steadily from the girl's face as the full weight of it catches up with her. She is still making her case, insisting her apology was complete and proper, when Joshua steps into the middle of it all. He looks the girl over with an unhurried calm and asks what exactly is going on here. One of the boys grabs his arm, relieved, and asks him how many gold coins Emma's dress is worth today. George walks over to Emma and looks at her stained dress. He doesn't notice the others whispering around him. Then it clicks. This is the so-called baptism from the first prince's faction. Every year, daughters who support the second prince's side get targeted, forced to miss the party or left crying in a corner. And Emma, known as the head of the second prince's faction in the royal capital, was always going to be their target this time. George and William both reach her side. They look at her. William frowns and points out that they told her not to cause any trouble. Joshua cuts him off, pointing straight at William. He says Emma did nothing wrong. She got dragged into this. And it's their fault for taking their eyes off her. William stares at him, totally lost. He asks how any of this lands on them. Joshua then turns toward the lady and calls her Francesca. He asks if she wants to know how much Emma's outfit costs to replace. The lady freezes. Then, in a quiet voice, he tells her it is roughly 300 gold coins. That rattles her even more. She tries to slip away, saying it is about time she takes her leave. But as she spins around, she spots a crowd gathering. She stops, confused. From the crowd, one lady mutters under her breath, "Why is he here so early?" Meanwhile, a boy standing beside another lady whispers that it is his first time seeing black hair. A gentleman with black hair steps down from the stairs above. He enters the venue and asks everyone to relax and save their greetings. Then his gaze lands on the lady. He walks closer. She bows her head, panicking. She starts rambling about how long he has been watching and whether he saw everything. He steps even closer and calls out her name. Francesca. He asks what all this noise is about. Then he adds that he has heard a rumor. Every year, she picks on young ladies from lower status families. He asks if that is true. She suddenly shouts that she has no memory of anything like that. He looks at her and notes what an ugly excuse she is giving. His eyes land on Emma across the room, then drop to the wine stain spreading across the floor. He takes her in and the thought crosses his mind that it is a real shame, with her dress like that, she will not be able to stay for the party. He calls out to her, asking if she is alright and letting her know he can have a replacement dress arranged at the royal palace for her to change into. Emma looks over at him and tells him not to worry because the dress she has on is waterproof. Something shifts in his expression. His face goes red and his brow furrows, something about her voice catching him off guard. He calls out sharply, asking if the person standing there is Emma. Emma pulls the cover from her face. She tells him it has been a while. He stares at her, stunned, and then a smile breaks across his face as he agrees that yes, it really has been. The entire crowd goes still. A quiet ripple of surprise moves through everyone present. The prince is smiling, and that smile is genuinely, disarmingly sweet. Nobody seems quite prepared for it. He steps closer to her, the lightness fading just a little, and asks if she is truly all right, whether she was frightened. He blames himself quietly, saying that had he arrived just a bit sooner, none of this would have happened to her. She assures him she is perfectly fine, the dress too, but she does mention the carpet has taken quite the hit. He glances down at her dress, confirms it looks undamaged, and tells her not to give the carpet another thought. Then his gaze shifts back to Franziska. He addresses her by name, his tone cooling, making it plain that none of this changes what she did. He tells her she will not simply walk away from it. Everyone present witnessed the harassment and every single one of them will say so. Franziska's jaw tightens, her body betraying her with a slight tremor. The weight of the situation presses down on her all at once. She never should have let herself get caught. In the royal capital, there had long been a rumor that the Stuart family was pushing their way into the second prince's life, leveraging some weakness to position their daughter as his fiancée. It had always felt like idle gossip to her, but watching the prince smile at Emma like that makes the rumor feel very far from the truth. If anything, it looks like the prince is the one completely taken with her. It is entirely possible the engagement simply has not been announced yet. The thought of what she has just done, spilling wine on the fiancé of a royal, and what that means for her and her family, settles over her like cold water. Then Emma steps toward the prince. She tells him calmly that Lady Franziska did not bully her. She explains that the drink was spilled suddenly and by accident and asks him not to be upset over it. The entire room goes quiet. Even Franziska turns to look at her, visibly thrown, trying to make sense of what she is hearing. Low murmurs ripple through the crowd. People begin whispering that she is remarkably kind. They had heard she kept to herself and disliked drawing attention, so for her to step forward and cover for Lady Franziska like this, it feels like something else entirely. More than one person quietly wonders if she might actually be an angel. William catches the mood of the crowd and reads it immediately. It seems a good number of people had the wrong idea about his sister, and whatever favorability they already had toward her has just gone up by a considerable amount. The prince turns back to Emma and tells her gently that she does not have to do this, that she is too kind for her own good, but what Franziska did has crossed a line, and he cannot simply overlook it. Emma shakes her head. She tells him firmly that she really was not harassed and asks him again not to punish her. Her eyes are wide and earnest, because as far as she is concerned, she genuinely does not believe anything that bad happened to her. Across the room, Franziska watches her. Her teeth press together and a slow, baffled frustration builds in her chest. She cannot believe Emma is covering for her, here, of all places, in this moment of all moments. She has absolutely no idea what is going through that girl's head. At the royal party held to celebrate the academy admissions, Emma covers for Franziska, the girl who spilled wine on her dress. In her heart, she genuinely does not feel wronged. Not even a little. The truth is, her mind had already wandered somewhere else entirely by the time it happened. Her brothers had barely been gone a minute when she drifted off into her own head. Her eyes had settled on Franziska, and something about the way the girl was handling her wine glass had pulled her in. Back before the Tanaka family reincarnation, her whole family had a soft spot for a good drink. Emma especially, she had always been the type to sit alone with a glass and let her thoughts run wherever they pleased. So watching Franziska fill her cup all the way to the brim catches her attention immediately. There is something almost admirable about it. Emma herself had always done the same thing at home, a full pint glass, no half measures, though she had always reined it in around other people. But this girl? She does not seem to care at all. She fills her glass without hesitation, right here in the royal palace hall, at a party hosted by the royal family no less. Emma watches her with quiet appreciation. This one is a serious drinker. She finds herself genuinely wanting to talk to her, sit down somewhere, pour a couple of glasses, and have a real conversation. She starts turning over topics in her head. Grape cultivation maybe, though she personally leans toward the stronger stuff and wonders what Franziska would prefer. She stops herself and shakes her head. Right. She is not old enough to drink here. That whole line of thinking will have to wait. Just as she pulls herself back to the present, Franziska drifts closer and the entire contents of her glass end up on Emma's dress. Emma looks down at the stain. A calm sort of recognition settles over her. She had spilled plenty herself back when things got lively, so she cannot really hold it against anyone. She glances around and reads the room quickly. The cold, unsurprised looks on the faces nearby tell her this is not exactly a rare occurrence. It seems Franziska has a bit of a yearly tradition going. Then Franziska apologizes. That part genuinely catches Emma off guard. Drunk as she clearly is, she apologized right away without being prompted. Emma softens almost immediately. What a surprisingly well-mannered girl, even if that wide smile is doing a poor job of hiding just how far gone she is. Something lifts in Emma's chest. She thinks to herself that getting to a place where you are smiling like that is honestly the peak of a good drink. After that, her attention shifts to the butler and the very expensive carpet currently bearing the consequences of the evening. She is crouching down, working at the stain with focused determination, when the prince arrives and the whole situation snaps back into focus around her. She glances up at him and quietly decides, this does not rise to the level of a royal scolding. She steps over to Franziska and takes her hand gently. She tells her that she was just a little carried away with the wine, and that since the dress turned out to be perfectly fine, there is no need for any compensation or fuss. Then she turns it around and asks if Franziska's own dress is all right. Franziska looks at her. She has met people who perform kindness, the sort that unravels the moment you listen closely enough to how they speak. There is always something off, a sharpness hiding underneath the warmth. But standing here with Emma, she does not pick up any of that. Not a trace of it. Her face slowly goes red. She turns toward Emma, something shifting behind her eyes, and that is when she notices it. The face cover has tilted slightly from the breeze, and the scars beneath are briefly visible. The old gossip surfaces in her memory without being invited. People used to say Emma leveraged those scars to pressure the prince into an engagement. But having stood here with her for even this short a time, that story feels almost laughable. The girl in front of her is gentler and more sincere than most people she has ever met. And then the thought turns inward. She had taken on the baptism 3 years ago. At the start, she had not wanted any part of it. But the first prince's faction had built her up, treated her like someone important, and she had believed it. Looking at Emma now, she understands something she had not let herself see before. The people who are truly worth something are the ones who lead with kindness. Emma is standing here right now, shielding her from the prince's anger without a hint of fear, and she has not asked for a single thing in return. Her eyes fill quietly. She speaks up, her voice unsteady, and tells Emma that she is sorry, that she did her wrong. Emma waves it off without missing a beat. She tells her it is nothing, and points out that she apologized the moment the wine hit the dress anyway. Franziska questions Emma again, her voice still unsteady, asking how she can simply let it go like that. Emma looks at her, genuinely puzzled for a moment. Then something clicks behind her eyes. She reaches out and takes Franziska's hands in hers, tilting her head with a small smile, and puts the question to her simply, how about they become friends instead? Franziska stares at her, completely thrown. Emma presses on, telling her she should be her very first friend in the royal capital. She even offers to show her around the academy. Then, almost as an afterthought, she wonders aloud whether Franziska happens to know any good cake shops on the way home and suggests they go together sometime. The boys standing nearby look at each other in stunned silence. Franziska collects herself and says yes, if Emma truly does not mind her company. Emma lights up immediately, telling her of course she does not mind. Internally, a quiet, satisfied smirk settles over Emma. A sweet friend and a drinking companion, all in one. She files that away as a personal victory and considers it a promise to herself. Franziska catches the look in Emma's eyes just then and goes still. That smile, she thinks. It is completely radiant. She looks just like an angel. Her brother standing off to the side arrives at a very different conclusion. Having heard everything, he looks thoroughly unconvinced by the angel theory. William cuts in, pointing out that there is simply no way and that nobody here even knew what she looked like before tonight. So how has this happened? George chimes in, half serious, suggesting it might be some kind of group hypnosis at work. William adds flatly that she was absolutely thinking about the drinking friend angle the entire time. He is not wrong. A little while later, Emma watches Franziska head off, telling her she has to get back for now. Emma makes a small attempt to keep her a little longer, but lets her go. George settles beside her, saying he is just relieved she did not end up in any trouble. Emma disagrees with that immediately. She points out, quite matter-of-factly, that she did not do anything wrong to begin with. Before anyone can follow that thread, the prince turns to Emma and lets her know he is heading back to his seat. He tells her to enjoy the rest of the party. Emma nods and tells him she is glad they got to talk, keeping it easy and warm. The prince makes his way back upstairs to join his family. The boys watch him go, still quietly buzzing. It had felt so natural while it was happening, but standing here now, the weight of it settles over them. He really is a completely different kind of existence from the rest of them. The kind that feels almost unreachable from where they stand. George walks alongside Emma, William, and Joshua, mentioning almost to himself that the dancing portion of the evening is coming up and that it is very much not his strong suit. He turns to Joshua and tells him he showed up right on time, thanking him for the effort. Joshua smirks, waving it off. He says it had nothing to do with being helpful since he only came to find Emma, so the timing just happened to work out in his favor. He steps closer to Emma a moment later, holding out a tray stacked with cakes. Her eyes light up instantly and she thanks him with genuine warmth. He then slips off his jacket and drapes it over her shoulders, telling her she must be getting cold. She thanks him again, though her attention has already been pulled toward the brownies. One bite in and her expression says everything. William drifts over and glances down at the tray, then does a double take. He points out that a plate that was completely full has somehow become nearly empty in the span of a single conversation. He tells her she really is eating too much. Then he picks up a generous slice for himself and takes a large bite. He chews slowly, and his expression shifts. He tells her it is genuinely delicious. Emma looks at him with a quiet smile and asks if she was right. Joshua leans in, curious, asking which one she means specifically. He tells her he needs to know her preferences properly. Emma picks up a small piece from her plate and holds it out to him, telling him that is the one she means. She asks him what he thinks. Joshua's knees give out beneath him. He drops to the floor. Emma watches him go down and tilts her head, asking with mild concern whether the brownie was not to his taste. He turns his face away quickly, hiding the red that has spread right across it. He manages to tell her no, it is incredible, possibly the finest brownie in existence, and then his eyes go wide when she mentions casually that he should go ahead and take the last one. He stares at the fork in her hand and quietly resigns himself to whatever fate has in store for him. Before she can hand it over, George appears at her side and asks if it is really as good as all that. She tells him yes, absolutely, and passes it his way instead, telling him to see for himself. He takes it, chews once, and confirms that it is in fact true. Joshua watches this unfold from the floor. He lets out a sound that is somewhere between outrage and grief. George glances over at him and asks what the matter is. Joshua tells him, voice strained, that he had no idea he was going to eat that particular piece. George stares at him blankly. Joshua pulls himself together after a moment, tells him to forget it and that it is fine. George, catching on a beat too late, tells him that is on him and offers to fetch another round. Joshua tells him again, a little more firmly, that it is fine. The door opens behind them before anyone can say another word. A butler steps through and approaches Emma and her brothers, asking if they are ready. He informs them that His Majesty has summoned them and that a drawing room has been prepared. He offers to show them the way. They look at one another. They follow the butler down the corridor, the reality of it sinking in with every step. This is not the prince. This is the king himself. By the time they are shown through the doors, whatever nerves they had been managing quietly have tripled. The drawing room that greets them does not help matters either. It is breathtaking in a way that makes the whole situation feel even more significant. The butler tells them to wait and steps back out, pulling the doors closed behind him. They stand there, looking at each other in the heavy silence of a very beautiful room. Then William turns to his sister and asks, in a tone that is more alarm than accusation, what exactly she has done this time. Emma turns right back at him and tells him firmly that she has no idea and asks him to stop treating her like the cause of everything that goes wrong. George exhales slowly beside them both, staring at nothing in particular, and mentions quietly that his nerves are getting the better of him. A knock at the door makes all three of them jump. Before anyone can so much as breathe, the doors swing open and the queen sweeps in, making a beeline straight for Emma and pulling her into a hug before the girl can even register what is happening. She tells her it has been far too long. Emma settles into it and tells her warmly that yes, it really has. The princess comes rushing in right behind her, arms already open, wrapping around Emma and saying the same thing in almost the same breath. Off to the side, the prince stands with his arms slightly open, eyes expectant, waiting. The princess notices her brother and gives him a puzzled look. Emma, reading the room with quiet efficiency, smoothly steers the princess away to another corner of the room before anything can develop further. The queen turns her full attention to Emma then, cupping her face gently in both hands. She tells her they have finally met again, and mentions that her letter had said she was doing better. She asks about the wound, whether it still hurts. Her eyes find the marks along Emma's face and something in her expression falls. The shift does not go unnoticed. Emma's brothers feel it too, their own expressions tightening as the quiet settles over the room. Emma looks around at all of them. Then in one swift motion she pulls the cloth from her face entirely. She tells them plainly that it does not hurt anymore and that it does not get in the way of anything in her daily life. A small pause follows. Then she adds, almost as an afterthought, that the one thing she cannot do is dance. Her brothers look at her. They press their teeth together, a shared frustration simmering between them. George mutters under his breath that it is deeply unfair. They both want to avoid dancing just as badly and somehow she has found the one excuse that actually works. The queen's expression softens into something gentle and a little sad. She says she thought that might be why the three of them had been standing out on the balcony together, and tells Emma how lovely it is that her brothers stayed by her side. George straightens up immediately, a quiet pride finding its way into his posture. He tells the queen that he only did what any older brother would do. William nods along, adding that of course they were not about to leave her on her own. Another knock pulls the queen's attention to the door. She glances over her shoulder and says it must be the king. The doors open and the king steps through. The three siblings bow in unison without hesitation. The prince steps forward and makes the introduction, and one by one the siblings present themselves. The king listens, and then his gaze moves to Emma. He steps closer, reaches out, and tips her face up gently to get a proper look at her. Emma goes still, somewhere between startled and unsure, his name leaving her lips in a small uncertain breath. The king lets out a full, rich laugh. He tells her that if he were 10 years younger, he would have asked for her hand himself. He says it plainly and with complete conviction, adding that she is truly, genuinely lovely. Behind him, the prince goes rigid. He asks his father, with considerable feeling, what exactly he thinks he is saying. The king turns to look at his son, a slow smirk settling across his face. He asks the boy whether it is not a little entertaining to have his own father as a rival. The prince stares at his father, visibly struggling to compose himself. William and George exchange a look beside him. William leans toward his brother and whispers that the king of their kingdom might genuinely be one of a kind. George tells him under his breath to keep it down, pointing out that commenting on royal humor is a risky business. The prince steps closer to Emma, looking a little rattled, and tells her not to pay his father's words any mind. Emma, however, is not entirely present for this. Something has pulled her quietly inward. Then the words slip out before she can catch them. She murmurs that he is incredibly handsome. The prince turns to look at her. In her previous life, the type she had always gravitated toward had been far from conventional. Minato's own looks had been fairly unremarkable, yet she had always found herself popular with an older crowd. The people who sought her out, the ones who called on her, even the person she had briefly been with, all older, all drawn to her in ways that made those around her quietly envious. She had never quite understood it, but she had never questioned it either. And now, standing in front of her, is the king. Black hair threaded through with white, sitting perhaps 10 years away from going full silver. The faint lines at the corners of his eyes that only show themselves when he smiles properly. A well-built frame that speaks to years of discipline. A voice that carries its own quiet authority. A neatly kept beard. 48 years old, completely at ease in his own skin, and every bit the picture of a man who has grown into himself beautifully. Emma smiles to herself and sends a quiet, heartfelt thanks to whatever force dropped her into this world. She studies him a moment longer and decides that he and Queen Rose are perfectly matched. Side by side they must be twice as stunning. The prince watches her, thoroughly confused. He asks her what she means exactly, whether she is saying she finds the king handsome. Emma blinks and turns toward him. A thought crosses her mind and the corner of her mouth twitches. She wonders to herself whether he is anxious about the prospect of her becoming his mother-in-law. She decides he has nothing to fret over since she made her peace with leaving romance alone after everything her previous life put her through. She leans slightly toward him and murmurs that he should not breathe a word of what she just said to anyone because it is mortifying. He looks at her with open confusion but tells her quietly that her secret is safe. The Queen suggests they all sit down and continue talking somewhere more comfortable. Everyone settles in together. The King speaks up then, saying he has been wanting to thank them. Emma looks across at him and thinks to herself that he really is extraordinarily cool. He goes on to say that word reached him last year of how they looked after Rose and the children, and that ever since the family returned, his wife and kids had done nothing but talk about them. Emma leans in just slightly, watching the way his face moves when he speaks. When she gets home, she is going to paint his portrait. She has already decided. George steps in respectfully and pushes back, telling the King he has it the wrong way around. It was the Queen and the children who looked after them, and on top of that the Queen had invited them to the Valerie territory on more than one occasion. The King nods and brings up the dresses as well, mentioning that they had gifted the Queen a considerable number of beautiful things. He glances toward Emma and asks whether what she has on today happens to be one of them. William answers before anyone else can, telling the King with full sincerity that dressing someone as beautiful as Rose is nothing short of a privilege for their family. The King smiles and moves on to mention something about the local burial matter. Emma is only half following the conversation at this point. She is too busy sitting across from a very handsome older man and feeling quietly, completely delighted about it. The King continues, bringing up the matter of Emma's injury. He mentions that she was hurt while defending their territory, and that slime is no ordinary threat. It is the kind of monster capable of bringing an entire country to its knees. As king, he wants her to know that he is fully aware of what she risked, and that it does not sit lightly with him. Then he bows his head. He speaks on behalf of his people, on behalf of Rose and his children, and thanks them for standing between all of those lives and something that could have swallowed everything whole. Emma goes completely still. She looks at the man in front of her, the highest authority in the entire country, with his head lowered toward them, and she cannot make it compute. She starts to come undone a little, telling him quickly that there is absolutely no need for that, that they only did what was expected of them. George adds that it is simply what they were raised to do, as children born of the Lord who watches over the borderlands. William is already beside himself, voice pitched low and urgent, telling the King to please raise his head. The three of them hover in barely contained panic, watching a king bow before them. When the King finally lifts his head, Emma catches his expression. He is smiling, open and unguarded, like a boy without a single complicated thought behind his eyes. Something about it makes the whole moment feel even more unreal. The King exhales and mentions, almost conversationally, that he had written to Count Stuart some time ago with the intention of offering a reward, only for the Count to turn it down entirely. Emma blinks. Then something surfaces in her memory. The third family meeting. Her father had walked in holding the letter with the expression of a man who had just been handed something he did not know what to do with. He had worked himself into a quiet spiral almost immediately, saying that more territory was the last thing he needed because more territory meant more duties, and more duties meant more of everything that came with them. Emma had felt the same way the moment she understood what was being offered. More invitations. More proposals. More high-ranking guests and formal balls and occasions that demanded she be somewhere other than home. She had said no before anyone could finish the sentence. She would rather be with her cat, watching insects go about their business, or working on Rose dresses with her hands. Her brothers had landed in the same place without much deliberation. So their father had written back that he had only fulfilled his duty as a borderland lord and respectfully declined, and the family meeting had closed on that note without much fuss. Back in the present, the King asks them whether there is any chance they might speak to the Count and persuade him to reconsider. He says plainly that in recent memory he cannot think of a single family that has given this much to the country. George responds with the same quiet steadiness he has carried through the whole conversation, telling the King that with respect, his father's reasoning has not changed, and no matter what they say to him, his answer will come out the same way it always does. The King looks at him for a long moment. He turns it over in his mind, and the longer he sits with it the more astonished he becomes. Every aristocrat he has ever known has angled for titles, for land, for recognition. To turn down a marquisate without hesitation, without negotiation, without even a polite show of reluctance, is something he genuinely cannot place within his understanding of how nobility behaves. He looks at the three of them sitting across from him and something settles in his chest. This family is something else entirely, humble in a way that does not perform itself, generous without keeping score. He turns it over once more, searching for another angle, another way to close the gap between what they deserve and what they will actually accept. Then he looks over at Emma and asks, with the ease of a man who has just found his answer, how she would feel about becoming the prince's fiancée. The king looks at her, waiting for a response. Emma's expression is perfectly clear. She tells him she declines. The room goes silent. Her brothers turn to stare at her. George leans in close, voice tight, asking her what she plans to do if she ends up arrested for this. William says nothing out loud, but the look on his face says he feels genuinely sorry for the prince. He glances over at him, trying to get a read on his reaction, and finds nothing he can interpret. That somehow makes it worse. The king blinks. Then a short, startled laugh escapes him, caught somewhere between amusement and disbelief. He says he genuinely cannot believe there is a noble lady anywhere in this kingdom who would turn down the crown prince without a second thought. The queen cuts in sharply, calling out to her husband. She tells him he has absolutely no delicacy, bringing up an engagement out of nowhere like that. She points out that even Emma looks troubled by it. The prince has gone somewhere quiet inside himself. She declined. He turns it over slowly, wondering if he simply falls short of what she is looking for. His eyes drift to her and then to the jacket draped over her shoulders. His brow draws together. He wonders if there is already someone she is waiting for, someone who matters to her, and whether that jacket belongs to that person. Emma, meanwhile, is doing her best to hold a straight face. She had refused without a single moment of deliberation because she has no intention of getting married, full stop. The problem is that she is supposed to be a proper lady of nobility and she cannot think of a single graceful way to frame this. She decides honesty is the only option left. She turns to the king and apologizes for the bluntness of her refusal. She tells him the issue has nothing to do with the prince, that he is not lacking in any way. The problem is entirely her. She has no plans to marry, not in this life or any other, because she is fairly certain her nature makes her a poor match for anyone. She feels for her mother, she really does, but grandchildren are something this world is unlikely to see from her. To put it plainly, she says, it would not do the prince any good to be engaged to someone like her, an eccentric young lady who is genuinely passionate about bugs. The king's expression shifts. He fixes her with a long, steady look and asks her plainly who said any of that. He tells her that according to the local hazard barrier report, Emma sustained scarring not only on her face but across her upper right side as well. He looks at her directly and says that a girl so beautiful she has the prince completely beside himself is sitting here telling him she cannot be with him because of permanent scars on her face and body. Emma feels the full weight of his gaze and goes very still. He is staring at her with an intensity that pins her in place. Then, slowly, the corners of his mouth lift. His eyes go glassy. He says quietly, almost to himself, that this young girl has been pretending to be perfectly fine this whole time so as not to worry anyone around her. He lets the thought sit for a moment. Then he says simply that it is gallant. George looks up and his expression shifts entirely. The king is on his feet. He is also, unmistakably, crying. George has absolutely no idea what is happening or why. William is in the same boat, watching the king cross the room toward Emma with an expression of total bewilderment. The king takes Emma's hand and draws her gently to her feet. He asks her, voice low and steady, whether it has been hard. He tells her she has held on through a great deal. He tells her she does not have to push herself so hard anymore, that she can come to him with anything and he will do whatever he is able to help her. Emma looks up at him, eyes bright. She has no idea why he is crying. She cannot work out what she said that brought him to this point. But even with tears on his face, she thinks he is still remarkably handsome. The king releases her hand and steps back, apologizing for grabbing it without asking. Emma tells him immediately and with full conviction that she does not mind in the slightest. Across the room, the prince surfaces from his own thoughts and looks over at his father, genuinely baffled, asking why he is the one crying right now. A beat passes and something shifts in his chest. He is the one who should be crying. He has been waiting for this reunion, looking forward to it, turning it over in his mind for a long time. He stares at his father and the realization settles over him with quiet devastation. Every plan he had carefully put together has just completely fallen apart, and it is entirely his father's fault. The prince looks at Emma's smiling face and something quietly untangles in his chest. Her refusal had nothing to do with him personally, and knowing that settles him more than he expected. He looks at her and sees it clearly enough. In a few years, she is not going to have a moment's peace from anyone. She has convinced herself that her scars make her someone a person could not build a life with, but for a woman like her, that kind of thing will not hold anyone back for long. His mind drifts back to the baptism, barely 2 days ago. Nobody had even caught a proper glimpse of her face and his rivals had already begun piling up. He turns that over slowly and arrives at the same answer every time. It does not matter. If there is no one special in her life yet, then it does not matter whether 100 people step forward or 1,000. He will not lose to a single one of them. What he wants, more than anything, is to be the person who puts her heart back together. The queen's voice pulls the room back to the present. She turns to the king and points out gently that Emma looks a little overwhelmed by everything. She holds her handkerchief out to him and suggests he take care of his face first. The king accepts it quietly. The princess, who has been drifting somewhere inside her own thoughts through most of this, chooses this exact moment to resurface. She looks up and asks, with complete sincerity, whether this means she will not be able to get engaged to George after all. The king comes back to life like a lit fuse. He spins toward George, voice already climbing, telling him in no uncertain terms that his daughter is going absolutely nowhere near marriage under any circumstances. He moves across the room as he speaks, closing the distance between himself and the boy, repeating himself with gathering force, demanding to know whether George understands him clearly. Then, without pausing, he turns and sweeps the princess up into his arms, pulling her close and telling her she is staying with him forever and that is the final word on the matter. The queen looks over at George, who has gone a shade or two lighter than usual. She apologizes on her husband's behalf and explains, with the calm of someone who has navigated this particular storm many times before, that the king has always been this way where his daughter is concerned. She asks George to please bear with it. George tells her it is truly fine and that their own father runs along very similar lines at home. He means it sincerely. He also makes a private note to himself that it was, without question, one of the more terrifying things he has witnessed up close. William's voice arrives before the moment can settle. He wants to know why George specifically is the one being targeted. He points out, with genuine feeling behind it, that if anyone is going by age gap then he is clearly the more fitting candidate and would like that acknowledged. Emma turns to look at him and tells him, without any warmth, to be quiet. The king exhales and lets the fire go out. He says there is no need for anyone to rush into decisions about engagements. He only asks that she keep it somewhere at the back of her mind and let it sit there for a while. He looks at Emma as he says it, his expression still carrying that soft bruised quality from earlier, certain in a way he does not say aloud that she still needs time. Space to breathe. Room to come back to herself. The queen watches him with a look that cannot quite decide whether it is fond or concerned. Then the door swings open hard. A butler steps through with urgency written across every line of his posture, announcing that he carries an immediate report for the king. The king straightens at once and turns to face him. The butler steps close and speaks quietly into his ear, his voice too low for anyone else to catch. Emma watches from where she sits. Whatever has just been delivered, it sits heavily in the room. One of her brothers says under his breath that perhaps they are not meant to be present for this. Nobody disagrees. They gather themselves and slip out without making a scene. Joshua is standing in the corridor waiting for them. Emma crosses over to him and holds his jacket out, telling him to take it back. He reaches for it, and while he does he mentions almost in passing that something happened out in the hall while they were inside. After the boys were pulled away and the hall thinned out, a young woman appeared. Her eyes were black. Things had apparently started getting out of hand fairly quickly, and she had been escorted out by someone from the palace before it could go further. Emma turns it over. She asks whether the entire fuss had really come down to the color of someone's eyes. Then she thinks it through herself and the answer surfaces without much effort. Black eyes in this country do not appear by accident. It points toward royal blood somewhere in the line. Joshua shrugs his jacket back on and adds that beyond the eyes, nobody seems to have any information about her at all. Nobody knows where she came from or who she belongs to. Emma's brow lifts. A royal family scandal, she thinks. It is not difficult to imagine, especially considering how rare that particular eye color actually is around here. George adds carefully that the girl's hair is also hard to place, dark but landing somewhere in the space between black and brown. Word going around, he says, is that she may be an illegitimate child of the king or possibly of the king's brother. Emma glances back toward the drawing room and the pieces begin moving around quietly in her head. The timing of that urgent report. The butler's expression. She wonders whether the two things are sitting closer together than anyone is letting on. It is genuinely difficult to picture the king having a child outside of his life with the queen. But then again, she reminds herself, they are talking about a remarkably handsome king, and handsome kings have a long history of complicating things. Her thoughts drift briefly toward the king's brother and the loose ends left behind after the coup. What had actually become of him after everything fell apart? News had reached their territory at the time, but a gag order over the royal capital had quietly repackaged the whole affair as a military exercise. Her uncle had been the one to pass it along. Even then she had thought it was a fairly unconvincing cover. Then she steps away from the conversation, turns toward the food table, and says to no one in particular that whatever it turns out to be, it has nothing to do with her. She is genuinely, urgently hungry, and that is the thing that matters right now. Her brothers watch her reach for a plate and begin filling it without a second thought. They look at each other. There is not much to say about it really. She is eating again. The morning after the party, the siblings make their way to the academy together. Joshua spots Emma the moment she comes into view and rushes over, calling her name with the kind of energy that suggests he has been looking forward to this for a while. She wishes him a good morning and he laughs, telling her that he is going to be seeing her every single day from now on. She tells him that is exactly right and asks him to look after her. Joshua turns to her brothers with the same warm smile and extends the same request their way. William looks at him and says, with the flat affection of someone who has known a person far too long, that he has not changed even slightly. Emma turns her attention forward and lets the reality of it land. Classes start today. The academy does not hold age to any strict standard when it comes to enrollment. Students earn credits and graduate when they have met the requirements, simple as that. Most boys tend to arrive somewhere between 15 and 16, while girls usually come through anywhere from 13 to 16. William is only 11, but he made the decision to enroll alongside his siblings, partly to support George, who sits in a complicated place when it comes to academic ability. The stakes for the boys are not small. In a country where monsters are a genuine and constant part of life, the sons who stand to inherit their family's territory are held to a demanding graduation standard. The curriculum covers mortars, hunter training, practical field skills, and economics. All three subjects have to be cleared without exception. George, as the eldest and the one who carries the weight of keeping the family standing, needs that graduation certificate more than anyone. Emma thinks back to what their mother had made very clear before they left. All three of them were to take the same classes through their first year. One schedule, shared across the board, no exceptions. With one exception, as it turned out. She had endured more than enough of her mother's corrections on the subject of etiquette and had no intention of sitting through dance lessons on top of everything else. She had quietly negotiated her way into embroidery as a substitute, and her mother, after what had been a considerable amount of back and forth, had let it go. So while her siblings move through their shared timetable together, Emma's first class of the day is embroidery, and she is on her own for it. Her brothers say their goodbyes in the corridor. George pauses before turning away and tells her not to cause any trouble. Emma spins around and tells him firmly that he has it backwards. Trouble does not come from her. Trouble simply has a habit of finding her entirely on its own. She watches them go, lets out a slow breath, and heads toward the classroom. The room is already well populated when she steps through the door. Girls filling seats, clusters already formed, conversations already running. She takes it in at a glance and reads it quickly. The groups are established. The social geography of the room has already been drawn up without her. A few of the girls notice her. Their eyes move to the scar on her face and their voices drop just low enough to suggest they think she cannot hear them. She can hear them perfectly. Before she can settle on a direction, one of the girls breaks away from her group and approaches. Emma watches her come, uncertain. The girl asks if she is Emma and introduces herself as Lila, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Lance. She extends an invitation for Emma to join them if she would like. Emma smiles and accepts, introducing herself in return and thanking Lila genuinely for the offer. Internally, she is running a quick assessment. The group Lila belongs to has the particular quality of being exactly the kind of group that runs a classroom. Composed, confident, clearly central to everything. The type of circle that is warm on the surface and quietly demanding underneath. She would very much like to keep a comfortable distance from all of that. Then she spots Francisca sitting in the back corner, a little apart from everything else, and something in her settles immediately. She tells Lila she is going to head over there instead. Lila tells her that is a shame but sends her off without any fuss. Emma makes her way across the room and stops beside Francisca. She asks if she may take the seat next to her. Francisca looks up, startled, and it takes her a moment to register who is standing there. She asks why. Emma tells her simply that she is the only person in this room she already knows. She settles into the chair beside her and adds, in the easy tone of someone who has already made up her mind, that she will not have any trouble sitting here. Right? The whispers start almost immediately. The girls across the room lean toward each other, voices dropping low, passing the same observation back and forth. She turned down Lila's invitation. And now she is sitting next to Francisca of all people. The two pieces of information together seem to be generating more conversation than either would have managed alone. Francisca, for her part, is sitting very still, a faint tremor running through her that she is doing her best to keep invisible. Emma does not appear to notice any of it. She turns to Francisca and brings up the supply list, mentioning that embroidery requires quite a bit of equipment and that hauling it all in at once is genuinely inconvenient. She asks if Francisca agrees. Francisca looks at her and admits that she has not had much chance to gather everything yet. Her eyes drift toward Emma's bags, which are sitting heavily on the desk, and she asks what exactly is in them. Emma tells her it is everything on the required list. Francisca stares at the bags for a moment and says that it is quite a lot. Before either of them can continue, someone stops beside their row. A girl excuses herself politely, apologizing for cutting into their conversation, and asks whether the seats next to them happen to be free. She introduces herself as Catherine, then gestures to the girl beside her and introduces her twin, Caitlin. Caitlin explains that these are the only two seats left where they can still sit together. Emma looks at them both. Silver hair, dark complexion, and an energy between them that is warm and immediate. She tells them the seats are free and to go ahead. She introduces herself and Francisca as they settle in. The twins thank them and say they are relieved, since being separated on the very first day would have been a poor start. Catherine's eyes land on Emma's face almost immediately and she asks, with open curiosity, what happened to her. Caitlin reaches over and stops her, telling her plainly that it is rude to ask something like that. She turns to Emma and apologizes on her sister's behalf, adding that manners are not exactly Catherine's strongest area, though she supposes asking about the scar itself is not entirely out of line. Francisca watches this unfold and thinks to herself that she asked anyway, just in a slightly longer way around. Emma laughs, a light and easy sound, and tells them the two of them are remarkably similar. Then she tells them the scar is simply a souvenir from a moment of youthful recklessness and leaves it at that. The twins look at her smile and completely abandon any composure they had managed to hold on to. They announce, at more or less the same volume, that her smile is absolutely devastating and that she is genuinely adorable. Emma's heart does a small involuntary jump at the sudden enthusiasm. The twins immediately begin debating between themselves over which one of them had that reaction first. Emma watches them go back and forth and thinks to herself that they are possibly the most endearing pair she has encountered in a long time. Lively, warm, and entirely unbothered by the usual social calculations that seem to govern everyone else in the room. She glances over at Francisca and catches her expression. Even she looks caught off guard by them, which is something. The bell cuts through the room before anyone can say much more. The teacher comes through the door at a near jog, greeting the class brightly and announcing that she made it just in time. The room shifts instantly. A ripple of recognition moves through the girls and the atmosphere lifts several degrees without warning. Someone murmurs that she is as beautiful as ever, and the general feeling in the room agrees. Emma looks around at everyone's reaction and then back at the woman at the front of the room, genuinely trying to understand what she is missing. Francisca catches her expression and asks if she is not familiar with her. The twins turn to Francisca as well, admitting the same thing. They ask whether she is someone notable. Francisca looks between the three of them and explains that the woman standing at the front of their classroom is the daughter of the current knight commander. Lila moves toward Marion before she has even fully stepped through the door, asking if she would like to join their group. Marion thanks her warmly but glances over at the circle and says it already looks comfortably full. Lila waves that off and says they can simply make room. Marion shakes her head and tells her there is no need to shuffle anyone around on her account, especially when she was the one who cut it so close on time. She takes Lila's hand, presses a light kiss to it, and thanks her for the offer before slipping away. Emma watches the exchange and thinks to herself that it could have turned awkward very quickly. It did not, which is its own kind of skill. Marion stops beside their group and asks if the seat is free. Emma tells her it is. Emma looks around at the four of them now settled together and does a quiet inventory. A girl with a drinking problem, a pair of twins who say whatever crosses their minds, and a beautiful woman who dresses like a man. She thinks to herself that embroidery class is going to be considerably more entertaining than she anticipated. The lesson begins and the room settles into the low, focused quiet of people working with their hands. Francisca is not entirely present for any of it. Her thoughts have drifted somewhere further back, turning over the shape of how things have changed since the party. The people who used to orbit around her have quietly pulled away. She had been part of that circle until last year, moving through school the way she always had, and now it feels like something that happened to a different person. The strange part is that she does not miss it the way she expected to. A group that hurts people to hold its position is not really something worth grieving. Still, the practical reality sits plainly in front of her. She failed the baptism. Nobody wants to be near someone who could not deliver. She had fully expected to be sitting alone from this point forward. And then Emma had come and sat beside her anyway, smiling as though nothing between them needed to be explained or forgiven. She looks around at the group that has somehow assembled itself around her without any effort on her part. Marion, from the Duchy of Bel, one of the 4 great duchies in the kingdom, beautiful in a way that stops people mid-sentence, carrying herself with the same easy authority as the knight commander she clearly takes after. Catherine and Caitlin Simmons, twins rumored to carry foreign blood, from the family that holds the finest sporting reputation in the kingdom. And Emma. Francisca sits quietly in the middle of all of it and feels something she does not quite have words for yet. She is happy. She is also genuinely terrified that she will not know how to hold her place in a group like this. The teacher asks if anyone is ready to begin working with their prepared materials and encourages the class to get started. Emma appends her bag onto the desk. Francisca stares at what comes out of it. She asks, in a voice that is mostly just air, how much Emma actually brought. Emma tells her it is roughly what she expects to get through in 2 hours, which the list had suggested would be around 100 pieces. The rest of the group looks at the pile and then at Emma and says, with one collective voice, that it is far too much. Emma smiles and says that for some reason she tends to get through that amount without much trouble. Then she picks up her tools and starts. The table goes silent. Her hands move at a speed that does not seem to belong in a classroom. No sketch, no draft, no reference of any kind. Just her hands, faster than any of them can properly track, producing clean and deliberate work as though the motion costs her nothing. The group watches with expressions that have moved well past surprised and into something closer to unsettled. Francisca says quietly that it is not entirely human, what she is doing with her hands. The twins agree, talking over each other slightly, both saying they have never seen anyone move through embroidery at that pace. Marion suggests, with complete seriousness, that they should address Emma as master from this point forward when the subject of embroidery comes up. Francisca feels her eyes go a little glassy. She has been to parties with chandeliers and string quartets and tables that go on for longer than most rooms. She has never laughed as freely as she has in the past hour sitting at this desk. She looks at Emma and thinks that this is what the word actually means. A friend is someone beside whom you can simply be yourself without calculating the cost. When Emma finishes, she holds it up and the group leans in. Someone asks if it is a cat. Emma tells them it is her cat specifically, done from memory. One twin says she likes the white one. The other says the black one is her preference. Emma looks between them and asks whether they would be open to a trade, her embroidery for the cufflinks they have made. The twins look at each other, then back at her, then burst out laughing. They agree immediately and announce that they are going to have to put real effort into their cufflinks now. Marion says she would love to trade as well and asks if that is all right. Emma tells her of course it is. Then Emma turns to Francisca. She tells her she would like to trade with her too. Francisca looks up at her. She asks, quietly, whether Emma is sure she wants to trade with her as well. A small breath escapes her and she picks up her tools again, turning back to her work with renewed focus. If she is going to offer something in return, she thinks, it had better be worth giving. 2 hours pass and Emma sets her tools down with the last piece finished, exactly as she said it would be. The group stares at the completed pile. Someone says it out loud, that it is genuinely remarkable. Emma laughs it off and tells them she has been making these since she was small, so it stopped feeling like any kind of effort a long time ago. She spreads everything out in front of Franziska and tells her to take whatever she likes. Franziska looks over the collection. Cats, and then quite a few insects, more than she was expecting honestly. An unusually high proportion of insects. She reaches out and picks up one with a spider worked into it and tells Emma that is the one she wants. Emma tells her that one is violet and that she keeps a spider at home, one with a particularly lovely shade of purple on her. Franziska thanks her and then sits quietly for a moment, turning over what she just heard. She is fairly certain Emma said she is raising a spider in her house. Marion leans over and selects one for herself. Emma tells her that one is a rabbit. Marion looks at it more closely and says that it is monstrous in the technical sense, but undeniably fluffy and completely adorable. She seems settled with that. The teacher wraps up the session, reminds everyone not to linger too long, and heads out with a pleasant word about not being late for whatever comes next. The 5 of them file out together into the corridor and Marion asks what everyone has for their next class. Franziska thinks about it and pulls a face, more at herself than anyone else. She still cannot quite believe she signed up for it, given that it had not struck her as a particularly fitting choice at the time. The twins speak up at the same moment and say monster studies. The others turn to look at them. Marion says that is a coincidence because that is hers as well. She explains that she took practical hunting skills the previous year and felt that going into the intermediate level without a solid foundation in monster knowledge would catch up with her eventually. The twins admit that there are no monsters in their territory to speak of. They signed up purely out of curiosity. Emma tells them she is actually a little surprised, since she had been under the impression that very few girls tended to gravitate toward that subject. She supposes she had the wrong idea, because her next class is monster studies as well. The group turns to her and the mood lifts immediately. All 5 of them, same class again. The realization lands like a small gift and everyone seems pleased by it in their own way. Emma explains that growing up in a borderland makes monster studies less of a choice and more of an expectation. Then she glances at Franziska, curious. Franziska sighs and says she has a brother to support. Emma smiles and says it sounds like brothers who need looking after are something they have in common. The twins are already excited about it, talking about how they are absolutely going to pass everything this year, feeding off each other the way they always seem to. Franziska listens to all of it and feels something shift quietly inside her. When she had opened her eyes that morning, she had been bracing for a long and cheerless day. Instead she is standing in a corridor looking forward to her next class. She thinks about why that is and the answer is not complicated. It is because of the people beside her. She looks at Emma for a moment, something settling into a quiet resolve in her chest. Emma had stood up for her when she had no reason to. That does not sit lightly. If anything ever comes for Emma, Franziska decides she will step in front of it without hesitating. But beyond that, she knows that simply being willing to help is not enough. She has to actually be the kind of person worth standing beside. She wants to be that person. She intends to be. She takes a breath and speaks up, asking if everyone would want to go for cake together sometime soon. She tells them she knows a good shop and that she would like to take them all there. The response is immediate. The group descends on her with enthusiasm, voices overlapping, everyone confirming that they love cake and that they are absolutely holding her to it. Franziska tells them then it is decided. Of the 5 of them, Emma is visibly the most impatient about the whole arrangement. From somewhere further down the corridor, a boy leans against the wall, watching the group from a distance. His eyes move across the cluster of girls and then stop when they land on Emma. Out on the playground, Emma's brothers are in the middle of their physical class. George keeps perfect pace with the teacher while the others fall behind, breathing heavily and struggling to keep up. When the class finally ends, the boys drag themselves back to the classroom and collapse onto their desks like the dead. William sighs, saying he hadn't expected them to be running for 2 whole hours in hunter practical skills. Joshua agrees, groaning that he's never run like that in his life. George looks at them and laughs, saying it wasn't even that bad and that the pace was practically the same as a brisk walk. William shoots him a sharp look. He points out that George was the only one matching the teacher's pace from start to finish, then asks if he remembers why they're here in the capital in the first place. George looks at him, puzzled, and asks if they need to stand out. The room goes quiet. Everyone stares at him with a mix of surprise and respect, quietly realizing just how sharp he is. The moment is broken when Joshua sits up and glances around, suddenly noticing that Emma still isn't back. George mutters under his breath that she's probably causing trouble again somewhere, and right on cue, the prince walks in with a companion at his side. William immediately stands, but the moment he moves, his body seizes up in pain. The prince looks him over and casually asks if the hunter practical skills instructor ran them for 2 hours again this year. The others give the prince their respects and he tells them to relax. William, still wincing, asks if the prince is in the intermediate level now. The prince confirms it, noting that running non-stop at such a young age must have been rough on them. William looks at him warmly and says he's really kind. The prince's companion bursts out laughing and blurts out that the prince had quite the hard time last year too. The prince turns to him, jaw tight, and snaps that there was absolutely no need to share that. He quickly clears his throat and moves on, saying he should introduce the guy. His name is Arthur, both a school friend and his personal guard. Arthur looks over at the siblings and asks if they're from the Stewart family, mentioning he's heard quite a bit about them from the prince. He grins, adding that, well, it's still nothing compared to all the stories about the Stewart princess. The prince immediately barks his name in warning. William watches the exchange, realizing Arthur is clearly getting a kick out of riling the prince up. Before things can go further, William says he also has someone to introduce. He steps aside to reveal Joshua standing beside him. Joshua bows respectfully, introducing himself and mentioning that he's been granted the rank of baron starting this year, now holding the lowest seat of nobility. The prince steps closer, asking if he's the freckled one he's heard about. Joshua smiles and confirms it, saying he's well acquainted with the William household, and close to Emma as well. The prince's expression darkens the moment Emma's name comes up, and the air in the room shifts immediately. The classmates exchange wide-eyed looks, stunned that Joshua is casually poking the prince like that, a former commoner squaring up against royalty. William stares at Joshua's face, genuinely baffled as to why someone like him is so well-liked. George lets out a long sigh, muttering that Joshua is a lost cause but that he can't quite bring himself to knock the prince down a peg either. Honestly, both of them would be perfectly fine if it weren't for Emma. George's attention suddenly snaps toward the door. The girls are standing right at the entrance. Emma pushes it open, wondering aloud if this is their classroom. Behind her, the twins are practically buzzing with excitement, clearly looking forward to the class. The boys inside freeze. A ripple of shock passes through the room at the sight of girls walking into monster study. One of them mutters in disbelief, recognizing the voice, saying he remembers it from the party. Across the room, the prince's head turns toward the door as well, quietly wondering if that's Emma. The twins step inside and stop short at the sight of the prince. Marion, in particular, looks like he's about to pass out on the spot. He catches himself just in time and quickly dips his twin's head down along with his own in a hurried bow. The prince barely acknowledges them, his eyes already drifting past them toward Emma. He asks her directly what she's doing here. She smiles and tells him she's enrolled in monster study, then asks if he is too. His face lights up and he confirms it. The boys in the room watch her with quiet amazement, nudging each other and agreeing that her smile is something else entirely, warm and easy, and she's adorable on top of it. Emma, meanwhile, spots her brothers and blinks in surprise. But as her gaze sweeps the room, it lands on an unfamiliar face, a boy already smiling straight at her. Before she can react, he steps forward, takes her hand, and introduces himself as Arthur Bell, addressing her cheerfully as Princess. He then leans in and kisses the top of her hand, gesturing behind him to mention that the girl over there is his younger sister, the two of them apparently already on good terms. Emma stares, genuinely thrown off, wondering if she's experiencing déjà vu. Marion wastes no time. He lunges forward and yanks his brother's head back, snapping at him and telling him he's taking the joke way too far. Arthur turns to her, unbothered, asking why she's stopping him and pointing out that she does this sort of thing all the time herself. Marion scoffs, firing back that her kisses don't offend anyone, his, on the other hand, are a completely different matter. Caught in the middle of them, Emma watches the back and forth and quietly decides they are very much alike. She turns to Marion with a small smile, saying she can already tell how close the two of them are. Marion blinks at her, caught off guard, and starts to say she's really cute, drawing a comparison to someone else, but before the sentence finishes, a hand shoots out from behind and yanks him away. It's the prince. He tells Arthur flatly to give it a rest, then pointedly asks how long he plans on holding her hand. He pulls Emma away himself and takes her hand instead. From a few steps back, Joshua watches the whole thing unfold. He edges closer to the prince and tries to say something, but the prince makes it very clear he isn't listening. George glances over at his brother with a tired look, asking why their little sister is so unnecessarily popular. William sighs, saying that her way of looking at people is more like a mother's, gentle and without a trace of self-consciousness. Neither of them has any idea she's 40-something on the inside. George smiles faintly and says that's exactly what makes it worse. At this point, he adds, it might just be impossible to save any of them anymore. Across the room, a boy has been sitting through all of it in tense silence. He grinds his teeth, visibly struggling to hold it together, but he hits his limit. He slams his hand on the table and shoots to his feet, demanding loudly that everyone just shut up. He sweeps a sharp glare across the room, saying he doubts half of them even need the advanced knowledge this class offers. Then he turns his gaze toward Emma and the twins, asking with open contempt whether women taking monster study isn't a little ridiculous. He makes it clear he is here to actually learn. The room goes dead quiet. The prince fixes him with a cold, steady stare. After settling into the royal capital, the three siblings enroll in a school for noble children. Emma makes new friends in embroidery class, crosses paths with the prince again in monster study, and gets yelled at by a student within the first few minutes, a solid sign of what's ahead. Robert isn't done. He swings toward the prince next, snapping that royals have no business in this class either, and asking if he really traveled all this way just to stir things up. Francisca quietly says his name from her seat. Marion watches him with an easy, unbothered look and points out that class hasn't even begun yet, suggesting he hold off on the outbursts. Robert shoots her a hard glare. Emma slips over to Francisca and whispers curiously, asking who that gentleman is. Robert's head turns instantly. He points straight at her and snaps that he can hear her perfectly, then demands how she doesn't know who he is, calling her a country bumpkin. The prince steps in front of her at once, telling Robert he's crossed a line. Emma steps around him anyway and faces Robert herself, apologizing simply and explaining she grew up in the borderlands, there's still plenty she doesn't know. Francisca steps in, telling Emma that he is Lila's brother and the son of the Duke of Lance. Robert draws himself up proudly at that. Emma looks at him and says, with genuine surprise, that he doesn't look anything like his sister. Robert smirks, saying that's obvious since they have different mothers. His mother happens to be the niece of the current king, so she'd better not group him with his sisters, and she'd do well to remember he carries royal blood. Emma looks at him for a moment. She thinks about home, how landlords and commoners in the borderlands have lived alongside each other for generations, backing each other up through monster attacks and long stretches of hardship, until the land quietly became the wealthiest in the kingdom. Real nobility, as she understood it, meant showing up for the people who needed you. The kind of pride that rests purely on a family name tends to fade out pretty quickly down the line. She tilts her head and asks, genuinely, if that means he's closer to the throne than the prince, just by blood alone. Robert stares at her and asks if she's stupid. He turns to the prince with a smug grin, spelling it out. The Lance family has been tied to royalty through marriage for generations, and when it comes to bloodline, a duke's line sits above a marquise. The prince holds himself very still, quietly working to keep his temper in check. Arthur watches from the side, privately noting that nobody ever really wins when the Lance family brings up bloodlines, not even the prince. Then Emma gasps softly, as if something just clicked. She looks at Robert with wide, innocent eyes and points out, very calmly, that he still isn't actually part of the royal family. He doesn't carry any of the duties that come with it either. Bloodline, she says, seems to be the only thing he's working with. Robert's composure slips. Emma tilts her head and laughs a little, calling him kind of pathetic. He explodes, demanding to know what she just said. George is already moving. He steps up beside her and claps a hand over her mouth, telling her this is a really good time to stop talking. William wanders over with a grin, saying he thinks her wound must be acting up, because nothing she just said made any sense. Emma pulls George's hand away and says nothing is hurting. William looks her straight in the eye and tells her yes, it is right. Nearby, Joshua is barely holding it together, laughing under his breath and telling her she's absolutely the best. The rest of the class sits stiff and wide-eyed, the room wound tight with tension. Then the bell rings, and every single one of them exhales at the exact same time, quietly relieved and in full agreement that what just happened was very, very scary. The door swings open and a large, broad-shouldered male teacher strides in, telling the students to get to their seats quickly. Robert snaps to attention and gives him a sharp salute. Emma watches him from the side, her expression flat, thinking that yep, still lame. The teacher introduces himself as Wolfgang Gariano, announcing he'll be taking monster study this year. He scans the room, recognizing most faces from the previous year, then pauses with mild surprise, noting that 5 girls have joined the class this time around. He tells them plainly it won't be easy, but wishes them well all the same. The twins look a little rattled by his presence. Emma, meanwhile, smiles right at him and says cheerfully that she'll do her best. She takes him in, broad, stern-faced, well-built, a few years on him, and quietly decides he's not bad at all. Gariano's gaze lands on the scar on her cheek and he asks if she's Emma. She confirms it, then immediately deflates on the inside. She wonders why he had to bring up the scar, and more importantly, why everyone in this city seems to recognize her by it. Her brothers glance over at her. She really had been hoping people would just forget about it. Nearby, William catches a quiet exchange between 2 boys. One of them is saying that dealing with a stern face like Wolfgang's takes real nerve. The other agrees, saying you still have to respond properly or it comes across as rude, the trick is staying flexible. William listens and thinks, once again, that these 2 are spinning their own little world, and somehow in a surprisingly reasonable direction. He still isn't sure why they do it. Up front, Gariano turns to the board and tells them to settle in. Today's topic is slime. The class immediately tenses up, a wave of quiet dread passing through the room. Several students mutter under their breath, asking why it's slime again. Gariano grins at them, which somehow makes it worse. He explains that monster study this year runs deeper than before, so they'd better pay close attention. Every newly discovered fact gets folded straight into the coursework, and not only has a new method for dealing with slimes been found, but additional moisture-based countermeasures have also been reported. The revision rate for their textbooks this year, he adds, is more than double that of previous years. The 3 siblings exchange a look. Wolfgang glances at them with something between sympathy and amusement, thinking quietly that he feels for anyone hoping for an easy pass this year, but this is shaping up to be a very interesting class. Just as the lesson gets going, George leans toward Emma and calls her by name, asking in a low voice if she did that on purpose earlier, meaning Robert. He's pretty sure she wound him up deliberately. William turns toward her too, jaw tight, telling her that pride-poking habit of hers is showing again. He reminds her not to pull that on someone who's essentially still a kid, and that they specifically told her not to cause trouble. Emma glances between them and sighs, bringing up Robert's name and asking if they've already forgotten what he said to her first. The way she heard it, he basically dismissed her for being a woman. She scoffs, saying she has had 0 patience for that kind of thinking for a very long time. George looks at her and tells her not to go too hard on him, then checks that she's alright. William grits his teeth and tells her to keep it low-key. Wolfgang's eyes cut straight to them. He calls out all 3 by name and tells them to stop whispering. Then he turns sharply to Emma and slams a hand against the blackboard, firing a question at her. What happens when you cut a slime in 2? Emma is on her feet in an instant. She answers without hesitation, saying that slashing a slime doesn't kill it, it splits, and the more you cut, the faster they multiply. Wolfgang stares at her for a beat, then tells her she's correct. Across the room, Robert watches her with his jaw tight, eyes sharp, clearly not happy about it. Emma, for her part, quietly acknowledges that her mother's well-meaning advice to blend in and not stand out has already proven completely useless. The battle between her and Robert, it seems, has only just begun. Class drags on and the Stewart siblings are already zoning out, finding the lesson painfully dull. From behind, Francisca leans in and whispers to Emma to hang in there because it's almost time. Wolfgang paces the room with his pointer while Emma slowly starts to drift, her eyes growing heavy, and just as she's about to completely give in, the bell rings. Her eyes snap open. She jumps to her feet, announces lunch, and bolts out the door before anyone can say a word. William shouts after her to wait and rushes out behind her, only to find her flat on the ground outside. He pulls her up and tells her she could have just held on to him. George follows out after them, takes one look, and sighs, explaining that she was so hungry she fainted. He rubs his face, muttering that it's embarrassing. From behind them, Francisca calls out, telling the group to wait up. Back in the classroom, Robert stares at Emma's empty chair, fuming quietly. He wonders where she went, calling her an idiot and grumbling that she didn't even bother apologizing for her remarks earlier. He notices a girl sitting nearby and calls out to her, asking where Emma went. The girl startles and nervously tells him she thinks Emma slipped out right after class. Robert laughs, assuming she left because she was afraid of him. The girl hesitates and gently suggests that's probably not it, that Emma looked a little dizzy on her way out and might not be feeling well. Robert straightens up, looking pleased with himself. He says that makes perfect sense since the coursework is tough and the class runs every single day. Even with the second prince taking a liking to her and putting ideas in her head, she's still just not cut out for it. Suddenly a boy's voice cuts across the room. He tells Robert firmly that Emma does not get ahead of herself, then goes on to say she is kind and gentle and absolutely not weak. Robert turns to him with a flat look, asking him plainly why she went dizzy the moment class ended then. Chris opens his mouth and comes up short. Robert smirks and says that pretty much settles it. Chris grits his teeth, and then, without thinking, blurts out that the scar on Emma's face is from a monster attack, and that today's class likely brought back the trauma from that day. The words are out before he can stop them. He claps a hand over his mouth, going pale, realizing he just handed Emma's most personal story to exactly the wrong person. Robert goes still for a moment, then a slow smirk creeps across his face. He turns away from Chris entirely, calling out across the room to a boy named Brian. Brian stirs from a nap, rubbing his eyes and asking clearly if class has started. Robert grins and tells him to come on, that he's got something interesting. Brian watches him head for the door and wonders idly whether Robert has found himself a new target, and quietly feels sorry for whoever it is. Over in the cafeteria, Emma is practically glowing at the sight of the food. George tells everyone to dig in and Emma wastes no time, clasping her hands together in a quick prayer before going straight for the plate. She takes one bite and lights up completely, announcing loudly that it's delicious. Joshua catches her reaction and immediately perks up himself. Marion looks over the spread and notes that the cafeteria has stepped things up compared to last year. Francisca agrees, saying that while the annual donation amount tends to vary, a meal this generous and well-prepared might genuinely be a first. Everyone around the table nods along, even the twins looking genuinely impressed. Arthur takes a bite and thinks it over quietly. The ingredients are the same as before, but the seasoning is noticeably better, and several fairly expensive spices have clearly been worked in. He glances at Joshua, and smiles to himself. If the Duke's donation was made with Lady Emma in mind, then his friend may have a much more serious rival on his hands than he realizes. After lunch, the group settles down with their tea. William leans back with a satisfied look, saying he's completely full and that having 2 whole hours to eat and rest like this is really quite nice. Right then Emma reaches into her bag, pulls out a small pouch, and hands it over to Joshua. He takes it with a puzzled look on his face, but the moment he opens it up his eyes go wide. Inside are a pair of cufflinks, and not just any pair either, they have his family crest on them. He doesn't even pause, sliding them right onto his sleeves on the spot and telling her they are wonderful and that he plans to keep them as a family heirloom. Emma smiles and explains that since he sold her the raw materials at a fair price, she made them as a way to say thank you. George stares at the cufflinks, then looks up and tells everyone that back at home they don't just embroider cufflinks one by one like that. Emma glances over at him and says she made a pair for him and William too. Both boys go quiet for a second, then their eyes light right up when they see that their cufflinks have their beloved cat stitched onto them. Arthur leans in for a closer look and tells Emma she is really talented because the details on them are amazing. Emma looks a little surprised and waves it off, saying it really isn't anything special and that she just enjoys coming up with designs. George and William, she says, are both actually better than her at it. Arthur turns to George with a confused look on his face, genuinely taken aback. Francisca looks just as puzzled, both of them quietly wondering out loud why a count's sons would be good at embroidery since everyone assumes it is more of a hobby for young ladies. Francisca is even more surprised given that Emma herself is already quite skilled. George just sighs and says it's really not that impressive when you compare it to their father because he still has a long way to go. William nods and adds simply that in their family, their father is actually the most skilled seamstress of all. The whole table falls quiet, everyone trying to figure out why a noble count would be so into needlework. Before anyone can say anything more, Emma reaches back into her bag and pulls out another pair, holding them out toward Arthur and telling him he can have them if he doesn't mind. Arthur looks genuinely surprised, asking if he really can. He turns them over in his hands and takes in the design, a little ladybug sitting on a clover leaf. It's a sweet and simple design, but the embroidery is so detailed and well done that even a man could wear them without it looking odd at all. He smiles and thanks her, telling her he'll definitely put them to good use. Emma is clearly pleased and tells him she's glad, but then Arthur thinks of something and asks her how many pairs she actually made in total. Before she even gets the chance to answer, a voice calls out to her from behind. She turns around and her face breaks into a warm smile right away. It's Chris and Glenn. She greets them happily and asks what's going on. The two boys lower their heads looking genuinely ashamed. They say they are sorry for not stepping in earlier when things got heated with Robert, admitting that standing up against the Duke's family is honestly a bit too much for them to take on. William tells them there is really no need to apologize at all, adding that if anything it was his sister who started the whole thing in the first place. George agrees and says that going forward it would honestly be smarter to just stay out of Robert's way altogether. Then one of the boys steps a little closer to William, his face shifting into something more uneasy, and says there is actually something he has to come clean about. He was the one who told Robert about Emma's scar. He is pretty sure Robert is going to use it against her now and he feels like he handed him the perfect chance to do it. The twins look at each other in confusion, asking if they mean Emma's scar of honor. Arthur quietly speaks up at that point, mentioning that there has been a rumor going around about a young lady who got hurt while protecting the prince. Emma's head lifts up fast. She shakes it straight away, saying that is completely wrong, and then starts explaining the whole story from the beginning. Once she is done she says simply that it is what it is, it doesn't hurt anymore, and her skin has healed up just fine. Then she reaches for her collar and asks if anyone wants to see for themselves. William is beside her in an instant, asking her loudly what she thinks she is doing. Emma blinks at him, looking genuinely confused, and asks why. He stares at her and tells her to just think about it for 1 second. She pauses, then slowly nods and agrees that yes, he has a point, she can't just take it off outside. Everyone stares at her in stunned silence. William looks at her and thinks to himself that that is very much not what he meant. He quietly buttons her collar back up while Emma adds casually that her scar isn't really a secret anyway so she doesn't particularly mind, and she tells the boys not to let it bother them. The boy still looks terrible about it though. He goes on to admit that he also accidentally let slip to Robert that the monster that hurt her was a slime, which means today's class must have brought the whole thing flooding back for her. She even collapsed right there in the hallway the moment class ended. He had spent the entire lunch break feeling awful about it, assuming she was off somewhere lying down and unable to eat, when in reality she had been happily working her way through a full meal at the cafeteria. Emma gives him a big warm smile and tells him she is completely fine and there is truly nothing to worry about. That is enough to push the boys right over the edge. Their eyes well up as they say they just don't understand how she does it. No matter what happens or how rough things get, she never stops smiling and always puts everyone else first. She is an angel, they say. She is seriously, genuinely an angel. William watches the whole thing with his teeth pressed together, muttering under his breath that she did it again with that smile of hers. George watches her too and thinks quietly that the timing really couldn't be any worse, though judging by the soft little happy sound she keeps making to herself, she is clearly full, well-rested, and in a very good mood right now. Meanwhile, at his residence, Robert receives an item from a man. The man informs him that it is exactly what he had requested. Robert grins as he takes the box, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Stepping out, he calls for his follower, Brian, ordering him to prepare to leave. Clutching the box tightly, a smirk lingers on his lips as a dark thought crosses his mind. Once she sees what's inside, she will be consumed with terror. Robert tears through the corridor laughing, his footsteps echoing off the walls. His companion watches him and thinks to himself that this is simply how Robert has always been. Once he finds something that entertains him he latches on and does not let go. They step out of the cafeteria and Robert glances around while Brian suddenly darts back to one of the tables, shoveling food into his mouth at an alarming pace and pointing at the clock, saying lunch break is almost over. Robert asks what he is doing. Brian explains between bites that he has 20 minutes left and skipping lunch is simply not an option for him, adding that today's food is genuinely exceptional and deserves his full attention. Robert looks at him for a moment, decides this is not a battle worth having and heads out to the courtyard alone, muttering that it cannot be helped. He moves through the open grounds, reasoning that if Emma got unsettled during the monster class she would not be in the cafeteria. She would be somewhere quiet. He rounds a corner and spots her sitting in the shade, staring at nothing in particular and sighing that she cannot eat another bite. George is beside her and looks at her with the expression of someone who saw this coming, pointing out that eating everything in sight tends to produce exactly this result. Emma gestures at the box in front of her and says she only ate because she was handed snacks. George tells her to please not frame it like she summited a mountain and needed the calories. Joshua tilts his head back and checks the sky, mentioning that the next bell rings in 50 minutes so they should start making their way to class soon. Robert is closing in on the group when he spots Emma and picks up his pace, arriving slightly out of breath and announcing that he heard she was not feeling well. Emma looks up. Arthur steps forward immediately and asks Robert flat out whether he is here to cause trouble again. Robert sighs and tells him that is incredibly rude, that he came because he was genuinely concerned. Arthur watches him close the distance toward Emma and says nothing more but keeps his eyes on him. Robert crouches down and says she probably did not get enough to eat during the commotion in class, then flips open the box he has been carrying and tells her to take it, his treat. Everyone's eyes land on the contents at the same time. The twins recoil and say out loud that it is completely rotten. Arthur gets to his feet and asks how someone could fail so thoroughly at distinguishing edible from inedible. The mood shifts slightly as the reason for Emma's rough morning comes back to the surface. A little while earlier, Catherine and Caitlin had asked Emma about the scars on her face. She had told them everything with the kind of calm that comes from having already made peace with something. The slime at the Valerie estate, the strength of the creature, the way even a splash of its fluid could melt skin and work through to bone. Her right side and her face had both taken serious damage. She had ended with a quiet smile and mentioned almost as an afterthought that she cannot dance anymore. Her brother, who under normal circumstances would have celebrated that news wholeheartedly given his personal feelings about dancing, had gone completely still instead. The image of what she had actually gone through settled over him and his jaw tightened. And then Robert stood there and mocked her for it, right in front of them. Something cold had moved through Arthur at that moment and it is still sitting in his chest now. He straightens up and says that as a knight he cannot stand by while someone treats a lady like that, cowardly and without a shred of decency. He looks at Robert and calls for a duel. His sister grabs his arm and tells him to stop and hold it together. He turns to her and says he cannot, that this is not something he can let go of, and raises his voice at Robert asking if he is man enough to settle this properly. Robert freezes in shock. He yells at the boy to mind his own business. Just then, Marion steps in front of her brother, shouting that he can't get his head dirty since he has to inherit the Bell family. She clenches her fists, her face darkening, and tells him that as his younger sister, he should let her handle this for him. The boy fires back at her, shouting that, like he said, this isn't her business either. He points at Emma and declares that this is only between him and Robert, and if it's a duel, it's only between the two of them. Arthur jumps in, exclaiming how ridiculous that sounds. He then turns to Emma, asking if she's okay. His eyes flick to the slime still in front of her. He braces himself, expecting to see her trembling and crying, but instead, he notices her eyes sparkling and her mouth watering as she stares at it. He blinks, completely shocked that she isn't upset at all. Earlier, trying to get on Emma's nerves, Robert went out of his way to have his own patisserie make a slime jelly. When Emma had been attacked by a real slime, her friends worried it might leave her traumatized, but she's been living happily with her family ever since. Suddenly, she stares at the box and asks Robert if this is true, but before she can finish, Arthur notices her voice trembling. He watches her closely, trying to read her expression. Robert points at her, shouting that it's a slime jelly and asks what she thinks. It looks good, doesn't it? Emma's eyes light up, and she exclaims, almost shouting, that she can eat it, right? Everyone stares at her, confused. Arthur realizes he wasn't imagining it, she's genuinely excited. Emma covers her face with her hands, explaining how tough the lecture had been because her teacher's illustrations looked so delicious, and she had been thinking, why can't she eat it? Her brother glances at her and finally understands why her stomach had been growling. She looks at Arthur with sparkling eyes and asks again if she can eat it. He smiles and reassures her that yes, she can. He even had the pastry maker make it so it wouldn't taste too bad. Everyone stares at her in confusion when suddenly Emma picks up her spoon and takes a big bite. She says she'll help herself and thanks him for the treat. She chews and her eyes widen in surprise, mentioning that it's delicious. Joshua looks at her and comments that she's so cute, like an angel. Even her brother is taken aback, saying she's really impressive. The twins also look shocked, saying it looks tasty, though they realize they don't feel like eating after hearing Emma's story. Suddenly, Robert glares at her and shouts angrily, pushing, asking why she's eating it. He's confused, expecting her to be trembling, scared, begging for help, and apologizing, but instead she's enjoying it, saying it's jiggly, sweet, and makes her happy. He stomps his feet in frustration while everyone else stares at her, baffled. He watches her mouth drooling, then remembers that they did a lot of exercise today, spending 2 hours in sports class, even fighting with Emma, and he had skipped lunch. Suddenly, Emma notices him and offers a bite, asking if he wants some too, and mentions he can because the attendant brought a fresh spoon. His lips tremble, and he hesitates, asking if it's okay. He takes it and bites, his eyes sparkling as he says it's really good. He's shocked, realizing as expected, the chef really is impressive as always. Suddenly, Joshua reminds them it's time to go, or they'll be late for class. George says they should hurry. Joshua tells Robert that they'll go first. Emma looks confused, wanting to finish her slime jelly, but her brother tells her she's already had enough and shouldn't be so fussy. Meanwhile, Robert enjoys his jelly but soon notices everyone has left. He panics as he hears the bell for class. He stomps his feet, shouting in frustration that he can't fail economics, he has to pass everything this year, and it's terrible to be late on the first day. Behind him, his butler approaches, holding a handkerchief and asking if he's finished. Robert shouts for Emma in anger and bolts toward the classroom, yelling that he'll remember this forever. Emma sighs, feeling completely full. William watches her, noting it's because she got carried away and ate too much. George smiles, saying it's still a relief that they were able to finish early with only 3 subjects in their first year. One of the twins turns to Emma, asking if they all have economics in the afternoon. Emma nods and asks about them. The twin explains they have a language class from San Cross's country, which has a close tie with their territory, and asks Emma if she finds the language fun. Emma frowns, saying she rarely meets foreigners in the palace and hasn't taken much interest in other languages. Suddenly she perks up, asking Catherine how to say hello in that language. Catherine demonstrates, and Emma gets excited to learn other words, noticing that hello and thank you share the same word. The twins explain that the same word can cover multiple meanings, which surprises Emma, but she sighs, calling it convenient. William suddenly gets curious and asks how to say sorry. One twin tells him it's rockle, and the other explains it can mean sorry, goodbye, no thanks, the worst, or even did you gain weight recently. William stares, confused. George jumps in, asking how to say did you lose weight recently, and the twins say it's luckle, adding that with just 2 words, people can carry a whole conversation. Joshua looks impressed, saying it's similar to his interpreter teaching him only I will buy and I won't buy, which cover hello and goodbye. The twins are shocked he knows so much about the language. George smiles, saying it's because they export palace silk, and wonders if firing the interpreter could cut labor costs. When they reach the gate, the twins ask Emma about her carriage. She explains they walk since their house is close, and taking the carriage would waste time. Joshua agrees, and the twins are surprised, noting they live in a dorm and expected the same. The 3 siblings leave the academy to head home. On the way, they pass Joshua's store. George notices it's almost finished and remembers it used to sell palace silk and one-horned rabbit fur, but after Joshua took over, the products changed completely. It was supposed to be done when the academy started, but Joshua quickly expanded the cafe space on the 2nd floor, delaying the renovation. Suddenly Joshua suggests they have a cup of tea before heading home. Emma hesitates, saying the store opens next week and they can come back then. She sighs, knowing he's busy preparing. Joshua smiles, saying it's fine and that they can come anytime because he'll have plenty of tea and snacks ready. The siblings say goodbye, promising they will definitely return. After reaching their family mansion, the 3 siblings stopped at the door, staring in awe. It was huge. William sighed, wondering if they would ever get used to it. Ewan and Emma shared the same thought, questioning if they ever would. At first, their father had planned for the family to stay on the third floor of Joshua's store since many spacious rooms were still unused, but he had disagreed. Emma remembered her father asking why, pointing out that the rent would be reasonable. The merchant had shouted at him, questioning how a count could freeload at a merchant store. Her father insisted he would pay the rent, but the man wasn't satisfied. When her father suggested buying a mansion in the royal capital, the merchant got even angrier, asking if he was really a noble and didn't he need to show pride. Her father had argued that pride couldn't feed them, which left the merchant grumbling. Eventually, Daniel arranged the purchase and asked if her father agreed to pay, to which he replied he wanted something cheap, making the merchant fume again. In the end, Daniel managed to find a mansion that suited the family without embarrassment. When he brought the offer to Emma's father, he was shocked at the price, noticing 3 extra zeros. Daniel questioned what kind of mansion he expected to live in. Her father said he didn't care about the location, but Daniel pointed out that living too far from the academy would make commuting difficult for Emma, which made him agree. The house was close to the academy, big enough for 5 family members, with a large garden for the cats. Her father happily approved, knowing the cats would be content. Thanks to Joshua's father, who understood their needs better than her own father, the mansion with one of the largest plots in the royal capital became the Stewart family home. The children reached the door and stepped inside. The cats rushed to greet them. Emma ran to her cat and hugged her instantly, whispering that she was back home. Seeing her cat brought memories of her past life rushing back. The butler welcomed them, calling them young masters and young ladies with respect. George asked him not to call them like that, but the gatekeeper smiled, acknowledging their titles and saying there was no need to change their names. After changing her clothes, Emma went out to the garden with Isekai'd, suggesting they take a nap on the swing. Isekai'd got excited, watching Emma happily. Suddenly, Isekai'd let out a loud sound, making Emma blink in surprise. She felt her stomach easing, realizing she could have dinner later without trouble. The cat grew excited as Emma rushed forward to hug her. Isekai'd had noticed something a little off about Emma today, but it wasn't a big deal since she had already cleaned up and settled for her favorite Minato and her usual afternoon nap. She wished moments like this could last forever and hoped they could always be together. The next day, the siblings headed to Joshua's shop, finding him busy cleaning and greeting them with a cheerful good morning. The next day, when Emma and her brother arrive at Joshua's shop, they're shocked to see blood on the floor while Joshua is cleaning it up with a mop. Emma stares at the floor, asking what it is, wondering if it's red ink, and asks Joshua what happened. He sighs and explains it's harassment. He adds that they've been bothered a lot during the renovations, but this time they really went too far. George takes the cleaning tool from Joshua and asks if he knows who the club president is and whether they caught them. Joshua says there were no witnesses since it happened late at night, probably during the first pre-inspection. Even if they catch the club members, it's unlikely they could press charges, so he feels at a loss. Emma frowns, realizing that the First Prince's factions are full of old aristocrats. Despite holding a noble title, Joshua's family is new nobility, and even filing charges in the capital would likely fail. She sighs sadly, thinking about the sweet-tasting party for the cafe's menu they had planned for the holiday. It probably won't happen now. George feels bad, telling Joshua it might never come off. Joshua admits he's troubled. Even if they repaint the walls, the floor is still a problem. Scraping or replacing the stone floor would take time and money. Suddenly William shouts proudly, pointing at himself, saying this is where he takes the stage, right? He adds that because the body is a young boy the brain is off, but before he can finish, his siblings shout at him. He jumps in frustration, yelling that they're always so mean, while Joshua looks confused. William glares at the floor, saying the stain couldn't just come off on its own, so they should investigate. They all head to the Royal Capital shopping district. Emma is confused, asking how they plan to search since so many shops sell ink. William explains that buying that much ink at once is difficult anyway. He thinks that whether the Red Club gathered it shop by shop or ordered it in one batch, it can still be traced. Ink that won't come off even after multiple attempts must have special properties. For now, he suggests starting with stores that sell ink. His siblings get excited and start asking every shop for information. By the end of the day, they're exhausted because every shop only carries black ink. Emma is shocked. She's tried many things in silk dyeing experiments but has never seen a dye that produces such a bright red color and doesn't come off easily. She realizes that if negative gossip spreads about Joshua's damaged shop, they might not be able to reopen. William sighs, admitting that if the ink isn't here, it's probably out of their reach. Emma smiles, noting that as expected, the child detective gives up easily. William glares at her, asking if she has a better idea, saying he can tell from her face that she doesn't. She grins and suggests that for now, they should go eat lunch and change their clothes first. He nods in agreement. After reaching home, Emma changes her clothes and has her brothers do the same. William frowns, staring at their outfits, confused because these were the clothes they usually wore just to play with the cats in the garden. George looks at them, wondering if they're going to do something messy, while William struggles to understand why Emma chose these clothes for their trip. Emma puts on her hat and prepares to head to the commoner town, explaining that with the royal castle in the center, the capital is neatly divided. If the shopping district doesn't have the ink, their only option is the commoner town. Their casual clothes are perfect for leaving through the back door, and the cats will guide them there safely. Climbing onto a cat, she thinks about her parents and asks her brothers to take care of them while they're gone. William panics, thinking the commoner town is too dangerous without a carriage or bodyguard due to poor public safety. Emma doesn't understand why it's considered off-limits, since no one had ever said they couldn't go. She reminds them that they've always relied on Joshua's care, so it's fair to return the favor once in a while. Her brothers are stunned, and without hesitation, she sets off, telling the maids they'll be playing with the cats in the garden. The maids watch them leave, one reflecting on how big yet fluffy and cute the cats are, while the other notes that despite the dreamlike system, good salary, and days off, Emma's mischievous energy and her bugs are still a little intimidating. After reaching the commoner town, the streets were crowded with people at every corner. The siblings moved from shop to shop, searching for the ink, asking questions, and getting no answers. George looked around, noticing how quiet this part of the town felt. William nodded, thinking it was an interesting feeling, pretending to be a commoner. Suddenly, Emma caught a delicious smell. George noticed it too and suggested they take a break at a nearby restaurant. As they walked, a man bumped into George, quickly apologizing before running off into a corner. William looked at him, realizing it was Inspector Raj, wondering if he was on some errand. Emma reminded them that in stories and games, crowded areas like this were perfect for pickpockets and asked if they had their wallets. William checked and found his wallet was fine, but George froze, something was gone. William asked what the problem was, noticing George's panic. George started trembling, realizing his monster Karuta had been stolen. He groaned, saying it was over for him and his monster studies. Emma comforted him, telling him it was okay and that they could still catch the thief. George panicked, saying he had already lost sight of the boy. Suddenly, Emma revealed Violet's thread. George was shocked and confused, but she explained that Violet had tied it to the thief earlier. George lit up with excitement, thanking Violet and telling Emma they should pull the thread to catch the boy. Emma warned it might be dangerous if the kid got hurt, and George agreed. William shook his head, surprised that George still worried about others even now. Emma sighed, saying that since they couldn't find the ink, they should focus on getting the monster Karuta back first. In this world, the gap between the rich and the poor was wide. Aristocrats, marquises, and above had to take turns distributing food to the poor. This old custom, started voluntarily by their ancestors, had somehow become a strict obligation over time. Robert had been stuck doing this duty. After finishing, he returned to his carriage, sighing in disbelief at the mess Dylan Pfister had started. He felt irritated as he sat there, watching his maids hand out the food. Outside, a crowd had appeared out of nowhere, and he wondered when he could finally go home. Brian, his attendant, looked shocked, questioning why he had to follow Robert even though he had done it himself just last week. Robert muttered that it couldn't be helped, since his sister couldn't come, he had to stand in for her. Just as he was about to relax, his butler appeared, saying they had run out of bread and soup and would need to return to the mansion for more. Robert shouted at him, calling it foolish. If there was no more food, they were done for the day and going home. Brian hesitated, asking what would happen if the slum residents filed a complaint. Robert argued that no one would know if the rule was followed, so it didn't matter, they were leaving. He noticed one poor man lying on the ground and scoffed, thinking no one would believe what such people said. The maids began clearing the tables, announcing they were finished. The crowd reacted with shock, some complaining they hadn't eaten yet and others grumbling from hunger. One man, grinding his teeth, ran to the carriage and banged on the window. He shouted at Robert, asking why he stopped distributing food when not everyone had enough. He begged for the children under 5, pleading for something to eat, insisting they wouldn't survive until the next distribution. Robert stared at the man, thinking the children were pitiful, and shouted, calling him foolish for expecting free food. If they fed every single person, it would never end. He ground his teeth, frustrated at how everything seemed to get on his nerves. He had even appealed to his father to complain to Emma's house, only to receive a strange reply saying it was partially his fault. His irritation flared, remembering Emma's face, but he stopped himself, thinking she wouldn't have acted properly even if she had apologized. He became angrier thinking about the number of boys around her. Suddenly, he slammed the carriage door, shouting that there was no food left and calling the man an eyesore. The crowd froze in shock. The poor man shouted back, saying it wouldn't be free, he would trade for a special bright red ink that couldn't be removed. Robert paused, confused for a moment, then smirked as an idea struck him. He remembered the freckled merchant's son's store opening time. Meanwhile, the 3 siblings were still chasing the thief. Emma noticed that the violet thread attached to the stolen Kiruta led into a nearby building. As they entered, the boy came out, slamming the object on the floor and shouting, frustrated that it wasn't a wallet. Suddenly, the thief boy started crying, worried about what he would do if things continued like this, saying he would stay hungry. George watched him, thinking it would be hard to reason with him. Emma stepped closer to the boy, asking if he could give the object back. George looked at her, confused. The boy tried to run, but stopped when he saw George blocking his path, greeting him. The boy panicked, shouting, asking how they knew he was here. George calmly picked up the object, relieved to see everything was intact. The boy shouted again, asking why they were there and which gang they belonged to, accusing them of a territorial invasion. The 3 of them stared at him in confusion. He smirked, saying that anyone who had seen the slums this closely could tell that people in patchy, tattered clothes didn't come from district, they were definitely slum residents. Emma looked at him, puzzled, realizing that the clothes they usually wore at home were rougher than typical commoner clothing. William explained they didn't live in the slums. The thief's voice softened as he said it was fine, promising not to question them further and apologized, offering to return the object so they could forgive him. William looks at him in confusion when suddenly Emma questions if he was crying earlier. He freaks out shouting what? He tries to explain he wasn't. The boy steps closer to Emma, eyes fixed on her face. He spots a nasty scar and asks if the nobles did that to her and if it still hurts. He then warns her to be careful on food distribution days. Most people are fine, but some don't think twice about doing awful things. At the mention of nobles, all 3 siblings freeze up. The boy explains what happened the day before. It was the worst noble of the week. He packed up and left before finishing the distribution, but before going, his older brother handed over his most prized possession and asked the boy to make sure everyone still got their share. The boy wasn't happy about it. Emma's eyes lit up the moment she heard the word treasure. She wonders what kind of treasure someone like them would even have. Money? Food? Something else? Then the boy's face falls and he starts crying. Those people just took the treasure and left. Emma stares at him, confused, thinking it sounds like a straight-up robbery. But the boy shakes his head through his tears. It didn't stop there. His brother ran after the carriage to get it back, and they ran him over. The 3 siblings go completely still. This is way more than just a robbery. Emma moves closer to the boy and softly asks how his brother is doing. The boy wipes his face and says his brother hasn't woken up since. His body won't move, the bleeding hasn't stopped, and he has no money for medicine. William watches him, a heavy feeling in his chest. This kid is in a really bad spot. The boy sniffles and says he stopped by the drugstore on the way back, only to find out what he picked up wasn't money at all. The 3 siblings look at each other. The sun is already going down and they know they should be heading home. But their minds, closer to 30 than their young bodies suggest, just won't let them walk away from this. George puts a hand on the boy's shoulder and tells him they don't have much, but they have a little, enough to go to the drugstore right now. The boy's eyes go wide. He looks at their clothes, worn and torn, even worse than his own, and yet they're still willing to give what little they have. Something changes in his face. Before they head out, Emma speaks up and says they should check on his brother first. They need to see how bad it is before buying anything, so they know what to actually get. The boy takes them through the streets to a run-down old building tucked away in a corner. He pushes open the door, tells them to watch their step, and leads them upstairs. George frowns and asks why his brother isn't on the ground floor. The boy says there's no light down there at night, but part of the roof on the top floor has fallen in, so at least a little light gets through. The siblings look at each other. That's not good. They reach the second floor and the boy pushes open a door, calling out that he's back. Inside, lying on the floor right under the broken roof, is his brother. The three of them stand in the doorway and stare. The three of them move closer to the man. Emma carefully examines his wound, when the little boy steps closer, anxious about his brother's condition. Emma's expression darkens for a moment. Suddenly she turns towards the boy and reassures him. She observes that the wound is not severe. Looking closely, there are no broken bones, and although there is a lot of blood, if it is cleaned and pus does not form, he should recover soon. The boy looks confused. He asks if it's the case why his brother is in such a state. Emma explains that the man's leg is thin, the skin dry and rough, showing clear signs of malnutrition. She suspects he has been starving. She asks the little boy when his brother last ate. The boy recalls the food distribution which happened yesterday. Because there was not enough for everyone, his brother had not eaten. He also remembers that the distribution a week earlier did not include the usual goodie bag with biscuits. It seems his brother has had no proper food for nearly a week. William reacts strongly, shouting that this is the real problem, far more than the wound itself. The little boy says that whenever his brother finds nuts or small food, he always gives it to the other children. Even when food is distributed, he never eats it all himself. He shares it with anyone who needs it. He always puts others first. Emma notices that the amount he eats is far too little for an adult man. She thinks it is amazing that he has survived so long like this. She says the most urgent thing now is his dehydration. He needs water first, mixed with a little salt and sugar. The little boy shouts in frustration. He says that these things are very expensive. Emma shakes her head and tells him they only need a small amount. Maybe a copper coin's worth of each will be enough. She adds that whatever is left can be used to make something easy to eat. Porridge or oatmeal would work. If it is boiled with milk, it will be soft. George sighs and nods. He thinks the plan will work. Then he turns to the little boy. He tells him they should go first. He will buy the supplies for him. He calls for William to give him the money. The little boy insists he will go with him. They leave the building together. They run toward the market. Meanwhile, Emma turns to William. She asks him about the salt concentration. He admits he doesn't know. She sighs and says she thinks she read it somewhere. But she cannot remember exactly. She wonders if the sugar porridge will be sweet enough. William grows frustrated. He shouts at her to try to remember. She struggles. That makes him even more annoyed. He says even if he were asked, he could not suddenly recall it. Emma guesses that the amount should be slightly less than a spoonful. She panics because she can't remember. William looks at the man's skin. He says it is slightly acidic. They are busy thinking when George comes back. He tells them he is back. Emma remarks on how fast he is. George says he ran here. He brought the dehydration supplies first. He explains that the rest of the things will come later, carried by another kit. He picks up a bottle and mixes salt and sugar into water. He shakes it well. He notices Emma's expression and asks what is wrong. She looks confused. George explains the ratio. 2 to 3 grams of salt. 20 to 40 grams of sugar per liter of water. He adds that he used this ratio before. Once, a worker collapsed from heat stroke on a construction site. He is unsure if it is exactly right. The younger siblings shout that he is the best. He laughs. He explains that on that day, the site had no vending machine. He mixed tap water with sesame salt from a bento and syrup from drinks. He doesn't know if it worked perfectly. Emma suddenly realizes that sesame salt is mostly seeds. She is surprised. William carefully lifts the man. He gives him small spoonfuls of the water mixture. Emma and George help clean the wound. Once they finish, Emma sets his hand gently on the floor. Suddenly, Emma calls for Violet. She says that she should finish before the kid comes back. Violet hurries over. She carefully covers the man's wound. She makes sure it is protected. Violet jumps back into Emma's hands. She sparkles for a moment, showing that Emma can call her anytime she wants. Then she quickly rushes back inside Emma's hat. The little boy comes running into the building, shouting that he is back. He asks about his big brother's condition. Behind him, he brings the other kids with him. He explains that they are from this part of the slums and that they just followed him on their own. The kids look at the three siblings, curious about who they are. Emma reassures the boy that everything is fine. His brother's wound has been treated, and he drank the water properly. She takes the cooking materials from the boy's hands and says it is time to prepare something for him to eat when he wakes up. The girl following the little boy becomes excited and shouts about the food. Emma asks if they have a pot. The boy says they might have one. Someone from a past food distribution left it behind, and it has not been used because there is no food to cook in it. Emma looks confused. She wonders if they can cook here. She says oatmeal is best warm. William notices a fireplace built into the wall. He points it out, asking her to take note. Emma examines it, unsure if it can be used. She decides it will be fine and thinks they can set the pot on some crumble bricks. George listens and suggests they can use dry leaves and small pieces of wood from the floor to start the fire. Suddenly, George calls out to her. He says the town lights are about to turn on and that he will go get firewood. He promises to come back. Emma looks at him, impressed by her older brother's survival skills. William nods in agreement, explaining he learned from being taken hunting at the palace. Emma thinks that if he studied a little harder, he would be even better. She starts cooking the porridge and pours it into a bowl when it is ready. The kids hear the food and line up with their own bowls. The little boy looks confused and shouts that the meal is for his big brother. Emma smiles and reassures him that it is okay because there is enough. She begins filling the children's bowls one by one, warning them that it is hot. The kids start eating happily, enjoying the taste. The man opens his eyes slightly and watches the scene in his house. He calls out to Emma with broken words, asking who she is. The little boy immediately turns toward his brother, shouting his name in worry. The man sits up slowly, blinking at his brother with a confused look. He spots the three children standing nearby and has no idea who they are. Before he can ask, Hugh rushes over and throws his arms around him. The man winces and tells him to take it easy, asking what's going on. Hugh pulls back just enough to smack him lightly on the chest, crying and yelling at him for being so reckless and getting himself hurt. The man blinks at him, a little lost, and tells him to calm down. He's not sure what he did wrong, but he says sorry anyway. Hugh hugs him again, sobbing that he really thought he was going to die. The man glances down at his leg. The pain is gone, but there's something wrapped around it he doesn't recognize. He stares at it, wondering what that's all about. George steps closer and asks if he feels up to eating. The man notices the warm bowl of porridge and his stomach immediately speaks up. He asks George where it came from, then snaps his head toward Hugh and asks loudly if he stole again. Hugh shakes his head fast and says no, explaining the three siblings paid for it. George tells him to just eat before it gets cold and worry about the rest later. The man takes the bowl and tries a spoonful. His eyes soften a little, it's good. Emma gently tells him to slow down or his stomach will regret it. Once the bowl is empty and he's heard the full story, he looks over at Hugh. In a way, the kid did take something before all this. He gives him a light punch on the arm, then turns to the three siblings and properly apologizes. He explains that he's Hugh's sworn older brother, not by blood, but it counts. Before Hugh came along, he got by through pickpocketing. He's gotten into trouble over it more than once, but when things get hard, old habits have a way of creeping back. He pushes himself to his feet, a little wobbly, and says he wants to thank them properly, for the wound and the food. He's really grateful. He tells them his name is Harlot. He looks after some of the kids in the area now, he explains, due to a few things that led him here. George waves it off and says there's nothing to thank them for, they just happen to be around. He introduces his siblings, and Hugh pipes up too, telling them they can just call him Hugh. George brings up something that's been on his mind. He's been moving between the slums and the communal town all day and noticed a lot of young kids around. Harlot nods and explains that more people have been finding work lately. Employers have been more open to hiring from the slums, and once the kids are older, they can leave too. He sighs and adds that manual labor is in high demand right now, a lot of demolition and repair work came out of the coup. Emma looks at Harlot and asks, a little bluntly, why he isn't out working too if he's old enough. Harlot just pats Hugh's head and says yesterday was bad luck. He got hurt and ended up worrying about some new faces. He glances at the other siblings, whose eyes are drooping, and tells them they're welcome to stay the night. It's not safe to be out wandering at this hour anyway. The next morning, sunlight pours in and pulls Emma awake. She squints and sits up, realizing the three of them had ended up sleeping pressed together in a heap. She looks around and notices Hardship is gone. She stands and steps in front of the light to block it from hitting William. He stirs and asks what she's doing. She says sorry for waking him and admits she was just thinking about where Hardship went. She turns to Hugh, still half asleep, and asks the same thing. He mumbles that Hardship probably went to paint somewhere nearby. Emma stares at him, not sure what that means. She slips outside and finds Hardship with a brush in his hand, working on a wall. She walks up and looks at what he's made, and her mouth falls open a little. She tells him it's amazing. Hardship smiles, clearly a bit proud. She points out the perspective, the shadows, the way the colors pop. She's genuinely impressed. Hardship looks a little caught off guard by how specific her praise is. He thinks back to what Hugh told him, that these three came from another slum, but they're sharp, thoughtful, and handle things on their own. He glances at Emma and asks her who she is exactly. Emma smiles. She notices his orange eyes, bright and smart, and the darker orange of his hair. He's lean, but there's something about him, calm and a little clever. She asks if he'll show her more of his work. Hardship pauses, then agrees. Emma crouches down and looks at the paint tray, her eyes running over all the colors. Hardship turns back to the wall and keeps going, brush moving steadily, while Emma watches without a word. After that, the others quietly follow Hardship outside. He sits down with the siblings and listens as they tell their story. He pauses and asks, keeping it brief, if this ink was splashed on the front wall of their friend's store. George nods and explains that it is a bright red ink that won't fade no matter how much they try to scrub it. He adds that it has caused them so much trouble. Hardship asks if there is any way to make it come off. As he looks at George, he notices the red color is the same as the ink the noble used during the food distribution. Emma grits her teeth in frustration, realizing that the man had been stingy during the distribution, stole the ink, and splashed it on her friend's store. All the clues point to a single person, and immediately her mind thinks of Robert. Hardship apologizes to them, saying that the ink can never be removed. The siblings are shocked, exchanging stunned glances. He explains that every painting here uses the same type of ink. Even the works in this room, which have been exposed to rain and wind, are in perfect condition. The colors remain intact and do not run. William leans forward, curious, and asks if this ink is sold anywhere. Hardship lifts the ink pot and tells them it isn't sold anywhere. He made it himself. Emma's eyes widened in surprise. She asks if he really made it alone. She realizes that this is far beyond ordinary handmade ink. Even the siblings have never seen a color so bright and unfading in their lives. Hardship sighs, explaining that he used to wander around painting pictures, but the cost of art supplies was higher than what he earned. After many experiments, he had no choice but to make it himself. He adds that recently he has been painting graffiti while staying with the kids here, without wandering anywhere. Emma looks at him in confusion. He laughs lightly, saying it as if it were nothing, but she senses it must have been difficult to stay with the children who were always alone after so many good days together. Those who could work left the slums, but he stayed, and that is why he became so thin and collapsed. Hardship tells the three siblings that if they have nowhere else to go, they can live with him. He can teach them to read and write before they reach working age. George suddenly bursts out, shouting that they are fine and do not need to move in. Hardship looks at him, questioning gently if that is really true, and reassures them they don't need to force themselves. Other children jump in, saying there is no need to hold back and that they can stay if they want. Emma notices that the sky has grown dark. She turns around quickly, and just as she does, the children start screaming in terror, pointing at a monster approaching from the shadows. The man stands up quickly, shouting at everyone to come closer to him. He warns them that it is dangerous and they need to be careful. Emma turns toward the figure moving in the shadows and immediately realizes it is her cat, Comey. She rushes forward and scoops Comey into her arms, hugging her tightly. She asks George in confusion why the cat is here. The man looks at Emma, clearly confused. Emma glances at the other children, noticing they are staring and asking if everything is all right. She explains that this little one is her pet cat, Comey, and that she keeps her at home. The man frowns, shouting, "What cat?" The younger children gather around, curious, and ask what a cat even is. The man explains, amazed, that it is one of the most expensive animals that rich people can own. He has heard that the price of a single cat is equal to a house, but it is not supposed to be this large. The children are stunned. They cannot understand such extravagance and are shocked to think a single pet could be worth so much. Emma kneels down near a little girl, asking if she wants to touch Komi. The girl reaches out carefully and feels the cat's fur, surprised at how soft it is. She notices that Komi smells like sunlight. The children laugh and cheer, marveling at the cat's size and cuteness. Emma smiles at Komi and remembers that she has always been good at taking care of children, but she wonders how the cat ended up here. Even George looks puzzled when, suddenly, their father appears, calling out that he brought Komi here. All the children turn in surprise, shouting his name. The Lord yells, scolding them for leaving without a word and staying out late. He says he had been worried, and the three siblings quickly apologize. He hits the brothers lightly as a warning and then kneels down to Emma, asking what she would do if something had happened to her. She reassures him and apologizes, explaining that many things happened. George notices the unfairness in how their father treats them compared to Emma. The Lord smiles at Emma and tells her not to worry him too much. He mentions that he was so worried last night that he could not sleep, and he had asked Komi to lead him here first thing in the morning. Harlot looks at him, questioning if this is really their father. The Lord confirms that he is Leonard Stewart, and it seems the children have been under his care. Harlot freezes, realizing this is the Count of the Palace. He shouts in shock, asking if this is the same Count he has heard of. Leonard confirms it. He explains that the family moved to the royal capital so the children could attend the academy. Harlot, who has been traveling, had heard rumors about the Count's house. After inheriting the title, the Count became the ruler of 3 territories with frequent monster sightings, by a royal family decree. Within a few years, he made the silk business in the main territory the wealthiest in the country. Harlot remembers the famous silk, Emma Silk. Harlot bows deeply, shocked to realize that Emma is the Count's daughter. He apologizes for letting her and her siblings spend a night in such a filthy place. The Count smiles, saying it is all right since the children are fine. He chuckles, noting it would have been a different story if they were not well. Emma suddenly perks up, excitedly explaining that Harlot's ink is incredible. She says that since dyeing has long been a bottleneck, this ink could be revolutionary. It produces bright colors with a single dyeing and does not fade. She points out that it could lower production costs because water is precious in the palace, and she wants to try dyeing silk with it. The Count chuckles and encourages her to go ahead. He then turns to Harlot and asks if he is willing to sell the ink. Harlot looks confused. The Count insists he should make as much as possible and set the price. Suddenly, Joshua bursts in, banging the door. He shouts that they need to wait for a woman. George asks when he arrived, but Joshua ignores him. He approaches the Count, shouting that business purchases should go through his family to avoid problems. He explains that the family has a poor track record with business and will revert to being poor without oversight, despite repeated warnings. Joshua sighs, frustrated that he and his father have been quietly protecting the Stewart family for years. After calming down, he apologizes to Harlot for the sudden interruption and introduces himself. He explains that he is the top manager of the Royal Capital Branch store and also serves as a business advisor to the Stewart family. He asks Harlot to go through him for all future business contacts. Harlot looks at him, baffled, realizing that Joshua is from the wealthiest merchant group in the kingdom and is speaking to the Count himself. Hugh turns to Joshua, asking if his store is the one that got splashed with ink. Joshua confirms it. He then asks Harlot if it is really impossible to remove the ink. Harlot apologizes, and Joshua reassures him it is fine because his shop is used to dealing with trouble like this. Emma suddenly has an idea. She points to the wall and asks Harlot if he can paint in layers with this ink. Harlot looks confused but confirms he can. He explains that the color will never fade and won't mix if another color is applied on top, making it perfect for painting. Emma becomes excited and suggests he paint Joshua's store too, using strawberries because the red would be perfect for photos. Everyone looks puzzled at her use of the new word Instagrammable. Joshua examines the wall and realizes it might be a good idea. He asks Harlot if he can paint strawberries on the front of his store and promises to pay. He also suggests seasonal artwork with limited editions. Harlot agrees, but before he can finish, Joshua becomes even more excited. He proposes a 1-year exclusive contract, handling the ink separately, and prints it on the spot. Harlot tries to speak, but Joshua interrupts, telling him to sign if he agrees. Hugh yells that Harlot keeps repeating himself and asks if he is all right. The man looks over the contract and nods to himself, feeling that the terms are exactly what he needs. When he notices the amount written down, his eyes widen in shock, realizing he is being paid far more than he expected. George smiles, explaining that the extra money comes from savings in their setup, no need to scrape or fix the stone floor, and the fact that most of the customers are female students from the academy. The store is likely to become popular for its cute theme, which makes the situation even better. Hugh runs up to his older brother, nudging him, and the man realizes that for at least a year, all of the children will have enough to eat every day. The children react with excitement at the thought of regular meals, their faces lighting up with joy. Hugh clings to his older brother's arm, still questioning if it could be too good to be true, and Joshua reacts angrily, insisting that his family's company would never deceive anyone and that contracts are meant to protect everyone involved. The Count Leonard chuckles quietly at the scene. Joshua then suggests moving the man and the children to the commoner town, offering a large building that would comfortably house all of them. The man immediately refuses, stating that he cannot leave his current place. Joshua and Emma are left stunned, unable to believe that he would turn down such an offer. Harlot says he cannot leave this place. Joshua looks at him, confused, and repeats that he can prepare a large building for him, enough for all the children to stay together. Harlot scratches his head and lets out a long breath. After a short pause, he admits that it is a secret. The raw material for the ink comes from underground in this slum. There are clusters of mushrooms growing there, and they are the key ingredient. If he leaves and someone else takes over the area, he might lose access to them and won't be able to make the ink anymore. Joshua frowns, not fully understanding what he means by that. Harlot explains again in simple terms that he prefers to stay here and travel back and forth for work instead. Joshua sighs, seeing no better option. He admits it may sound rude, but he does not think it is suitable for Harlot to work in a shopping district while looking like that. He adds that he will arrange proper clothes at the company's expense and asks if Harlot can start painting from tomorrow. Emma lights up with excitement. She quickly begins suggesting ideas, thinking a hunting cap would suit him well. She adds that his shirt should stay simple so it does not interfere with his work. She keeps listing small details while Harlot watches her, puzzled by her sudden energy. The children nearby grow excited, realizing their older brother will receive new clothes. They start imagining how nice he will look and feel happy for him. Leonard watches Emma and feels a slight sense of jealousy. He then turns to the children and offers to make clothes for them as well. He mentions there is no monster hunting in the capital, so he has plenty of free time. He glances at Joshua, checking if this is acceptable, and Joshua agrees without hesitation. Emma suddenly interrupts, shaking her head strongly. She refuses the idea and insists that her father's fashion sense is terrible. She declares that she will handle the designs herself and tells him to focus only on sewing. Leonard gives in with a helpless expression and agrees. Harlot stands there in shock, struggling to understand how a count would end up making clothes. He also realizes there are many children here, nearly 9 in total. William reassures him not to worry and says they will help too. George adds that they can even prepare extra sets for the others who are not present, asking him to tell them the numbers. Harlot feels overwhelmed, unable to believe that the Count's children are willing to help him like this. Hugh watches with shining eyes, amazed, and comments that nobles who make clothes must be incredible. Harlot gently corrects him, explaining that nobles usually do not do such things. Nearby, Joshua feels a bit jealous, thinking he has never even worn clothes designed by Emma himself. After everything settles, Leonard turns to Emma and says they should head home now since their mother must be worried. Emma freezes and begins to tremble, asking if her mother is angry. Leonard quietly confirms it. William notices her reaction and knows that among the whole family, their mother is the only one Emma truly fears. Emma clenches her teeth, already imagining the worst. She worries that her snacks might be taken away for an entire week. Before she can react further, her brothers pull her along, urging her to return home quickly. Joshua bows politely to Harlot before leaving with them. Once they reach home, Emma faces her mother's sharp gaze. She stands still, feeling uneasy under the pressure. Her mother raises her voice, asking how a young lady could stay out all night without permission. No matter how mature she acts, she is still only 13. Emma keeps apologizing, lowering her head. Her mother points at her firmly and announces the punishment. Emma stiffens in fear. She is told that after school, she will be sent to her grandparents' house, the Duke of Sullivan's, to learn proper noble etiquette. Emma panics, unable to hide her shock, and questions what she just heard. Emma thinks about her grandmother and feels her heart sink. She knows that her grandmother is famous across the country for strict etiquette. If she goes there, she won't be able to play with the cats anymore. She won't enjoy her tea time after school, and she won't get to taste the sweets at Joshua's cafe. All the small things she loves will be gone. She drops to her knees in front of her mother, crying and begging for mercy. Her voice trembles as she pleads, but her mother turns away and walks toward the stairs, saying the decision has already been made. There is no room for argument. The next day after school, Emma still feels shaken. When she steps outside, she sees a carriage from the Duke of Sullivan waiting for her. The butler opens the door and guides her inside. She looks back at her brothers with desperate eyes, asking them to help her somehow as the carriage begins to move. The brothers stand there, watching her leave, realizing how miserable she looks. After that, George suggests they go check on Joshua's shop. William agrees, and the two head there together. When they arrive, they are surprised to see Harlot. He turns toward them, noticing their presence. William stares at him and comments that he looks completely different now, almost unrecognizable. George nods in agreement. Harlot looks at them, still a bit unsure, and wonders again if they are really nobles. As he studies them, he notices that someone is missing. William lets out a breath and explains that Emma is not with them. George adds that as punishment for staying out without permission, she has been sent to their mother's parents' house after school. Harlot feels uneasy and apologizes, but William shakes his head, saying there is no need. He believes Emma should reflect on her actions this time. George agrees, adding that it might be good for her to learn proper behavior with their grandmother's help. Harlot pauses when he hears the name and asks if they are talking about Hilda Sullivan. The two brothers nod. He feels a chill, realizing it is that same Madame Hilda Sullivan, one of the four great dukes, known everywhere as the Demon of Etiquette. He remembers hearing that her daughter, who was also strict with manners, married into the Count family. Now he understands that Emma has been sent there. He cannot help but feel sorry for her. 2 weeks later, during an embroidery class, Emma's classmates are shocked when they see her. She looks thin and worn out. Her face has lost its usual brightness. As she sits at her desk, tears fall without stopping, and she lowers her head onto the table, quietly crying. Francisca looks at Emma and asks if she still has to go again after school today. Emma quickly moves her hand and nods, showing that it is the same as before. At the same time, she finishes her embroidery in just a moment. She lets out a long breath. As punishment for staying out without permission, she has to spend 4 hours every day at her mother's parents' house for a whole month. She feels tired just thinking about it. In her mind, her grandmother is far stricter than her own mother, almost unbearable to deal with. Her hands keep moving as she works, but her thoughts wander. She remembers that her grandmother plans to take her to an evening party this weekend at the royal palace. That thought alone makes her uneasy. The twins nearby notice her expression and speak up. They ask if she is talking about the weekend party, then mention that they will be attending as well. They look at each other, confirming it. Still, they find it unusual that Emma will be there too. Emma turns toward them and asks if they often attend such events. They explain that they go to at least 2 parties every month. Sometimes they guide foreign guests at tea gatherings or evening banquets held in the capital. Emma is surprised. Her eyes brighten as she realizes how capable they are, even at their age. She feels a bit embarrassed and sighs, knowing she cannot say she does not want to go. Instead, she asks if they can sit beside her if they meet at the party. The twins agree without hesitation. One of them adds that the prince from a neighboring country will also attend, so this party will be much larger than usual. Emma stiffens at that. She trembles slightly, thinking her grandmother chose such a grand event on purpose. To her, it feels almost like punishment. She cannot help but feel that there was no consideration for her comfort at all. The twins try to reassure her, saying that at large events like this, nobles of similar rank are seated close together, so she won't be alone. Emma looks at them with gratitude, thankful for their kindness. Then she notices Marion standing nearby with a strange expression. Marion explains that since her older brother will attend the party, she does not need to go herself. She also adds that frilly dresses do not suit her, and she cannot wear men's clothing at such an event either. Emma frowns and shakes her head, disagreeing. She believes Marion's tall figure and posture would look great in a dress. Marion seems surprised by her words. Emma studies her more closely. Even though Marion dresses like a man, her build is strong and well-shaped. With the right design, something that fits her form properly, she would look amazing. Emma grows more excited and insists that she wants to make a dress for her. Marion smiles softly and asks what Emma will do if she becomes even busier. She tells her that she should worry about her own dress first. Emma replies that she can just wear the dress from the previous party, so it should be fine. Before she can say more, Francisca reacts strongly. She steps closer and firmly says that Emma cannot do that. Wearing the same dress twice to a formal gathering is not acceptable, especially at an important banquet like this one. She explains that young ladies their age never repeat outfits at high society events. Even though Emma's previous dress was beautiful, people would remember it, so she should not wear it again. Emma feels shocked. She hesitates and asks if that is really a rule. The twins nod, confirming it. Emma sighs deeply, feeling troubled. In the end, she realizes she has no choice. If that is how things work, then she will have to make a new dress for herself too. Emma sighs in frustration as she thinks about her dress. She realizes that ideas come to her easily when she designs for others, like Rose. But when it comes to her own outfit, she is not very particular, so it takes much longer. The problem is that she cannot reveal much skin. She has no curves to highlight. Her figure is still small, and her legs are too thin to show off. In the end, she can only express herself through her father's lacework and embroidery on a simple design. Her gaze shifts to the girls sitting beside her. She quickly realizes that designing dresses for them is far more enjoyable. Marion has a cool and striking charm. The twins would look perfect in matching outfits with reversed color schemes. Francisca would suit a soft design filled with delicate lace, giving her a fresh appeal. Emma drops her head onto the table and sighs again, thinking that everyone around her is so pretty that she cannot focus on her own dress. The girls look at her, confused by her reaction. Before the party, Emma finally lets out a breath of relief, feeling ready. Her father claps as he looks at her, saying she looks the cutest in the world. The dress she ends up wearing has a white base with botanical patterns. She remembers that such patterns were common in her past life, which is why she chose it as a last option when she could not think of anything else. In this world, printing technology does not exist, so clothes with bright patterns like this are rare. To match the green shade of her eyes, the thread and lining go through repeated washing and dyeing many times until the right color is achieved. Before the party, she even catches Harlot at Joshua's shop and asks him to paint directly onto the dress using his ink. Even with little time, he blends different colors and perfectly recreates the shade of her eyes. He finishes by painting the botanical design straight onto the fabric. Her grandmother inspects the dress as well. Despite being strict, she approves it for the banquet. With that permission, Emma follows behind her grandmother and arrives at the event. The dinner is supposed to be simple, ending after everyone finishes eating. But now, as she sits at the table, she feels confused about how things turned out this way. The prince looks at her and comments that her dress suits her very well. Arthur agrees, saying the pattern that matches her eye color feels fresh and unique. She thanks them politely, still unsure. She then realizes her seating arrangement. On one side sits Prince Edward. On the other is Arthur from the Bell family. In front of her is Robert from the Lance family. She had expected to sit near the twins, but they were seated far away. She remembers they said people of similar rank would sit together, so she cannot understand why she is here. Her family holds the rank of Count, which is below Dukes. Arthur and Robert both come from Duke families. She wonders why she has been placed among them. At that moment, another girl joins their table. She moves gracefully and takes her seat. Arthur greets her and calls her Beatrix, noting that she seems shy as always. The girl glances briefly at Emma. Arthur introduces Emma, saying she is a count's daughter and will attend the academy this year. Beatrix shows little interest and turns her face away. Emma feels awkward. She knows she should greet her, but she also understands that someone of lower rank cannot speak first in a formal setting. Remembering her lessons, she carefully performs a proper seated bow. Her movements are slow and controlled. She lowers her gaze and bows at just the right angle, making sure her long hair does not touch the table. It is a perfect display of etiquette, just as her strict grandmother taught her. The people around her turn to look. Emma feels uneasy under their attention and begins to wonder if she has made a mistake. Emma listens to the whispers around her and wonders if the venue is unusually noisy. She begins to worry that she has done something wrong again. Soon, she hears people questioning why a count's daughter is seated at such a table, yet they also comment on her graceful behavior. A lady sitting beside a man quietly asks if he is unaware that Emma's mother comes from Duke Sullivan's family. Another woman adds that if there are talks of an engagement with the second prince, then a count's rank alone would not be enough. She suggests that perhaps Emma might be treated like an adopted child of a duke's household. The man responds that now that it is mentioned, he recalls hearing a rumor that His Highness is interested in Lady Emma. He admits he once dismissed it as gossip, but after seeing her manners, he can now believe it. This leads to further whispers that the table is filled with the young figures who will shape the kingdom's future, including the second prince and the children of duke families. Among them, they speculate, could be the future spouse of the prince. Emma gasps softly in confusion. Panic rises within her as she suddenly notices her grandmother watching her. She is unsure whether her bow was performed perfectly as taught, but she manages to glance at her grandmother. Seeing a small nod of approval, Emma finally breathes in relief. At that moment, the prince turns toward her and gently tells her that she will tire herself if she remains so anxious. He advises her to think of the evening as nothing more than a pleasant meal and assures her that he will support her if anything happens. Hearing this, Emma lowers her head, apologizes politely, and thanks him. She adds that she is looking forward to the meal. After that, she decides to remain much quieter than usual. The prince observes her reaction and feels his heartbeat quicken. Those nearby are also surprised, finding her calm and gentle demeanor unexpectedly charming. Soon, the king enters the hall and thanks everyone for attending. Emma looks at him and notes that he is an older man, yet still carries a strong and dignified presence. Her attention then shifts to the person beside him, and she wonders if the woman might be a consort. She reflects that the king, despite his age, still appears impressive in his own way. The king then announces that he would like to introduce Imperial Prince Tsuku from Imperial Japan. He explains that Imperial Japan, which had remained closed for a long time, has recently formed diplomatic relations with their kingdom. As part of this effort, the Imperial Prince will study at their academy to strengthen the bond between the two nations. Emma watches with curiosity, thinking that his name sounds distinctly Japanese. The prince steps forward, thanks the king for the introduction, and greets everyone with a polite bow. He explains that he is still learning the kingdom's language and is unfamiliar with many customs, and he hopes to get along well with everyone. Emma continues to observe him closely. She realizes that he must truly be from Japan. His blue eyes and hair stand out, giving him a unique and striking appearance. Suddenly, the prince's butler quietly makes the Japanese prince sit in front of Emma. She looks down at it and realizes that Imperial Prince Tsuku is seated at the same table. Panic rises in her chest as she understands that this is the main table of the banquet. She feels completely out of place, like someone who does not belong among such important figures. Prince Tsuku greets everyone at the table politely, saying it is a pleasure to meet them. Edward welcomes him warmly and introduces himself as the second prince of the kingdom. He then asks if he may introduce the others seated at the table. Tsuku gives a small nod in agreement. Edward begins from the left side, guiding the introduction smoothly. Emma watches him and realizes how naturally he takes on the role of a host, as if he has done this many times before. The king observes them and, seeing that the introductions are complete, announces that the dinner should begin. He mentions that special imperial Japanese dishes have been prepared for the evening and hopes everyone will enjoy this cultural exchange. Emma is surprised when the dishes are brought out. They are clearly Japanese in style. The king then turns to Tsuku and asks if there is any custom before eating in his country. Tsuku stands up and explains that they usually place their hands together and say a phrase before meals. He demonstrates it, but when others try to repeat it, their pronunciation is incorrect. Emma feels frustrated hearing it, as the word is familiar to her, yet no one seems to say it properly. She tries to stay quiet, but her thoughts grow restless. Soon, a butler steps forward and serves her an appetizer. She looks down and recognizes the food immediately. It is eggplant with tofu and spinach in sesame sauce, along with rolled eggs. She is shocked to see such authentic Japanese dishes. She also notices the chopsticks placed beside her plate. The butler explains that they are used for eating in Imperial Japan and suggests she try them if she wishes. Robert looks confused and asks Tasuku how to use them. Tasuku patiently explains that they are called chopsticks and demonstrates how to hold them in one hand to pick up food. Robert struggles and finds it difficult. Tasuku gently guides him, telling him to hold them like a pen instead of gripping too tightly. As he explains, his eyes suddenly shift to Emma. She is already eating with ease. She uses the chopsticks naturally, as if she is completely familiar with them. Tasuku speaks out in surprise, saying she is very skilled at using chopsticks. Arthur also looks at her with interest and asks if she has used them before. Edward adds that her movements look very refined. Emma pauses and swallows nervously. She admits that she has used them a little before. However, she immediately regrets it. She realizes it might have been better to pretend she was learning like everyone else. She simply could not stop herself after seeing the familiar food. It has been too long since she last had it. At the same time, she reminds herself that interrupting conversations would not be proper, especially under her grandmother's watchful eye. So she decides to remain quiet. Just then, Beatrix speaks to Tasuku. She mentions that the sauce on the eggplant tastes incredible and unlike anything she has tried before. Tasuku replies that it is called miso, a seasoning made from fermented soybeans. He struggles to explain it clearly and apologizes, saying he is still learning the language and does not know many complex words yet. Arthur repeats the word miso with curiosity, saying it sounds unusual but tastes rich and delicious. Tasuku smiles, clearly pleased that they like it. Emma watches him and recognizes that smile. It reminds her of moments from her past, when she traveled alone and struggled to communicate in foreign places. She remembers wanting to express something but not having the right words. The feeling of frustration and helplessness is something she understands well. Without thinking, she turns slightly toward Edward and explains that miso is made by fermenting soybeans with a specific culture. She adds that soybeans are also commonly used in their own kingdom. As soon as she finishes speaking, she realizes what she has done. She closes her mouth quickly, worried that her grandmother might scold her for interrupting. Yet she cannot deny that her words came out naturally, driven by that familiar memory. Edward looks surprised and admits that he did not know soybeans could be turned into something like miso. He praises her for being knowledgeable. Arthur asks if fermentation is similar to how yogurt is made and comments that she seems to know a great deal. At that moment, Robert's expression darkens. He clenches his teeth in irritation and sharply remarks that she should not interrupt when she is just a woman. Prince Tasuku looks confused, unable to fully understand what Lady Emma has just said. There are too many unfamiliar words for him to follow. Edward turns toward him, noticing his reaction. Emma observes Tasuku and realizes that even though he tries to hide it with a polite smile, he is making an effort to follow the conversation. She thinks that, as an imperial prince, he still shows humility by trying to understand others instead of ignoring them. She finds this admirable. Unlike Robert, he does not look down on women. She quietly compares the two, hoping Robert might learn something from him. Her gaze lingers on Robert for a moment. He notices and suddenly snaps, demanding to know why she is staring at him. Emma simply smiles. She decides that since Tasuku is trying so hard, she should help him understand. Without hesitation, she turns toward him and begins explaining everything in Japanese. She tells him that she has just explained his words to Edward in a way they could understand. Tasuku is stunned. His eyes widen, and his mouth falls open in shock. The entire table falls silent. Emma slowly stands up and looks around, confused by the sudden quiet. She begins to wonder if she has done something wrong again. Then it hits her. She realizes that she has just spoken fluently in Japanese in front of everyone. Earlier that day, before the commotion of the evening banquet, Emma's maid informs her that a carriage from the Duke of Sullivan has arrived to take her. Emma nods with a hint of sadness. The maid looks at her and sighs, thinking that she would appear like a proper young lady if she simply accepted it calmly. Emma steps closer and asks if she really has to go. The maid looks at her, already knowing that such pleading will not work, even with those soft, pleading eyes. She has taken care of Emma since birth and understands her well. Although she can relate to her feelings, she does not indulge her behavior. She advises Emma to speak directly to the Duchess of Sullivan if she truly wishes to refuse, but for now, she should not keep them waiting. Emma suddenly begins to act. First, she claims to have a terrible stomachache. The maid calmly asks if she has eaten too much. Then Emma pretends to have a headache, followed by acting as if she has caught a cold. The maid immediately sees through her excuses and states that she is clearly pretending. Without hesitation, she gently pushes Emma toward the door, reminding her that she must go. Emma sighs and mutters that the maid is too strict. Soon after, her family gathers outside to see her off. Her father tells her to be careful and smiles, noting how cute she looks dressed up. Her mother then asks if she remembers their purpose in the capital. Emma quickly replies that she understands she must not stand out. William calls out, telling her to behave properly. George adds that she should listen carefully to their grandmother and avoid doing anything unusual. William continues, saying they cannot accompany her and are worried about her. Another voice reminds her not to act unnecessarily and to remain quiet. Emma responds with slight frustration, assuring them that they do not need to worry and that she will behave. She sighs again, thinking that she is not always the cause of trouble and that they keep repeating the same warnings as if she were still a child. Back in the present, as she sits at the main table and becomes the center of attention, Prince Tsuku suddenly steps closer to her. She looks at him in surprise and responds quickly. He gently takes her hand and asks if she can truly speak the imperial language. Emma looks confused, wondering if she has said something incorrectly. He nods and praises her, saying that her pronunciation, grammar, and even her honorifics are perfect. He explains that he has heard it is difficult for people of this kingdom to learn their language, yet she speaks it flawlessly. Emma feels overwhelmed as everyone turns to stare at her. She silently wishes for someone to step in and help her. If the honored guest continues like this, she will stand out even more. She glances around, hoping someone will rescue her, but no one moves. She realizes that her earlier actions have already drawn too much attention. She thinks to herself that she did not cause trouble on purpose. It feels as if trouble simply found her instead. Meanwhile, Prince Tsuku appears excited, making it difficult for her to respond rudely. She knows she needs help but does not know what to do. Just then, the king steps forward and pulls the prince back. He then turns his attention to Emma and asks loudly if she can truly speak Imperial Japanese. The entire room reacts in shock. Emma begins to panic, wondering why even the king has become involved. She imagines her mother's strict expression and shivers slightly. She tries to explain herself, feeling that this is not entirely her fault, yet she still apologizes for failing to keep her promise not to stand out. The king steps closer, examining her with clear curiosity. Emma feels startled by the sudden closeness, though she cannot help but notice his dignified appearance. At that moment, Prince Edward quickly intervenes, asking his father to let her go because he might press against her injury. The king pauses and looks at his son. Tsuku then turns to Emma and asks if she is alright. Emma realizes that the king is holding her upper arm, the place where her deepest wound once was. She recalls that the prince had seen her injury before it was treated. Although a scar remains, she has already recovered fully, even though she sometimes uses it as an excuse to avoid dancing. She assures him that she is fine. The king immediately becomes concerned and asks again if she is truly alright or if she feels any pain. Emma glances at the queen and reflects that members of the royal family do not usually apologize so easily, yet the king shows clear concern. She quietly stores this image of him in her thoughts, finding it unexpectedly admirable. Still, whether it is the king or prince, both seem to agree that someone from this kingdom speaking Imperial Japanese is extremely rare. Emma cannot help but wonder about this distant land called Imperial Japan. She tells the king she is fine and asks him not to worry. She clenches her teeth and suddenly realizes they have become the center of attention, which feels strange. She avoids looking toward her grandmother because she knows she might be watching with anger. Just the thought makes her shiver. Arthur notices her and tells her to sit down, pointing out that she is trembling. She feels confused, and then the second prince steps closer and gently tells her it is all right and she should sit. Around them, people begin to stand and look in her direction, wondering if she is unwell. Even Robert stands, noticing that the king is on his feet, so no one else remains seated. Emma panics when she realizes everyone is standing while she is the only one sitting. She cannot understand what is happening since she feels fine. She turns to the second prince and says she is okay, but the king raises his voice and questions her. He steps closer, noticing the sweat on her face, and wonders if she is sick. She blushes, knowing it is just cold sweat from the pressure. From behind, her grandmother approaches and asks if she is all right. Emma freezes for a moment, unable to turn back. She quickly says she is fine and apologizes for the disturbance. When she finally looks at her grandmother, she notices something unusual. Her expression is not strict but worried. That shocks her more than anger ever could. Her body trembles as she realizes she would rather be scolded than see that concern. She cannot handle that look. She stands up again and calls out, telling everyone she is truly fine and that they should return to their seats. People begin to murmur, saying she is kind and considerate for calming everyone down. She forces a small smile even though she feels uneasy inside. She lets out a quiet breath, thinking they are all misunderstanding the situation, and apologizes again for making them worry. Still, no one moves, as if they are rooted in place. Then she hears the second prince ask the king to allow him to take her to another room so she can rest. The king agrees without hesitation and says they should not delay. Hearing this, her eyes light up with relief. She thanks the king and the prince in her mind, realizing this finally gives her a chance to escape the heavy atmosphere of the venue. Just then, the prince looks at her and calls her name. She understands it is her moment to leave and feels relieved, silently thanking him again. But before she can move, the second prince suddenly lifts her up and tells the others to excuse them. She is left completely confused by the sudden turn of events. The prince lifts her and carries her through the hallway while her grandmother follows behind. Emma looks at him with worry and says she is fine and can walk on her own, asking him to please put her down. He lets out a quiet sigh and tells her not to push herself since she still looks pale. Her grandmother steps closer with the same concern and checks if she feels pain anywhere or if she is nauseous or cold. Emma starts to panic. She never said she was in pain in the first place. She is not nauseous, just hungry, and she is not cold either, only trembling from the tension. She feels a little upset thinking about the imperial Japanese dishes. They were almost like real Japanese food, yet she barely tasted anything except the rolled omelette. Did they serve rice? She really wants to eat it, especially plain white rice. Her eyes suddenly light up. This is not the end yet. If she gives up now, it will truly be over, and there is still a chance. She turns back to the prince and asks him to excuse her and not worry because she is really fine. She knows returning to the banquet may be difficult after all the attention, but she still wants to eat. She keeps looking at him, almost hoping he will offer it himself. Without thinking, she grips his shoulders slightly. He looks at her, his face turning red as he quickly looks away. She blinks in confusion. She only meant to get his attention, yet somehow it feels strange. Being this close, she can even hear his heartbeat. Is he nervous? The thought crosses her mind, but she quickly shakes it off, feeling it is rude to think that way. She asks him again to put her down, wondering if she feels heavy. The prince looks surprised. She knows she is smaller and thinner than most, but being carried like this still makes her uneasy. His face stays red, and his heartbeat seems even faster. He tells her she is not heavy at all and says she should eat more because it worries him. If anything, he finds her too light. She looks at him, confused, thinking she should be the one worried about him instead. She starts to ask if he really thinks she needs to eat more, but before she can finish, a maid rushes toward them and calls out to the prince and Emma. The maid leads them to a room and says it is ready, asking them to go inside. Emma turns to her and apologizes for causing extra trouble during such a busy banquet. The maid looks at her with surprise. Emma remembers her past work experience and feels sorry without meaning to. Busy days were always exhausting, and unexpected issues made everything harder. Being taken care of like this over something so small makes her feel a little guilty. The maid is startled by her words and quickly says she is not worthy of such concern, asking Emma not to worry about it. She opens the door and shows them the room, saying there is a bed inside and asking Emma to rest. She also mentions that a messenger has already been sent to the count's house, so there is nothing to worry about. Emma freezes, her eyes widening in shock. A messenger? That means everything that happened tonight will reach home. Her strength leaves her at once, and she slumps forward, resting her face against the prince's shoulder. He stiffens in surprise and calls her name, asking what is wrong as her body suddenly goes limp. Her grandmother is alarmed and tells him to move her to the bed quickly. He lays her down carefully. Emma looks at him and realizes she has made things worse again. People gather around her, asking if she is all right. She looks at them, unsure how it turned into this situation. She apologizes and says she is fine, just feeling a little weak. The prince immediately tells the maid to call a doctor. The maid hurries out at once. Emma watches him and feels helpless. Others may have caused the first stir, but she somehow makes everything grow bigger. No matter what she says or does, it always turns the wrong way. She lets out a quiet breath and slowly drifts to sleep, thinking maybe today is just not her day. Her grandmother and the prince stay beside the bed. After a while, her grandmother sighs softly, noticing that Emma's color has improved. Watching her like this brings back memories of her own daughter. She remembers how strict she used to be, always correcting every small mistake. She recalls scolding her again and again about the angle of her bow, never letting it pass. Back then, as the only daughter of a duke's house, she had endured harsh words every day in the name of discipline. Even after learning everything properly, her mother would still find fault, especially with her posture. Later, during an advanced etiquette class, she met a teacher named Anne. She had confessed her struggle, saying no matter what she did, the angle of her bow was always called wrong. And gently touched her face and explained that the most important part of manners is being considerate and making others feel at ease. She said people see things differently. The same bow could look graceful to one person and improper to another. Feelings and opinions change, and no single view is absolute. Hilda had listened and slowly realized something. It was just like her own mother. In the morning she was scolded for bowing too little, and in the evening she was scolded for bowing too much. The rules kept changing. She began to question if it was right to judge someone so harshly over something so uncertain. And then helped her practice in front of a mirror, trying different angles and even measuring them to find the one that suited her best. She told her that if the criticism kept changing, she should trust the angle she found herself. That was the first time someone made her feel that she might not be the one at fault. It felt like her whole world shifted at that moment. Once she understood this, her confidence slowly returned. She realized every person is different, so the most graceful form also differs. What matters is finding what suits oneself and holding on to it. From then on, etiquette became her way to protect her own heart. Later, when she had children, she taught them the same way. She helped them find their own balance instead of forcing one fixed rule. Her youngest, Melsa, learned quickly and found her own style with ease, growing into it naturally. When Melsa enters the academy, she chooses the classes she could not study before. Even when people speak badly of her, calling her mannish or warning her that the one who stands out will be pushed down, she keeps going and continues to achieve excellent results. Many people question Hilda, asking why someone as well-mannered as her allows her daughter to do whatever she wants. In this male-dominated aristocratic society, such questions are common. Still, Hilda does not waver. Melsa had already mastered her manners long ago. She has her own way to protect herself, so Hilda lets her live freely. She simply tells others that a woman being taller than a man does not mean she lacks manners. As time passes, the importance of etiquette begins to fade among the younger generation. Instead of strict teaching, people now believe raising children with love matters more. Around the time Hilda starts thinking about retiring and passing her title to her son, Melsa brings her daughter, Emma, to meet her. It is their first proper meeting since Melsa married a borderland count, and Hilda had only seen her grandchildren briefly after they moved to the royal capital. Hilda looks at Melsa and asks her to calmly explain what happened. Then her gaze shifts to Emma. This time, the child is not wearing a veil, and her face is clearly visible. Hilda notices the deep scar on her right cheek. It is not something that will easily fade, even as she grows older. After a moment of silence, Hilda tells Melsa she understands. For 1 month, Emma will come to her after school. By the end of it, she will prepare something valuable for her. This child will live with that scar, so she must be given a way to protect herself. From that day, Hilda begins to teach Emma how to stand straight and bow properly. At first, Emma is shocked by how strict it is, even down to a difference of a few millimeters. But Hilda's sharp gaze makes it clear. Those who judge such tiny differences only make fools of themselves. In the royal capital, the angle of a bow is something people understand well. A young lady with poor manners will never be invited anywhere, no matter how talented she is. Emma quietly mutters that it sounds like the best outcome for her, then quickly covers it up when questioned. Hilda notices but says nothing. She knows she may seem harsh, yet she only wants to give Emma every possible tool so she will never be hurt. As she watches her granddaughter, she realizes something. Both she and Melsa lack the charm and quick mind that Emma has. This child is naturally suited for social life. At the same time, she already shows a strange talent for etiquette. Hilda lets out a soft sigh, thinking that things may take longer than she expected. Now, as she looks at Emma sleeping peacefully with a faint smile, a quiet sense of worry settles in her heart. The prince looks at Emma, noticing her soft and uneven breathing. She falls asleep the moment she is placed on the bed, which makes him think she must have pushed herself too far. His mind goes back to earlier when she suddenly spoke Imperial Japanese. At that moment, he had been so shocked that he could not even react. People in the kingdom cannot understand the Imperial Japanese language. Its sound, structure, and writing feel completely unfamiliar, almost like something from another world. Some even say their senses are not suited to grasp it at all. At times, they may catch a few words, but remembering them or forming proper sentences is extremely hard. This problem is not limited to their kingdom. Many other countries also struggle to communicate with Imperial Japan for the same reason. For a long time, Imperial Japan remained isolated, so its language developed on its own. No country has truly been able to understand it. A few months ago, a request for aid came through Balato, one of the rare nations that can communicate with them. Due to bad weather the previous year, Imperial Japan faced trouble maintaining its food supply. Some people opposed forming ties with such a mysterious country, but the king made the decision on his own, simply because it interested him. Even after agreeing to provide aid, there was no clear guarantee of benefit in return. Still, exchanges began quickly once the king decided. Talks started, but the biggest obstacle was the language barrier. Balato, acting as the middle party, is far away and known for being relaxed, so progress remained slow. Meanwhile, Imperial Japan grew impatient as their food reserves kept shrinking. In response, they chose one of the most capable members of their imperial family and sent him abroad. Prince Tasuku came to the kingdom to study and handle negotiations himself. In his country, the imperial family is seen almost like divine beings, so his presence alone carried great weight. He learned the kingdom's language and came here to move things forward. The banquet held today is meant to bring together young nobles and help with cultural exchange. Even the kingdom's best diplomats cannot understand a single word of the imperial language, so they depend entirely on the prince's ability to speak theirs. That is why Emma's sudden use of Imperial Japanese shocked everyone. The prince carries a heavy responsibility, and the king, who made this decision so casually, becomes excited the moment he hears her speak. A knock sounds at the door, pulling him back. He allows them to enter. A maid steps in and apologizes, saying she has brought a change of clothes for Emma. She explains it might be uncomfortable for her to sleep in her dress and asks them to use it if needed. The prince quietly steps out to give them space. As he waits, he thinks about Emma. The maid acted out of kindness without being told, and he realizes it is because of Emma herself. She treats everyone the same way. Whether it is a noble or a servant, her attitude does not change. She follows proper manners, but she never lowers herself too much or looks down on anyone. She simply treats people with respect, as equals. That is why others naturally like her. A faint smile appears on his face. After a while, the maid opens the door and tells him they are done. He enters again. Her grandmother lets out a soft sigh and says that even while changing clothes, Emma did not wake up. It makes her wonder how much the child has been enduring. The prince looks at Emma, thinking she may have been holding everything in so no one would notice. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and her father rushes in, calling out for her. The prince is caught off guard. Her grandmother quickly apologizes, but her father only chuckles and says it is fine. He mentions that even the cat did not make a sound, so there is no problem. He then says he will take Emma home. He walks over and gently lifts her into his arms. She stirs slightly in her sleep, murmuring something. He decides it would be better not to wake her and says they should head home like this. Before leaving, he turns to the others and apologizes for the trouble, thanking them for taking care of her. As he moves to open the door and leave, a group of diplomats suddenly appears right in front of him, blocking the way. One of them steps forward and calls out to the count, saying the timing is perfect because they have something urgent to discuss regarding Emma. The count pauses, clearly taken aback, then turns slightly away and tells them he is busy at the moment and they should return another time. Before he can move, a diplomat shifts into his path again and insists that this is an important matter for the kingdom. He says they need to understand the situation immediately and cannot afford any delay. The count's expression tightens with irritation. He glances down at Emma, still asleep in his arms, then back at the knight, his gaze turning cold. He questions whether they cannot see her condition and makes it clear, in a low and dangerous tone, that he intends to take his daughter home without further interruption. From behind, the prince notices the commotion and quickly approaches the doorway. He demands to know what they are doing and orders them to step back at once. The knight, however, does not retreat. Instead, he argues that this situation could affect the very foundation of their country's diplomacy. He adds, with a slight smirk, that this is not the time for personal concerns and that such matters should be left to the diplomats. The men exchange looks, clearly thinking the same thing. A young girl who can speak the difficult imperial language is far too valuable. With her, they could gain a major advantage in negotiations with Imperial Japan. Because of that, they have no intention of letting her leave so easily. At that moment, Emma's grandmother steps forward, her presence sharp and commanding. She calls out their behavior as rude and addresses one of them by name, Oliver, her voice cutting through the tension. She points out that he is speaking carelessly in front of the second prince himself. The man stiffens in shock but quickly regains his composure, insisting that regardless of her words, they must carry out their duty. She moves closer, her eyes steady and unyielding. In a firm voice, she reminds them that her granddaughter is only 13 years old and currently unwell, having collapsed from exhaustion. She questions what kind of logic it is to push a child this far in the name of duty. Then her tone sharpens further as she adds that perhaps the real problem lies with them, since they, as diplomats, are unable to speak the imperial language themselves. The man raises his voice, demanding to know who she thinks she is. He claims they are acting for the sake of the kingdom and warns that even she, as the Duchess of Sullivan, should be careful with her words. The old lady lets out a quiet sigh before stepping even closer. She calmly calls him by name again, then begins naming the others standing behind him one by one. The atmosphere shifts instantly. She remarks, almost casually, that if the parents lack proper manners to this extent, she cannot expect much from their daughters either. She adds that she has heard many of their daughters are reaching the age to find suitable matches, and such matters often become popular topics at tea parties. A faint smile appears on her lips as she says this. At once, their faces lose color. The meaning behind her words is clear. Oliver demands to know if she is threatening them, but the others begin to waver. They exchange uneasy glances, realizing how serious the situation has become. Any young lady who falls out of favor with her would struggle to find a marriage match. The weight of her influence is impossible to ignore. She fixes her gaze on Oliver and states plainly that he is the one who started making threats, hiding behind the excuse of the kingdom. As for her, she has only been observing which families lack proper manners. One by one, the men begin to step back. Their confidence crumbles, and soon they turn and leave in a hurry, offering rushed apologies as they go. Only Oliver remains behind, frozen in place. He shouts after them, telling them not to run, then turns back toward the count. His voice is less steady now, but he repeats that this is all for the kingdom's sake. The count looks at him with a calm smile and offers a brief apology. However, he makes it clear that his daughter matters far more to him than any political concern. If there is punishment for his actions, he is willing to accept it without complaint. The man trembles slightly, unable to meet his gaze for long. The pressure in the room shifts completely. After a moment, he lowers his head and quietly asks for understanding. The count gives a small nod, then adjusts Emma in his arms and walks past him without another word. As he leaves, the diplomat remains where he stands. His legs weaken, and he slowly drops to his knees, shaken by what just happened. The next day, when Emma wakes up, it is time for the fourth family meeting. Everyone is already gathered, waiting. Her mother fixes her with a sharp stare and asks how someone who was supposed to attend a banquet ended up fast asleep instead. Emma quickly hides behind her cat and tries to defend herself. She says the bed at the royal palace was unbelievably soft, so comfortable that it felt like sleeping on clouds. The cat seems to agree, staying close to her as if supporting her excuse. William lets out a quiet sigh and points out that it is clearly not just about a soft bed. He reminds everyone that the night before the banquet, they all thought she was resting quietly. Then he pulls out her design sketches and shows them to their mother. Emma immediately panics and shouts at him to stop, but her mother's gaze sharpens as she calls Emma's name in a questioning tone. Emma freezes, trembling slightly. She hurriedly explains that everyone has been kind to her, and she has been getting along well with them. She adds that each person has their own charm, and thinking about dress designs for them was simply too fun to stop. George picks up one of the sketches from William's hand and studies it with interest. He says the design would look perfect on Marion and asks William if he agrees. Then he shows it to Emma and explains that he created it while testing different dyes for embroidery threads. He mentions that embroidery usually struggles to stand out on black fabric, but if they use Harold's ink, they can achieve colors strong enough to stand against it. George grows more excited as he continues. He suggests adding artificial flowers to the shoulders, designed to look like a real bouquet. If those flowers are dyed in the same shade as the embroidery, it would create a strong sense of unity in the overall design. Emma nods, clearly impressed, and says it is a great idea that she will consider. Their father joins in, looking over the sketch and suggesting that the embroidered flowers should be stitched in a way that makes them look more lifelike. He also adds that using many small beads instead of a few large ones might make the design even more beautiful. Emma lights up at his suggestion and agrees right away. Their mother also takes a sketch and examines it carefully. Emma, however, raises a concern, wondering if small beads would stand out enough against black fabric. William quickly offers a solution. He suggests coloring the beads with the same ink. If they can control the shades, they could arrange the beads in gradients, adding both harmony and elegance to the design. Emma becomes even more excited and calls him a genius. She adds that this idea could be useful in the future as well and says they should ask Harold whether it is possible to create a glossy finish with the ink. Their mother then steps in and starts assigning roles. She declares that Emma will handle selecting the black fabric and overseeing the tailoring. George will manage the flower decorations. Their father will take charge of the embroidery, and William will handle the beads. Everyone agrees without hesitation. She continues, saying they should also review the twins' matching dress designs for the neckline. Soon, all of them sit together, fully absorbed in the discussion. Emma smiles to herself, realizing that once again, the conversation has completely drifted away from the main issue. Instead of discussing the banquet trouble, the entire family is now deeply focused on her dress ideas. Their father suddenly clears his throat and points out that they have gone off track. He turns to Emma and asks when exactly she learned to speak the Imperial Japanese language. Emma explains that, to her ears, the so-called Imperial Japanese simply sounds like Japanese. She adds that the dishes served at the banquet were also similar to Japanese food. Although she only managed to eat the rolled omelette, she says it tasted really good. George looks shocked and asks if that is true. William's eyes light up as he eagerly asks if they served rice as well. Their mother quickly joins in, asking about soy sauce, while George wonders if there was something like miso soup. Emma confirms that there was indeed miso soup. Both brothers immediately get excited. Their mother starts listing dishes she could make, saying she can prepare miso soup, grilled mackerel with miso, miso udon, and even meat miso stir-fry. The brothers almost lose control in excitement, saying they really want to eat all of that. Once again, the discussion drifts away from the main topic. William finally brings them back and asks why her speaking the language caused such a huge uproar. Emma explains that, according to Prince Tasuku, people in this kingdom cannot properly understand or speak Imperial Japanese. Their father nods and adds that when he went to pick her up, the diplomats were extremely pushy. He mentions Oliver in particular, saying the man would not back down at all and kept insisting on speaking with Emma. He laughs lightly, admitting that he eventually lost his patience because of how persistent the man was, though her grandmother stepped in and handled the situation. Emma panics at this and asks if he actually argued with a diplomat. Then she quickly bows her head toward her mother and apologizes, remembering that their goal was not to stand out at all. Her mother slowly shifts her gaze toward her father, her expression turning sharp. She asks him if the person he is talking about is Oliver Defros. The Count nods and says it makes sense, since his mother-in-law called him by that name. He then looks at his wife and asks if she knows him. As he thinks about it, he pauses and adds that the name does sound familiar, like he has heard it somewhere before. His wife starts trembling slightly, her expression turning stiff. Before anyone can say more, a maid suddenly rushes in and blurts out a single word, "The king." Everyone turns toward her in confusion, not understanding at first. The Count steps closer and asks carefully if she means the king is actually here. The maid nods nervously, her voice shaking as she explains that the king is standing at the mansion gate and has requested to be allowed inside. For a moment, the room falls silent. Then everyone's eyes widen, and their mouths drop open in shock. The Count quickly snaps out of it and turns toward his family, raising his voice. He tells them the first thing they need to do is hide all the cats. He explains in a rush that their cats are a bit too big, and since they are also very cute, it could become a problem if the king takes a liking to them. He hurries over to the cats and crouches down, asking if they can stay hidden in the back room for a while. The cats simply stare at him, confused. He apologizes to them, saying that if they get noticed, it might cause trouble, and promises they can play later. He mutters to himself that fewer problems are always better. After that, they quickly come up with an excuse. Emma will be said to still be unwell, resting in her room. George and William will stay with her and keep an eye on things. Meanwhile, the cats are kept on standby in the next room. Once everything is set, the Count instructs the maid to guide the guests to the drawing room. He heads there first, looking around as he enters. It is the first time they are actually using this room since moving in. Until now, it has mostly been a storage space filled with expensive furniture and artwork that came with the mansion. He glances at the covered sofas and feels relieved that he had put covers over them. At least this way, he can resell these overly expensive items someday. A knock comes at the door. He straightens himself and tells them to come in. The king enters, followed by the diplomat and the imperial prince. They all take their seats. One of the diplomats quietly notices the sofa covers and realizes they are made from Emma's silk, a fabric so luxurious that it might be worth more than the furniture and artwork in the room combined. He leans slightly toward another and murmurs that he does not even feel comfortable sitting on something so valuable. Meanwhile, the Count is internally panicking. Not only has the king come in person, but the imperial prince is here as well. The king lets out a small sigh and addresses the Count, saying he must be surprised by such a sudden visit without prior notice. He admits that he originally intended to come alone, but things did not go as planned. As he was leaving the royal castle, the prince and the diplomat found out, and the imperial prince insisted on coming along. The Count bows his head slightly and says that if he had been summoned, he would have immediately gone to the royal castle himself. He cannot understand why the king would come personally. The king replies casually that it is difficult to have private discussions inside the palace. Then he asks how Emma is doing. The Count smiles and answers that she regained consciousness in the morning, which was a relief for everyone. He adds that she has even eaten some fruit. His wife, who has been watching quietly, suddenly lets out a sharp breath and turns toward Oliver. Her voice rises as she demands to know why he, as a diplomat, cannot speak Imperial Japanese. She points out that language is the foundation of diplomacy and questions whether this is not a clear failure in his duty. Oliver stiffens in shock and stares back at her, asking what she just said. The atmosphere in the room turns tense instantly. Both of them glare at each other, their expressions tight, as if neither is willing to back down. Oliver raises his voice at the lady, insisting it is not their fault that they cannot understand the imperial language. He argues that it is widely known that people from most countries, not just this kingdom, struggle with Imperial Japanese. He explains that the pronunciation and grammar are completely different, and even the writing system is far more confusing than ancient scripts. Because of that, he claims it cannot be called a failure in duty. The Count listens quietly and thinks about it. To him, Japanese really does sound like a language from another world. He does not fully understand why it is considered so difficult, but he starts to feel that maybe there is truth to it. At that moment, Prince Tasuku slowly stands up. His hands tremble slightly as he speaks. In a quiet but strained voice, he explains that Imperial Japan has lived in isolation for a long time and has been self-sufficient until now. Because of that, they never built diplomatic ties with other nations. Their people had no reason to learn foreign languages, and only a few could speak Balatu, since it was mostly used for travel. He lowers his gaze and continues, saying that now their country is facing a food shortage. They want to ask this kingdom for help, but the language barrier makes it extremely difficult. He clasps his hands together and admits that they can only do so much on their own when it comes to negotiation. Then he asks, with clear sincerity, if Emma could help them. Emma's parents exchange confused looks at his words. Before they can respond, Oliver steps in again. He turns toward them and says that serving the country is the duty of every citizen. He questions why an imperial prince is lowering himself like this. Then he smirks and adds that she is only the daughter of a count, so they should simply use her as needed. The count glances at his wife and immediately realizes things are about to go very badly. She snaps. Her voice rises sharply as she reminds them that their family protects more than half of the monster-infested borderlands of the kingdom. On top of that, they run a major sericulture business and pay large amounts in taxes. Her husband watches her, growing tense as sweat gathers on his face. She continues, her tone turning colder. After everything they already contribute, they are now asking to use their weak and shy daughter as a diplomatic tool. Then she gives a thin smile and says that if that is what they want, then fine. They can accept it. Even if it means leaving the country entirely. But if that happens, the Rothschild company will leave with them. The room freezes. The diplomats and even the king stare at her in shock. Fear spreads quickly as they realize what that would mean. Without this family, the kingdom would lose control over vast dangerous territories. Their tax income would collapse. Trade and distribution, led by the Rothschild company, would fall apart. Even basic goods, including the famous high-quality silk, would disappear from the market. The consequences are too big to ignore. One by one, they drop to their knees. Heads lower in apology. Even the king follows. The count is stunned. He quickly asks what they are doing and urges them to stop, telling even the king to raise his head. The king straightens slightly but shakes his head. He says that considering everything this family has done for the kingdom, they truly deserve a higher title. The count panics and immediately refuses, saying his current title is more than enough. But the king suddenly adds that, in that case, perhaps it would be best to arrange an engagement between his son and Emma right here. The count explodes. He roars that Emma will not become a bride. The entire room trembles at his voice. His expression turns fierce as he repeats himself, making it clear that no matter what, even if it is a royal order, he will not allow it. Everyone is left shaken. Meanwhile, outside the room, William has been listening the whole time. He quickly runs back to his siblings. Emma greets him as he returns, and George immediately asks what is happening inside. William sits down, still processing it, and says that somehow all the people who came with the king, probably the diplomats, are kneeling in front of their parents. The others stare at him in confusion, unable to understand the situation. William lets out a breath and says it looks like the kingdom is desperate to make diplomacy with Imperial Japan succeed, no matter what. William suddenly looks at Emma and notices she has already changed into her nightwear. She calmly tells him she did it just in case. He nods, then continues explaining everything else to his siblings, and both of them agree with him. After a while, he brings out a stack of books. Emma looks at them and says the kingdom never paid much attention to Imperial Japan before, so she wonders if something has changed. On the other side, George lets out a frustrated sigh and says the information in their library is not enough. He complains that he has never really felt dissatisfied with this world before, but right now he seriously wants a smartphone. William agrees right away and says he also wishes they had something to search things instantly. He suddenly gets excited and says if they could look it up, it would definitely show up on something like Wikipedia. Then a thought hits him. Since they were reincarnated into another world, there should be something like a status panel, right? His siblings stare at him in shock. Emma suddenly lights up and says they should try it. She loudly calls out fireballs, just to see if magic works. Then she adds that maybe if they open a status screen, their reincarnation cheat will finally activate. She even starts wondering if the appearance of a Japanese-style country means they somehow ended up in a different region of some game world by accident. William looks at her, confused, and asks what kind of game she is talking about. She explains it is the only Otome game they ever played, where they fight enemies. Her eyes sparkle as she adds that if that is true, they might even be able to summon powerful items or armies. Both brothers get excited. George says they will never know unless they try, so they should give it a shot. Emma agrees, and all three of them get carried away. Together, they shout for their status to open. The room goes completely silent. A moment later, they all lower their heads in embarrassment. Emma clenches her teeth, realizing how ridiculous this is. They are all over 30 mentally, yet here they are acting like kids. Meanwhile, their maid stands there, watching them with a puzzled expression. She asks what they are doing. All three of them turn toward her with teary eyes, then suddenly shout in embarrassment. Emma quickly scolds her, asking why she entered the room without warning. The maid calmly replies that she did knock. Then she adds that the king is in the house, so they should keep their voices down since people outside can hear them. Right then, Joshua suddenly appears behind her and calls out to Emma. He says he was worried when he saw her collapse at the banquet, but he is relieved to see her looking energetic now. The siblings quietly feel grateful that he does not ask about their earlier shouting. It makes him seem like a true merchant, someone who can read the room well. Joshua then mentions he brought some seasonal sweets ahead of time as a trial product. He hands a box to the maid and explains that it contains tea leaves along with instructions on how to prepare them. He asks her to make the tea with the sweets. She nods and leaves. Once the door closes, Joshua steps inside and looks at the pile of books. He comments on how many there are and asks if they are searching for something. William answers that they are. Then the brothers suddenly exchange looks and start smiling. They realize that while this world has no smartphones or internet, they do have Joshua. He is a merchant who has traveled across the country and knows a lot. All three of them stare at him at once. Joshua feels uncomfortable and asks what is wrong, telling them not to look at him like that. Then he glances at Emma and jokingly adds that if it is her, she can stare at him as much as she wants. The brothers immediately think that, knowing Joshua, he must have already used his connections to gather information about the banquet. He probably did not come early just to check on Emma but also to collect details. William realizes that Joshua would go to great lengths if it is for Emma. George thinks having such a reliable childhood friend is actually a blessing. The brothers smile and ask him if he can tell them about Imperial Japan. Joshua hums for a moment, then explains that Imperial Japan is located to the east of the kingdom. The country was founded by the imperial family, who are treated almost like divine figures by their people. He adds that the country remained isolated for over 300 years, but due to last year's bad weather, they are now facing a food shortage. He continues, saying that the imperial prince has come to the kingdom to seek aid. The siblings clap in admiration, calling him amazing and praising how knowledgeable he is. Joshua looks confused and asks what they mean by that. Then he turns to Emma and asks her directly how she managed to learn such a restricted language. George sighs and mutters that maybe everyone else just needs to study harder. But then he corrects himself, saying the real question is why no one else can learn it at all. William smiles slightly, remembering how bad his English used to be in his past life, and finds the situation ironic. George explains that it is not just about studying. It is believed that people from Imperial Japan may have a different kind of language perception that others simply do not have. Even children from other countries who were raised there could not properly understand the language. However, an Imperial Japanese person raised in Balato was still able to speak their native language once they started learning it again. George frowns and comments that such experiments sound quite extreme. William agrees, saying that someone who can speak both languages would be incredibly valuable. George adds that the experiment happened around 80 years ago, and no one knows where that person is now. Still, because of that, Balato managed to maintain some contact with Imperial Japan even during its isolation. A few people there can at least handle simple greetings in Balato. After that, William asks Joshua if people from Imperial Japan can learn foreign languages, wondering if his guess is right. Joshua nods and says it is true. He explains that it may be part of their national nature, but since the country stayed isolated for a long time, they never had the habit or need to study other languages. Only recently have they started trying to learn. He adds that the so-called genius, Imperial Prince Tsuku, can speak the kingdom's language well simply because of his talent. Others would need several more years to reach that level. Just then, a knock comes at the door. The maid enters and apologizes for the wait. She pushes a trolley toward them and says she has brought tea and sweets. Emma thanks her and immediately brightens at the sight of fruit tarts and iced tea. She happily starts eating and drinking. After finishing, she lets out a satisfied remark, saying it is cold and delicious. Joshua and the maid look at her in confusion. Joshua then asks if they are not surprised. Emma tilts her head, wondering if he is talking about the fruit tarts and iced tea, and questions what is so unusual about them. A moment later, she pauses and realizes this might be their first time having black tea chilled with ice. Joshua smiles with quiet pride. He takes a small box from the maid and says he was lucky to get his hands on a high-quality magic stone. As he opens it, a burst of cold air rushes out. Emma leans closer, noticing how chilly it feels. He shows her the stone and explains that it can store a magician's power. It is extremely valuable, especially since there is only one magic stone vein in the kingdom, tightly controlled by the state. This one holds ice magic, which is why he asked the maid to use it to make ice. Emma lights up with excitement and moves closer, amazed as she calls it incredible, almost like real magic. Joshua smiles and explains that it truly is magic. He adds that most stones are used to maintain protective barriers, so items like this are rare. Mining them is no longer easy, as nature has taken over many of the old sites. Long ago, shops in the royal capital used to sell them, but not anymore. He recalls how Emma once enjoyed Robert's cold slime jelly and how happy she looked while eating it. Because of that, he went out of his way to find this stone, even though it cost quite a lot. The maid looks at the stone with curiosity and asks if it is really that valuable. She then mentions that her grandfather owns something similar, a light orange stone that stays warm in winter. He usually puts it inside a kairo and keeps it in his haramaki. Joshua blinks in confusion, unsure what she means. The siblings freeze at those words, startled by the familiar Japanese terms appearing out of nowhere. Joshua turns to Martha and asks what she just said. She blinks, caught off guard, and quickly says sorry, there is no way his magic stone and her grandfather's kairo are the same thing. Joshua shakes his head and tells her that is not what is confusing him. What he cannot wrap his head around are the words themselves, kairo and haramaki. He asks if he is even saying them right, because they are hard to catch. He asks her to say them again. Martha repeats herself slowly, but Joshua still looks completely lost. William glances over at him and says his hearing must be really something, then repeats the words clearly himself. Joshua just stares. Even that does not help. The three siblings look at each other. Emma watches him, a little puzzled. They were just having a normal conversation a second ago, so why is he getting stuck on something as simple as hand warmers and belly wraps? Then William turns to Emma and asks, kind of quietly, whether kairo and haramaki are imperial Japanese words. Emma goes still for a second. She looks over at Martha and something starts to feel off. She has never used either of those things in this world, so how does Martha even know those words exist? She turns to her and says she wants to try something. She asks Martha to say the word miso. Martha says it without any pause, like it is the most natural thing in the world. Emma looks at Joshua and asks him to try. He stumbles over it and cannot get it out right. She gives him another word. Same result. Martha, on the other hand, gets every single one right without even thinking about it. Emma asks Joshua to say itadakimasu. Martha hears it and says casually that her grandfather says the same thing before every meal. Emma stares at her. She asks, almost too quickly, what he says when he is done eating. Martha answers without missing a beat, gokisusama. All three siblings shoot up at once. Martha flinches and asks what on earth is wrong with them. They stare at her, and the realization slowly settles in. She is just a regular person from the kingdom. She has no reason to know any of this. And yet every word comes to her easily, like she grew up hearing them. Which means the person they have been searching for might have been standing right in front of them this whole time. Joshua quickly turns to Martha and asks if her grandfather has something called a kairo. Her face lights up a little and she nods, explaining that while it cannot freeze water like his magic stone, it lets off a soft steady warmth, especially useful in winter. Emma stands there feeling both amazed and completely thrown off. It is clearly just a hand warmer. But she cannot figure out how something that simple ended up existing here, and through a rare magic stone of all things, one that only produces enough heat to warm a small part of the body. It makes no sense to her, and yet here it is. Joshua looks at Emma and tells her that, according to company reports, Imperial Japan is rich in magic stone deposits. In contrast, the kingdom has been collecting and using its own supply for years. Now those reserves are almost completely exhausted, which has led to a serious shortage of magic. Emma thinks it through and realizes that magic stones can only be charged once and cannot be reused. If that is the case, then even if a powerful magician appears, there would be no stones left to maintain something as important as the barrier. A thought slowly forms in her mind. She wonders if the kingdom is planning to obtain magic stones from Imperial Japan in exchange for providing food aid. She looks at Joshua again, understanding that if the barrier cannot be maintained, the entire country would be at risk. It finally becomes clear why the king has been acting so desperate. The real goal behind the diplomatic exchange is not just aid, but magic stones. She quietly nods, piecing everything together. Meanwhile, the maid stands there, still confused. She cannot understand why something as valuable as a magic stone would be in her grandfather's possession. Joshua turns to her and explains that the fact she can naturally pick up Imperial Japanese might mean she has some connection to it. It is very likely that her grandfather, who owns the stone, is actually from Imperial Japan. He suddenly stands up and gestures for her to stand as well. She looks at him, unsure of what he is doing. He then asks if her grandfather ever taught her anything else related to Imperial Japan. She pauses, thinking carefully. After a moment, something clicks in her mind. She recalls that when she was younger and used to lose things, her grandfather taught her a small trick. He told her to draw a certain symbol on her belongings as a kind of good luck charm so she would not lose them again. The siblings exchange puzzled looks. Emma quickly hands her a sheet of paper and asks if she still remembers the symbol and if she can draw it. The maid nods and takes the paper, saying she used to draw it on almost everything when she was a child. After finishing, she shows it to them. The siblings stare at the page, their expressions freezing as their eyes widen. Their mouths slowly fall open as realization hits them. These are not random symbols. They are Chinese characters. Emma stares at the paper, barely believing what she is seeing. That would mean the maid is not just anyone, she has a proper name written in characters, something rare in this kingdom where commoners do not even have surnames. The maid looks at Emma nervously and asks if she knows what the symbol means. George finally speaks up and explains that it is not a good luck charm at all. It is actually Imperial Japanese writing. William nods and adds that it is read as onomasa. Joshua suddenly reacts, his whole body tensing as he raises his voice in shock. He asks them to wait for a moment, clearly shaken. He cannot believe that both George and William can speak Imperial Japanese, and even understand its writing, which is known to be extremely complex and difficult. The brothers look at him, confused by his reaction. Joshua then turns to Emma and asks what all of this means. Emma looks at the maid and gently explains that what she wrote is her name in Imperial Japanese. Ono is her family name. At that moment, Emma's eyes widen as another thought strikes her. She suddenly remembers the maid's grandfather and asks if he is the old man Imoko who works as their family gardener. The maid nods and confirms that it is true. William and George both gasp in shock. They question if that means old man Imoko is actually from Imperial Japan. George looks especially stunned as he realizes that his full name would be Ono Imoko. Joshua, however, still looks lost. He frowns slightly and asks what exactly Imoko even means. George suddenly shouts, asking if that means the man is like the envoy sent to the Tang dynasty of China. Emma sighs and corrects him, saying it is close, but not exactly right. She explains that he would be more like an envoy to the Sui dynasty instead. She adds that, honestly, even his name alone should have made it obvious that the old man is from Imperial Japan. Now that they think about it, everything starts to make sense. If the old man is truly from Imperial Japan, then it explains why they are able to understand and speak the language. Emma smiles lightly, feeling relieved. It sounds like a perfect and convenient explanation, so they can simply say that he taught them. She casually takes a sip of her tea and thinks that, with this, the matter should be settled. But Joshua looks at her seriously and asks her to wait. He questions if that really explains it. Even if they claim they learned from the old man, it still sounds hard to believe. It has already been proven that people from the kingdom cannot properly understand Imperial Japanese no matter how much they study. Emma freezes for a second, caught off guard. Then she quickly insists that maybe they just worked extremely hard, so hard that they managed to overcome it somehow. Joshua lets out a slow sigh. He points out that if they keep piling up excuses, lies, and complicated explanations, it will only make things worse and expose them in the end. He stares at Emma, clearly unconvinced. Emma feels the pressure and blurts out that they simply worked harder than anyone else, so they should just stick to that story. At that moment, she realizes she has no choice left. She steadies herself and decides to use the technique she learned from Rose. Tilting her head slightly, she looks at Joshua with a soft, worried expression. She carefully puts on a gentle smile, trying to appear fragile yet sincere. Deep inside, she hopes that if it is Joshua, he will believe her. It is the trick Rose taught her, win people over with a sweet, harmless expression when things get difficult. For a second, Emma worries it might be too obvious. Still, she goes through with it, acting just a little slow and dazed, as if she is too tired to think clearly. Joshua suddenly trembles. The next moment, he drops to the ground in shock, shouting that she looks like an angel. He clutches his chest dramatically, saying her cuteness almost gave him a heart attack, wondering out loud if she is really an angel. Emma stares at him, confused at first, then quietly clenches her fist in victory. It worked. Just as expected from something Rose taught her, Joshua's attention has completely shifted away from Imperial Japanese. She cannot help but feel impressed. Rose really is amazing. Meanwhile, her brothers grind their teeth, staring at her with disbelief. Just then, the maid turns toward them and demands to know who taught Emma such a trick. The brothers quickly shake their heads, denying any involvement. The maid narrows her eyes slightly. She admits she knows Emma received lessons in manners and elegance from Hilda, but this feels different. This technique seems like something from an entirely different kind of training. Before Emma can react, her thoughts are interrupted by a faint scratching sound at the door. She pauses and mentions it might be Komi or Shirila, wondering if something is wrong. She quickly tells everyone to be careful. The maid walks over and opens the door. The moment it opens, her expression darkens. Emma and her brothers step closer, sensing something is off. George asks what happened. And then they see it. Komi stands right in front of them, looking oddly pleased, while behind it, several people lie collapsed on the ground in a neat row. William freezes in shock at the sight in front of the door. A line of people dressed in pitch-black clothing lies sprawled across the floor. The three siblings stare at the scene, stunned. Komi lets out a small meow. Emma steps closer and looks down at her, asking what is going on. Komi answers with another soft sound. Emma tilts her head slightly and wonders if she has caught some prey again and brought it here to show them. Low groans rise from the ground. The men are still alive. Emma pauses, then realizes this is Komi's doing. As she looks at the scene, a strange sense of nostalgia washes over her. In their previous life, Komi often lined up cicadas, cockroaches, or grasshoppers neatly at the entrance of their home. From Komi's point of view, she probably thought the family was terrible at hunting and brought them food as a gift. Emma lowers her gaze again and studies the men more closely. The outfits catch her attention. She tilts her head and quietly thinks, these clothes look like something out of a ninja story. William stares at them as well and mutters that this looks exactly like shinobi attire from another world. No matter how he sees it, these people must be connected to Imperial Japan. George nods in agreement. Suddenly, William drops to his knees, overwhelmed, and wonders how things ended up like this, with a group of ninjas lying unconscious inside their house. Komi lets out another meow. Joshua looks completely lost and asks what they mean by Imperial Japan. At the same time, Martha also looks shocked and asks if these people really belong to that country. Komi gives another short sound, as if confirming it. Emma looks at her, confused at first, but then something clicks. She realizes Komi is telling her there are still 5 more hiding in the attic. And not only that, they have already been caught and wrapped up in violet spider webs. Martha stiffens in alarm. She quickly turns to Emma and warns her to only speak with Komi inside the mansion, not outside where others might hear. Emma nods in agreement. Martha lets out a tense sigh and says they need to deal with this quickly. If these people are seen near Emma's room, especially with the king still in the mansion, it could turn into a serious issue. With the help of another maid, they begin moving the unconscious men. One by one, they carry them into an empty room and shut the door. The cats gather nearby, almost as if supervising the whole situation. Emma watches everything with wide eyes and quietly wonders just how many of these ninjas have managed to sneak in. A small smirk forms on her face. She had suspected the prince would not come alone, but she never expected an entire hidden group to be following him around unnoticed. She sighs softly. If these ninjas had stayed hidden, they could have carried out their mission in the kingdom without anyone ever noticing. But now, everything has been exposed. George crosses his arms and points out that both he and their father are usually very sensitive to the presence of others. If these people manage to infiltrate the mansion without alerting them, then their skills must be extremely high. It is likely that not even the king or the royal castle knows about their existence. William lets out a breath and adds that they probably intended to remain hidden the entire time. Emma lowers her gaze again and studies one of the unconscious men. A thought crosses her mind. She wonders how they have been managing food and supplies since entering the country. If it were just 1 or 2 people, it might be manageable. But now, there are 17 of them inside this single mansion. She recalls hearing that Imperial Japan is already facing a food shortage. Providing for this many people in a foreign land must be incredibly difficult. She looks at them more carefully and notices how thin they all seem. Maybe it is because they are ninjas, but even then, they look far too weak. In this world, travel between nations relies on ships. Even for skilled fighters, surviving such a journey without enough food and water must have been harsh. William glances at her, confused, and asks if this is really what she is worried about right now. Emma suddenly stands up with determination and calls out to Martha. She asks her to have the kitchen prepare something nutritious and easy to digest. Even if these men are intruders, it would feel wrong to send them away hungry. Martha bows her head and says she understands. Joshua watches Emma quietly and smiles, telling her she is truly kind. Just as Martha opens the door, she freezes in shock. Another cat stands there, holding a ninja in its mouth. The cat flicks its tail proudly and drags the man inside as if it is nothing. The moment the cat spots William, it rushes toward him, meowing and nudging him for attention. William stares at it in disbelief, asking how many pets it still wants. The cat keeps meowing insistently. Emma watches and quietly says there is only one more left. She explains that the last one is currently disguised as a diplomat in the drawing room. George pauses, doing the count in his head, then suddenly panics. If they add one more, that makes 20. And one of them is inside the drawing room, pretending to be a diplomat. The realization hits him hard. He cannot believe two simple meows from Ryuk carried that much meaning. Emma smiles lightly, explaining that cat language works through feelings rather than words. At that moment, some of the ninjas begin to wake up, looking around in confusion. Emma glances at Komi and Violet, understanding what happened. The cats had noticed the intruders as soon as the Prince of Japan arrived. The ninjas searched through the mansion but were quickly discovered. Komi and the others silently took them down and dragged them here. 14 were caught almost immediately, while 5 escaped to the attic, only to be trapped by Violet's web. George looks at the unconscious men and realizes something. Their pets had been guarding the prince all along. There was no need for these ninjas to move far from the reception area, yet they searched the entire house. It makes him wonder what exactly they were after. William turns to him, asking if they had a specific target in mind. One of the ninjas slowly lifts his gaze and stares straight at Emma. Emma steps closer, her tone calm as she apologizes. She says it must hurt and gently removes the thread binding his mouth, asking him to stay still. The moment the thread comes off, Komi suddenly slams the ninja down. He coughs violently. The siblings freeze in shock. Emma quickly scolds Lily, while William panics and asks if that was really necessary. He bends down and notices something on the floor. It looks like a tooth at first, but as he picks it up, he frowns. It does not feel like one. George leans in, examining it carefully. Then his expression changes. He realizes it is a hidden poison capsule, something meant to be swallowed if a mission fails so no information can leak. William shudders, trying to process it. He asks if that means they were ready to die if they failed. George nods slowly, still unsettled. He says it is likely, especially for ninjas. Emma quietly agrees. William lets out a long breath and mutters that, considering they are ninjas, maybe it is not that surprising after all. Joshua looks completely confused. Emma, on the other hand, suddenly realizes what Komi has been trying to do this whole time. She turns to the cat and asks if it acted to stop the ninja from biting his own tongue. Then she steps closer to the man and, without hesitation, starts speaking in Japanese, asking for his name. The ninja slowly lifts his head, staring at her in shock. Emma smiles lightly and tells him that even if he had bitten his tongue, it would not have worked. She explains they have basic first aid ready, so they would not let him die that easily. The ninja trembles. Emma then casually introduces herself, followed by her older brothers and Joshua. She even introduces the cat and Violet the spider. After that, she glances at the group of captured men and says that since there are so many of them, she will just call them Hattori for convenience. The ninja stiffens in shock. Emma tilts her head and adds with a small smile that when it comes to ninjas, it is either Hattori or Sarutobi anyway. The ninja stares at her, his thoughts racing. They have animals with abnormal combat ability, creatures that can even sense a ninja's presence. They removed the poison meant for suicide and even predicted he would try to bite his tongue. Out of many identically dressed men, they picked him out as the leader. And even if she claims it is just for convenience, she guessed the name perfectly. He exhales slowly, the tension leaving his body. To him, this is complete defeat. At last, he looks straight at her and asks what she wants to know. The ninja stares at Emma, his gaze sharp as he tries to read her intentions. He knows he cannot betray the imperial nation, yet with such a clear gap in power, acting recklessly would only make things worse. Like the others, he could have been killed easily, but instead, he was captured alive. That alone tells him they are after information. He swallows slowly, reminding himself of his duty. Their top priority is to ensure the Prince of Japan returns safely to the imperial nation. If that is the case, then some form of negotiation is unavoidable. Emma, however, looks at him with a calm expression and suddenly asks if he is hungry. The question catches him off guard. She explains it as a simple guess. Their presence in the kingdom is supposed to be a secret. Even if they take turns moving around, without knowing the language, buying food would be difficult. Stealing or surviving on scraps for 20 people would be too risky. The ninja's eyes narrow. She even knows their number. And she is not wrong. Their food supplies are already running low, and their prince still has a long way to go before mastering the kingdom's language. For a moment, he wonders if she is trying to use food as leverage. The thought irritates him. They are elite ninjas of the imperial nation. They cannot be looked down on so easily. He steels himself, convinced that a true ninja should not be weakened by hunger. Just then, Martha enters after knocking and informs them that the meal is ready. A soft scent spreads through the room. Emma leans slightly forward, her eyes lighting up as she recognizes the smell of corn cream soup. Martha gently clarifies that the food is meant for the guests. Emma turns back toward the ninja with a small, knowing look. She points out that the soup is especially good and adds that even warriors need to eat properly, because no one can fight well on an empty stomach. The ninja feels another wave of confusion. She even knows their sayings. Without waiting further, Emma stands up and tells Komi to wake the others since they will all eat together. The cat lets out a soft sound and begins nudging each ninja awake. One by one, they stir, slowly opening their eyes. Their leader looks around, stunned to see them alive and unharmed. William casually remarks that they are not the kind of people who kill over a simple intrusion. George, however, hesitates, unsure if speaking in the imperial language so openly is a good idea. Emma cuts in, clearly unimpressed, thinking her brothers are completely out of touch at moments like this. She walks over to the pot and starts serving the soup without hesitation, her movements natural and steady. She glances back at her brothers and asks if they want some as well. George admits he is hungry now that she mentions it, and the others quickly agree. Emma continues serving, handing out bowls not only to the ninjas but also to Joshua. Joshua accepts it with clear delight, his mood lifting instantly as if being served by her alone makes the moment special. After serving the food, she tells the ninjas in their own language to eat happily. The ninja looks at his boss and asks what the situation is, worried it might be poison or some kind of drug. Emma takes a bite first and calmly says it's not poisoned. Right after that, she lights up with joy, saying it tastes really good. The boss then signals the other ninjas to eat as well. He takes a sip himself and thinks that if they truly wanted to kill them, they could have already done it using the giant cat or spider. They already know things they shouldn't, like their identities, which are supposed to be state secrets, even their names. From the start, they never really had control of the situation. Even if the yellow drink is poisoned, they have no choice but to drink it anyway. But once the ninja takes a bite, he freezes in shock. He suddenly shouts, asking what this is, then blurts out that it's delicious. The other ninjas are stunned. Emma laughs at his reaction. Then his eyes widen as he looks at Emma again, suddenly noticing how beautiful she is. His heart starts beating fast. He panics, realizing he is thinking this way even though he already has a wife. He gets confused and frustrated with himself for these feelings. His teammates notice his strange behavior and ask if he is okay or if the food is actually poisoned. The boss quickly tells them he is fine and nothing is wrong. The ninja feels completely shaken, realizing he has fallen into what feels like Emma's charm trap. Her brother also watches closely, realizing this is the same reaction they have seen before. William comments that he was wondering why Emma was being so friendly with that ninja. Looking closer, he admits the ninja seems like a skilled and calm professional. Emma continues telling them to eat as much as they want since there is plenty of food, and to ask for seconds if they need more. George sighs, saying everything feels ridiculous now and decides to report to his father. After writing something down, he heads to the drawing room and opens the door, shocked to see everyone still kneeling there. Suddenly, The king notices George and calls out loudly, saying this is the perfect time. He insists that George's father has refused the reward and asks if George can convince him as well. George looks confused, wondering why the reward topic is still going on. He reminds the king that the reward was already declined at the previous banquet. The king insists again, saying they risked their lives to defeat the slime and deserve recognition. He then notices George's tired expression and continues, saying the reward is especially for Emma since she went through so much danger, and they should raise her noble rank by 2 levels. George realizes the king is being very stubborn at this point. He also notices the Prince of Japan, who seems completely lost in the conversation. George calmly says Emma has already recovered, and suggests letting her respond to the reward later. The king finally agrees. As George looks at the king, he apologizes in his mind, thinking he will have to rely on Emma to gently turn it down later, since this is not the right time for this discussion. That he moves closer to his father and leans in, whispering that there is a problem. The count turns to him, asking what it is. George explains quietly that there is an issue with their home security system. The count looks confused, asking what he means by that. George hands him a page and says he has written everything in detail there. The count reads through it and lets out a small sigh, saying he understands. He quickly realizes that the kingdom's mines are no longer producing enough magic stones to be useful, and the domestic mines have already run dry. As he reads, he recalls George telling him something similar before while he was drinking. He had once said that even if a mage capable of maintaining barriers appeared, without magic stones the kingdom would fall within 100 years. If the empire truly holds a vast reserve of magic stones, the kingdom would do anything to get them. The room falls quiet as the count thinks this through. Suddenly, the king notices his expression and asks what is written on the paper. The count calmly replies that it is a report from Emma's attending physician, stating she is recovering well and there is no cause for concern. The king takes a slow breath, but his eyes remain sharp as he studies the count's face, sensing something deeper. For a moment, he wonders if Emma's condition might actually be worse than what they are being told. He stands up and says they should not overstay their welcome and will take their leave. But before they can move, the diplomats drop to their knees again, bowing urgently and insisting that the matter of the imperial language is still unresolved. If Lady Emma has truly recovered, then it must be discussed immediately. The king then turns toward Oliver. The count watches him closely, realizing how stubborn he is, but also understanding why he is so desperate. If the issue truly involves magic stones, then his urgency makes sense. The king tells Oliver that he understands his concern for the kingdom, but they should leave for today since Emma only collapsed yesterday. Oliver still refuses to back down, raising his voice and insisting that at the very least, they need to know how she learned the imperial language. Emma's mother lets out a tired sigh, clearly frustrated, thinking he has always been like this. Emotions and atmosphere never seem to affect him, he only focuses on the problem directly in front of him and pushes forward without stopping. His personality may be difficult, but she also knows he has always cared deeply for the kingdom and worked himself relentlessly for its sake. She suddenly gives a faint, knowing smirk, thinking that this kind of stubborn determination might actually be useful after all. His eyes narrow slightly with a hint of mischief as he considers it. The lady calmly sits down and begins speaking, telling everyone that she worked extremely hard studying and carefully teaching that girl. Oliver suddenly stands up in shock. Emma's mother continues, explaining that Emma has been sickly since childhood. Even though she was sometimes allowed outside, she could only go as far as the garden. Because of that, the only world she truly knew was the garden itself, and the only things she could do were observe and remember the plants and creatures living there. For a long time, that garden was her entire world. She had no proper way to ease her loneliness or sadness. George looks at his mother and quietly thinks that this is starting to sound like a story that is being made up on the spot. The lady then adds that inside the palace there is an old gardener named Imoko. He was the one who taught Emma many things, and the garden was the only place where she could escape from her lonely life. She also mentions that one of the things she ended up learning from the old gardener was the imperial language. Oliver suddenly bursts out in anger, shouting that this is impossible. He demands to know how a simple gardener could possibly know the imperial language. He argues that even they have tried and struggled to learn it, so how could a young girl understand it so easily? Emma's mother immediately fires back, raising her voice and asking what he even means by they tried. Does that really compare to someone practicing it every single day for 10 years? She continues explaining that monsters frequently appeared near the palace borders, so both she and her husband had very little time to spend with Emma. Her siblings were also busy with noble training and monster-related education, leaving Emma mostly alone. In that long loneliness, Imoko the gardener became her only companion. She desperately tried to get attention and conversation from him whenever she could, and through that constant interaction, she gradually learned the imperial language with all her effort and focus. The king starts tearing up while listening to Emma's story. Her mother notices and quietly smirks to herself, realizing it is actually working. But then she glances over and is surprised to see even her husband starting to cry. She looks at him in confusion, wondering why he is emotional too, since she believed he already knew parts of the story were exaggerated. Then she continues, adding another detail, that the language Imoko thought he was speaking was actually the imperial language. Emma only realized this herself earlier that same day when she woke up. She further explains that they had understood it was a foreign language, but they were not aware of the existence of a country called the Imperial Nation. At that moment, Prince Tasuku from Japan suddenly stands up, reacting sharply to the mention of the language. He shouts that the only bilingual speaker from the Imperial Nation disappeared in a ship accident 50 years ago. The Count looks completely confused, because Imoko has been a long-term servant in their mansion. He had worked there even before the Count was born, and he had never once heard him speak the imperial language. Now he is left wondering who their gardener really is. Suddenly, Prince Tasuku lowers his head in a deep bow. He raises his voice again, saying he understands how overwhelming it must be to miss Emma, but he is begging them to help the imperial nation. Emma's mother looks at the prince and thinks to herself that there is no way they can trust a troublesome situation like this involving Emma and the fate of an entire country. She apologizes to him and says it is all too much for her to handle. She also hopes the prince can understand at least some of the kingdom's language, but if not, things will only become more difficult. The prince quickly responds, saying that right now he is the only one who understands the kingdom's language well enough for diplomatic negotiation and teaching it properly. He insists that no one else can handle this burden alone. He grips his clothes tightly and shouts that the imperial nation is running out of time. Emma's mother looks at him carefully, wondering if it is really true that the imperial nation's food supply is in such a desperate condition. With both the imperial and kingdom economies declining, she realizes that this diplomatic connection cannot fail. After a moment, she looks up at the prince and says she understands. She then adds that she and her husband will help. The prince looks completely confused. She continues, saying that if they really believe Emma was left alone all those years, then they are mistaken. The king also looks confused now, unsure of what she means. Then she drops the final line, her entire family can speak the imperial language. Prince Tasuku freezes in shock, completely lost, and everyone in the room falls into confusion, asking what she means. Oliver suddenly shouts again, refusing to believe it. He insists it is impossible and cannot be true. He cannot accept that an entire family could actually do this. That he continues explaining that after becoming a diplomat, he kept studying different languages and managed to master many of them. However, the imperial language was different. He had tried learning it with help from Prince Tasuku, but he could not make any real progress. Just the idea that someone might have truly learned it properly makes him shake in fear. He adds that it might have been possible for Melsa, who once achieved the highest marks at the academy, but... The Count suddenly interrupts, raising his voice and insisting that there is no way he can speak it himself, since he only passed graduation thanks to help from others. He admits, somewhat bitterly, that he barely managed to scrape through with a passing grade. The Count grits his teeth and insists that learning a language is not about grades. Oliver looks at him, confused, asking what he means. The Count replies bluntly that it is about love. He insists that real learning comes from deep attachment, and when it comes to his love for his daughter, nothing is impossible. Prince Tasuku becomes emotional and agrees that he understands the feeling completely, saying he would do anything for his own daughter as well. The Count silently agrees. Emma's mother then calmly states that seeing is believing and suggests trying to speak a little in the imperial language to confirm things. Prince Tasuku is surprised but agrees and asks what they should talk about. Her husband quietly hands her a page, and after reading it, both of them agree on the same plan. The Count then apologizes to Prince Tasuku and explains that the 19 ninjas who broke into the mansion have been captured and are now under custody. Prince Tasuku becomes visibly panicked. The Count adds that the ninjas among the diplomats should avoid making any sudden movements, as the king and Oliver may grow suspicious. Prince Tasuku is shocked, but at that moment the king notices his reaction and asks if something is wrong. Prince Tasuku quickly regains composure and claims nothing is wrong, only expressing surprise at how fluent the imperial language sounds. He then sits down and quietly turns toward the Count, trying to understand his true objective. Inside, he is deeply unsettled, realizing that nearly all the ninjas were captured in a very short time, except for one. The Count's awareness of ninjas themselves makes the situation even more alarming to him. He begins to feel that there may be no safe ground for them here, and that the imperial nation's magic stones could already be in danger of being taken before anything reaches the kingdom. A sense of failure towards his homeland weighs heavily on him. The Count smirks slightly, saying that their objective is not yet fully clear, but by now his household members are likely interrogating the captured ninjas, and he hopes everything proceeds as intended. Prince Tasuku grows even more uneasy, thinking that no matter what happens, ninjas would never reveal secrets about the magic stones. Even under torture or threat, they would never betray their mission and would choose death before capture. He assumes the elite ninjas of the imperial nation are likely already gone. He looks at the Count and feels a growing sense of fear, realizing how dangerous he truly is. Meanwhile, after finishing her meal, Emma stands up and calls for everyone's attention, saying something important needs to be discussed. The ninjas look confused as their leader questions whether she truly believes they would ever reveal imperial secrets. Instead of responding to that, Emma excitedly asks who can make miso. Everyone is stunned by the sudden shift. She repeats her question, asking again who can make miso, then continues enthusiastically, explaining that if these are supposed to be imperial secrets, what they actually want are things like miso, soy sauce, pickled vegetables, and similar foods. She reveals that it has already been a year and a half since they regained memories of their past lives, and their entire family has been longing for Japanese food. She also mentions white rice, adding that they are willing to trade large amounts of white flour just to get a small amount of rice in return. William also becomes excited by the idea. Emma adds that Joshua should be able to gather the required ingredients. What they truly want are the nostalgic foods from Japan, along with skilled people who can prepare miso and soy sauce. At that moment, several ninjas raise their hands, saying they can do it. Emma becomes delighted, asking if they are serious, and her brother also reacts with excitement, calling it the best outcome. After that, the Count takes Prince Tasuku to the VIP room of the royal castle. Prince Tasuku is already worried about the elite ninjas of the imperial nation, but the moment he steps inside, he is shocked. All 19 ninjas captured by the Count are there, alive. Not a single one is injured, and not even their clothes are torn. He stands frozen, completely stunned, unable to understand what he is seeing. These were supposed to be elite guards, yet they were captured so easily, without showing any resistance. He slowly sits down, letting out a heavy sigh. For a moment, he even wonders if this is some kind of strange dream created by his tired mind. He recalls everything that has happened so far, the Count and the others promising cooperation in diplomacy as interpreters, and even helping arrange large amounts of food. Shortly after, George returns and hands over a list to Prince Tasuku. It includes wheat, soybeans, rice, dried fruits, and many other supplies. He explains that Joshua says they can prepare this entire amount for immediate shipment to the imperial nation. Prince Tasuku is completely confused. A quantity of food that matches more than half of what the imperial nation requested in exchange for magic stones is already being prepared in just 10 minutes. George then adds that Joshua also says that if they are given 3 more days, they can double the amount. However, Emma insists it is better to send everything sooner, so if a ship is sent tomorrow morning, this is already the maximum they can prepare in time. Prince Tasuku is left even more confused, wondering what kind of man Joshua is. He questions if Joshua is some kind of ruler of this country or something similar. George continues explaining that if things go according to today's pace, they might fall slightly short on wheat, but everything will still arrive in the imperial nation within 4 to 5 days. Prince Tasuku is stunned again. When he arrived, the journey by high-speed ship had taken nearly a week, so he never expected delivery to be this fast. George calmly tells him not to worry, explaining that Joshua's ships are specially built and handled only by highly skilled sailors. Prince Tasuku is completely overwhelmed by everything he is hearing. He starts questioning who exactly is guiding Joshua, and why everything is being handled so efficiently. At the same time, he grows increasingly suspicious, wondering if all of this kindness is connected to the information about magic stones. But then he quickly panics again, reminding himself that the ninjas have not revealed anything. His thoughts spiral as he considers the worst possible outcome, that the ninjas might have already died in the process, sacrificing themselves for the nation, while the imperial nation slowly loses its magic stones, its food security, and even safety during this diplomatic mission. He silently apologizes in his mind to his homeland, feeling everything is slipping away. But when he looks up again, he is shocked once more. All the ninjas are still alive, and they appear even more energetic and healthy than before. Overwhelmed and relieved at the same time, Prince Tasuku finally speaks calmly, saying that he is simply glad they are all safe. The next day, when Emma arrives at the academy, her companions are visibly shocked to see her. Franziska comes running toward her, calling out her name. Emma greets everyone with a good morning, but before she can say anything else, Franziska grabs her arm and says she heard about the collapse at the banquet and fully expected Emma to be home resting today. She looks her over and asks if she is really alright. Emma thanks her for worrying and tells her she feels completely fine. Emma looks at her for a moment. Franziska comes across as strong-willed and noble on the outside, but she is genuinely one of the kindest people around. In her own way, she is probably the most feminine among all the embroidery members. She is still studying Emma's face, clearly not fully convinced. Emma thinks to herself that she already knows, the pink lace is the right call for her dress. Something cute but not too sweet, soft and natural. It suits her perfectly. Marion steps closer next, asking about Emma's arm and whether it is still bothering her. She mentions that her older brother told her what happened and she had been worried ever since. She gently suggests that if the class feels like too much today, Emma is welcome to just sit and watch instead. Emma pulls her things out of her bag and shakes her head. She tells them both she is completely fine and that Arthur definitely made it sound worse than it was, because right now she feels like she could knock out 100, maybe even 200 embroidery pieces without breaking a sweat. The ladies stare at her, genuinely taken aback, asking if she really means that. Emma glances over at Marion and thinks to herself, not for the first time, how unfair it is. Tall, small-faced, with that long graceful figure, Marion looks like she belongs on a runway. Emma smiles at her anyway. She has also been thinking about a hair accessory to go along with the dress she was working on for Marion yesterday. She makes a mental note to ask her brother to put something together. The twins react with wide eyes, quickly pointing out that they are pretty sure the embroidery teacher is not expecting output anywhere near that level. Emma turns to them and changes the subject smoothly, telling them their hairstyles look really nice today. The silver hair paired with the blue ribbon works surprisingly well, it is a lovely combination. She studies them for a second. The two of them are from the Simmons family, a large territory built around a port. She thinks about how well a marine-inspired look would suit them when the time comes. Something like Shishako. It would break beautifully on them. Meanwhile, across the academy, William is in the middle of his hunter practical class. He lets out a long tired breath and mutters that since he heard the running drills were the last thing on the list, he had actually been looking forward to reaching this part. He picks up the bat, stares at what is in front of him, and turns to the teacher with a look of disbelief, asking if they are seriously expected to smash boulders with this thing. The teacher grins back at him and gives a big thumbs up. William nearly drops the bat, insisting there is absolutely no way that is happening. The other students break into chatter around him, all saying the same thing: it is a rock, there is no way. Then George walks up to one of the large stones, gives it a light tap with his bat, and calmly tells the group that the whole point is that it is a boulder. If they ever go up against something like this in the field without knowing what they are dealing with and end up snapping their weapon in the process, the situation could go very badly very fast. So as far as he is concerned, this is exactly the kind of training worth doing. William turns to look at his brother and calls him a gorilla under his breath. He adds that maybe George could crush boulders without a problem, but for the rest of them, who happen to be regular humans, that is a completely different story. Every single person around them nods along without hesitation. George's face drops. He spins toward William and demands to know who exactly he is calling a gorilla. He then adds, a little defensively, that there is actually a simple way to break this boulder without needing a ridiculous amount of strength. William raises an eyebrow. Before anyone can respond, George steps up onto the boulder and tells everyone to pay attention. He brings the bat straight down onto the stone with one clean strike, and it splits into 2 pieces. The whole group goes silent for a second, then erupts. They shout that it is incredible, completely lose their minds over the fact that he did it with a wooden bat, and break into applause. William watches him quietly and thinks to himself that their mother's repeated instructions about not showing off appear to have completely slipped his brother's mind. George turns back to the group and explains that if you take a careful look at the grain of the rock and hit it at the right angle, it comes apart without much effort at all. Every rock has a direction it wants to break in. He pauses and admits, though, that knowing this probably does not help much with building actual strength, so it is not exactly useful for the training itself. A loud shout cuts through from behind him. The teacher storms forward, visibly irritated, demanding to know why George went ahead and broke it if he already understood it would not help with the training. He wants to know if George has any idea how much effort goes into collecting those boulders every single year. George turns around and apologizes, straightforward and calm. The teacher looks at him for a long moment. In a class of 100 students doing practical work, the ones who stand out tend to get a big head about it sooner or later. But George is different. There is no arrogance, no showing off, or at least not in the usual way. It is almost like he has already moved past the phase where any of that matters, like a middle-aged man settled into himself. And yet he is only 16. 16 is supposed to be the age of the most spectacular, embarrassing mistakes. George does not seem to have gotten that memo. The teacher points at him and tells him to go help the other students instead, and that he is done with rocks for today. George says okay without any fuss. After that, the rest of the students get back to swinging at their boulders, the sound of bats against stone filling the yard. On the other hand, Joshua strikes the stone again, but the bat suddenly kicks back harder than expected. His hand trembles from the pain as he recoils slightly. George immediately looks at him and asks if he is alright. He takes the bag from Joshua and starts pointing out his posture, saying his grip is too weak and his lower body balance is off. He explains that Joshua is not using his strength properly and should focus more on strengthening his core. George then pats him lightly and thanks him for his effort. Joshua, still holding his aching hand, responds in a shaky voice that a merchant doesn't really need muscles like this anyway, so tomorrow he will definitely feel sore. Suddenly, George raises his voice, telling him not to be so negative. He asks what would happen if Joshua suddenly faced a monster like a behemoth. Joshua immediately shouts back that he would run away without hesitation. The students nearby overhear the conversation and look confused, since they have never even heard of a monster called a behemoth before. George turns to Joshua in disbelief, asking what he is even talking about and how he plans to run away from such a monster. Just then, William casually joins the conversation and says behemoths are actually delicious. George nods as if it is the most normal thing in the world. William continues, explaining that the meat has a beef-like texture, especially the ones hunted in winter, which are full of fat and extremely juicy. He adds that although the meat is tough, if it is sliced thin and smoked properly, it becomes excellent preserved food. George agrees and adds that if it is prepared with his family's special spices, it becomes perfect for making hamburgers. William smiles and continues, saying that if the hamburger is placed between buns with tomato, cheese, and lettuce, it turns into a proper burger. As they talk, everyone listening around them slowly starts getting hungry. The casual tone of their conversation makes it even worse. Joshua looks at them in disbelief, thinking that with these two, even terrifying monsters are turned into food. He shivers, finding the idea of eating something so huge and dangerous very unsettling. Suddenly, George tells him that once he actually tries it, he will understand how incredibly delicious it is. William quickly adds that Joshua absolutely has to try it with onion fries as a set. Then William mentions that Emma also makes sausages from minced meat and serves them in bread, often with onion fries on the side. The moment Emma's name is mentioned, Joshua's ears immediately perk up. In a sudden burst of energy, he shouts and swings his bat at the stone again, telling everyone to stop talking. He insists that he will keep training so he is ready the moment he encounters a behemoth. Emma's brothers look at him in confusion, not fully understanding his sudden determination. Joshua keeps striking the stone repeatedly, asking George how the slope of the stone should be handled. He requests detailed guidance on how to properly hunt and process monsters in the most delicious way possible, saying he wants to be able to prepare them for Emma. George looks at him, puzzled, and suggests he should first make sure his strength has actually recovered. Joshua insists it is nothing and says he can continue as long as he has willpower. He says they should start by breaking the rock properly and tells George to just guide him. He then adds that during lunch break, they should go over the full process of meat preparation in detail, and asks if there are any other foods Emma likes that he is not aware of. He admits he thought he already knew most of her preferences, but somehow completely missed the topic of monster meat. George and William both look at him in silence, confused by his sudden obsession. Just then, Joshua manages to break the stone cleanly, surprising everyone. Later, in the borderlands where behemoth sightings are common, members of the Rothschild Trading Company begin appearing unexpectedly, quietly purchasing hunted meat at extremely high prices. Once the Jaws Water Trading Company also enters the market and starts desperately searching for it, the demand rises sharply. Before long, what was once considered dangerous monster meat becomes something people are eager to try, and it quickly gains a reputation as legendary, high-class cuisine. After collecting the meat, Joshua always goes straight to Emma, casually telling her that it just happened that he got some extra and thought she might like it, so he is sharing it with her. Emma gets extremely excited the moment she sees the tray full of food. Without wasting even a second, she starts eating happily, clearly enjoying every bite. Joshua watches her and smiles, thinking that if she is happy, then even spending 1,000 gold coins feels completely worth it. Her brothers stand nearby, watching him with confused expressions. They still cannot fully understand what he means or why he is so casually spending such an amount just to make Emma happy. The family is sitting together, enjoying a quiet afternoon of sewing. William looks up with a smile and says he is really glad some of the ninjas knew how to make miso and tofu, because having actual miso soup again feels great. Everyone nods along warmly. Emma glances over at him, thinking about how the ninjas had been taking turns visiting their home, making miso, soy sauce, and other things whenever the ingredients were available. In return, her family handled their food and lodging, setting aside an unused room in the mansion as a dedicated break room just for them. It had become a comfortable little arrangement on both sides. Then their mother speaks up and asks the room, "What about dashi?" George looks up, confused, and asks what she means. Their mother sighs and explains that if they are making miso soup, they need dashi too. Kelp, katsuobushi, dried sardines, something. Emma makes a face and admits she had hoped dry scallops could work as a substitute, but she supposes katsuobushi really is necessary after all. The moment the word bonito leaves her mouth, every cat in the room loses their mind. They all start meowing at once, scrambling to their feet. Emma spins around, completely thrown off. Then it hits her, bonito flakes. They exist here. The cats know. And they want some desperately. She turns back to her family with wide eyes and relays exactly what the cats just told her. Her family stares at her. She stares back, just as surprised, slowly realizing she had somehow understood what they were saying. One of the cats rolls right over to her feet. Emma reaches down and starts petting Romei, telling her yes, she gets it, she and the others want bonito flakes. She smiles, but then her expression shifts as she starts thinking it through. Getting them here is a whole other problem. Just worrying about the rice arriving in good condition already keeps her up at night. The ship leaving tomorrow was carrying urgent food aid from their family, nothing to do with official diplomatic ties, just a straightforward act of goodwill. The merchant from the Rothschild Company heading to Imperial Japan had already been briefed on the kind of rice to look for and was asked to bring some back even if only a small amount was available. According to the ninjas, their country had a limited supply in reserve. If rice proved impossible, Emma figured seedlings or seeds could work too, but there was no way to get that across to the merchant. The language barrier made it completely hopeless. Joshua had sent their most capable person, but even that was not enough to bridge the gap. Still, none of that stops the whole family from already being deep in their feelings about Japanese food. Then Romei looks up, gives one short meow, and bolts straight out the gate. Emma calls after her, asking what on earth is wrong, and a moment later Romei comes racing back, with a ninja dangling from her mouth. She drops him on the floor like a gift. William stares. He says slowly that he is pretty sure that it is Momochi. The ninja looks around the room in total bewilderment, trying to figure out what is happening. William looks at the food still in his hand and apologizes, saying he was clearly grabbed in the middle of his meal. Before the ninja can respond, every single cat closes in on him at once. He backs into the corner, eyes wide, asking frantically what is going on and what is wrong with these animals. Emma pushes through the crowd of cats, crouches down, and very calmly asks the ninja whether there is any katsuobushi back in Imperial Japan. The ninja blinks. Then it clicks. He asks if she means katsuobushi, and says there should actually be more of it in stock than rice. He starts to add that the food shortage seems to be tied to crops not growing, and as for seafood, he stops, something catching in his throat. Emma watches him carefully. She had heard the shortage was due to bad weather, but clearly there is more to it than that. William stands up from the sofa and says in that case they need to contact the Rothschild company and add katsuobushi to the list. He opens the door and calls out to the butler, asking if he has a moment. He says he needs him to run a quick errand to Joshua, specifically to ask the merchant heading to Imperial Japan to also pick up something called katsuobushi while they are there. The butler pauses and tries to repeat the word. He cannot get it out right. William closes his eyes slowly, knowing full well this was going to happen. This approach is not going to work. Emma steps closer and points out that rice is one thing, but katsuobushi is just too hard to explain without context. William turns to George and says it straight, it would honestly be faster if one of them just went to Imperial Japan themselves. Even with a written order from an Imperial Japanese person, there is no guarantee the merchant would know if he got the right thing without someone actually being there. Emma's hand shoots up immediately. She shouts that she wants to go, asking her family to put her on the list. Their mother shouts right back that she has school. Their father's hand goes up next, eyes bright, saying he will go since both George and William have school too. Emma's face falls just a little. Then their mother turns to him and says not so fast, he has hunter training the day after tomorrow. Their father laughs, a little deflated. Emma thinks about it for a second. Once a week in the royal capital, her father trained young men hoping to become hunters. It was important work. Out of every 100 people who entered hunting, fewer than 10 actually stuck with it. Keeping that pipeline going mattered a lot for a border territory. The danger was real, but so was the pay, which is why people kept trying. Then their father gets an idea and looks over at George, asking if he could handle the training in his place. Their mother cuts that down immediately, reminding him that George has school too, and besides, if those trainees could not keep up with someone younger than them, it might knock their confidence completely. William looks around at all of them and asks, a little helplessly, who is actually going to Imperial Japan then? Their mother stands up straight and announces, with full confidence, that she will go. The room goes completely silent. She sighs and explains herself. She had originally studied to be a diplomat, so she has the groundwork. On top of that, the food they are sending as aid will be completely unfamiliar to people in Imperial Japan, which means someone will need to show them how to prepare it. Who is better than her? Emma's eyes go wide. She is absolutely right. Different countries, different ingredients, different methods entirely. And in their previous life, their mother had always been an incredible cook. It makes perfect sense. Their father does not take it well. His voice shakes as he tells her she cannot just walk into a country no one from the kingdom has ever set foot in before. He asks what he is supposed to do if something happens to her, because he cannot even begin to think about her getting hurt. Their mother smiles and tells him it will be fine. She borrows Emma's wallet. She looks over at Emma and asks if that is all right. Emma says yes without hesitating. Their father takes her hands in his and says quietly that he knows she is smarter and more capable than anyone. But he still wants to be the one standing next to her when things go wrong. And honestly, the idea of being apart from her, his love, already makes him feel terribly lonely. Their mother's cheeks go pink. Their children watch the two of them, all thinking the same thing. George is the first to crack. He tells them, tiredly, to please take it somewhere private. Emma, on the other hand, feels a warm little flutter watching them. Her father is really something else when it comes to their mother. William rubs the back of his neck and tells them, slightly pained, that their children are still in the room and it would be nice if their parents remembered that occasionally. Then a small, uncertain hand goes up from the corner. The ninja clears his throat and very politely asks if they could perhaps continue this conversation in a language he actually understands. Emma looks at him and realizes they had forgotten he was there entirely. She turns to him and walks through everything that just happened, piece by piece. He listens, nodding along steadily. In the end, once the ninja understood the full picture, he reported everything to the Imperial Prince that same evening. It was settled, 5 ninjas would travel with their mother as her personal guard. Only after that was confirmed did their father finally, reluctantly, give his blessing for her to go. After everything is decided, Melsa goes to her room and packs her bags. She sighs while looking at them, thinking this should be enough. Just then, the Count enters. He sits on the edge of the bed and looks at her, asking if she is sure about this and whether she will be alright. Melfa looks at him and gives a small smile. She wonders if she is really being honest, because deep down she is anxious about being away from her family. But still, the chance to visit the imperial nation is too tempting to refuse. Just like how Minato became Emma and suddenly developed a strong love for bugs after regaining Yuriko's memories, something simple like cooking has turned into something she deeply misses. It is not that the food made by the maid or chef is bad, but ever since that day a year ago, she keeps thinking about Japanese food whenever she eats. She finds herself craving it more and more. When it is cold, nothing feels better than a bowl of miso soup, and on hot days, chilled tofu with toppings and soy sauce. Even the thought of pickled food makes her mouth water. But not being able to have any of it leaves her feeling empty. And worst of all, there is no rice, the heart of every meal. She realizes a Japanese soul always longs for this kind of food, and she can't let her family keep feeling this way forever. That thought gives her courage. She stands firm and tells her husband confidently that in the imperial nation, she is the only one in the family who can get the ingredients without causing trouble. She raises her voice a little, telling him not to worry and to leave it to her. She promises she will definitely bring back rice. The Count looks at her and smiles a little in frustration. What worries him most is her safety, but she does not seem to fully understand it. In a way, she is just like Emma in moments like this. So the next morning, he decides he will firmly remind the ninja again. The next day, as she is about to leave, Melfa sits and suddenly glances at Oliver. He stares back at her and asks what is so funny. She smiles and says she was just thinking he is always grumpy whenever he sees her. Oliver immediately snaps back, saying it is not that he is in a bad mood, he is just frustrated. He says he does not understand how she can casually talk about going to Imperial Japan, a place no one from their kingdom has ever stepped into. Melfa sighs, realizing he is really just worried that something might happen to her or that she might get hurt. Oliver coughs in annoyance, still trying to hide his concern. She understands that most people cannot read him as easily as she does. Calmly, she tells him there is no need to worry because she can take care of herself. She thinks to herself that under her simple travel dress, she is also carrying Violet, gifted by her daughter Emma. Oliver suddenly snaps again, saying how can she say that just because she is a woman. Melfa sighs and teases him, asking if he should at least say rest assured, I will protect you. Oliver instantly blushes, turning his face away as he shouts that she is talking nonsense and he never said anything like that. Melfa just smiles softly, still amused by him. In the academy, just before monster science class, Emma's group gathers in the embroidery room when Marion looks at her in surprise, saying she cannot believe she really finished all 200 handkerchiefs. The twins nod in agreement with her. Emma glances at Marion and lets out a small laugh, saying she feels in great shape today. Soon, the boys enter the classroom. The prince quickly walks up to Emma, calling her name and asking if she is healthy and alright. Emma steps forward and gives him a deep bow while greeting him. She sincerely apologizes for the trouble she caused at the banquet. He casually waves it off, telling her it is fine. She then smiles and shows her arms, pointing out that she feels completely better now. He lets out a breath in relief and tells her not to overdo it. Just then, Melsa steps behind Emma, pulls something out, and offers it to him, saying it reminds her of him and asks if he would accept it. It is a handkerchief she embroidered in her last class. She adds that there is one for Arthur as well and hands them both over. The prince blushes as he looks at the handmade piece and thanks her warmly. As he studies the stitching, he is stunned, his eyes shining at how neat and beautiful it looks. Meanwhile, Arthur watches him with a small smile, noticing how he stares at the handkerchief just like he once did with the one Emma gave him earlier, and finds it amusing. At the same time, Emma's brothers grab a few handkerchiefs and start wiping their sweat. George rubs his forehead, saying he was sweating during hunter class, so it is perfect and really helpful. The prince suddenly turns to him in shock, questioning how they can use such a thing to wipe sweat and if they are out of their minds. George looks confused and wonders if that is not its purpose. Emma calmly tells her brothers that there are plenty more, so they can use as many as they like. Arthur stares at her in disbelief, wondering how she managed to make so many in just 2 hours of embroidery class. Later, it is time for lunch break, and they gather in the courtyard. A boy approaches Emma and politely asks her to accept a box of sweets if she is hungry. She lights up, thanks him kindly, and says it is very thoughtful of him. In return, she gives him a handkerchief she made and calls it a small gift, asking him to use it. The boy is stunned and praises the fine work, saying he has never seen embroidery like this and plans to treat it like a family treasure. Emma looks confused as he rushes off happily, talking about hanging it on his mansion wall. After that, Emma returns to her group and opens the box, saying she should start eating. Arthur watches her and notes that she seems in high spirits. She agrees and says she feels great today. She then offers him some chocolate, asking if he would like to try it since it tastes light and refreshing. He chuckles shyly and refuses, saying it already looks sweet enough and he cannot handle it. She shrugs, eats it herself, and wipes her mouth, saying she will enjoy it alone then. As he watches her, he drifts into thought, seeing her as gentle and skilled, the image of a proper young lady, very different from his younger sister. Marion suddenly turns to him with an annoyed look, asking what that expression means and if he is thinking something rude. He brushes it off and says it is nothing. He then reminds her to head straight home later because the head maid mentioned a gown fitting for the evening ball. Francisca overhears and asks if it is a royal family event. She mentions her family also received an invitation and has been busy since morning. She adds that the head maid must be rushing around trying to prepare everything. The twins lean closer together, excitedly saying they also want to make dresses for such events one day. Francisca explains that royal events rarely come on such short notice, and at this rate every tailor must be fully booked. The twins agree. Her brother adds that since there was a big banquet recently, having another event so soon makes it hard for any household to keep up with dress preparations. Francisca then asks if they do not have a personal tailor. Arthur smirks and says it is because they rarely make dresses. Francisca looks at Marion and says that sounds difficult and hopes she finds a good tailor. Marion laughs confidently and says there is no need to worry, and if things go wrong, she will just wear her knight's uniform. Everyone reacts in shock, saying that is not an option. Arthur sighs in frustration and wonders why he must escort his sister dressed like a knight while she gives off a prince-like aura. Francisca admits it would suit her, but as a duke's daughter, she would stand out too much, so it is better to avoid it. Marion proudly insists she could pull it off better than most noble sons. She then suddenly asks about Emma and whether she is invited. Emma looks surprised and explains her family has not received a proper invitation yet, and her mother went out in the morning, so she may not know. Francisca suddenly notices the empty box and is shocked that Emma has already eaten all the chocolates. Emma laughs and says sweets go into a separate stomach for her. A butler arrives to clear the table. Soon, someone calls her from behind, and she turns to see Joshua with her brothers. He opens a box and offers her financiers, asking if she would like to try some. She thanks him and happily says she loves them. Arthur looks shocked and tells her to stop, but she keeps eating while sipping tea. He realizes it is already too late. Emma says it tastes even better with black tea and reaches for more, but her brother quickly takes the box away, saying she has had enough for today. William rushes over and says he just saw a large pile of sweet wrappers being thrown away. She turns her face aside, then looks back with pleading eyes, asking if she can have one more. Her brother firmly refuses. Arthur watches in disbelief, wondering how they can so easily deny their sweet and talented sister and even scold her. He starts to think their hearts must be made of ice. William insists it is not right to accept snacks from just anyone. George grits his teeth, saying he does not want to refuse her, but Joshua might misunderstand her actions, so Emma should stop creating more awkward situations. Arthur looks at them and realizes that having a sweet, skilled sister who is great at embroidery can come with its own challenges too. On the other hand, in the Stewart family, Martha sits in the drawing room with a piece of paper in front of her. She wonders what she should write, and after a moment she begins, asking her grandfather if he is from the imperial kingdom. She also writes that if he is not, he should simply say yes if anyone asks, because something has happened in the royal capital. She sighs as she thinks more about it, realizing there is trouble in the royal capital, but writing there is trouble feels too unclear. She hesitates, wondering if she can even send this at all. She has never written to her grandfather before, and if the letter is checked at a checkpoint, it could expose their family's involvement. In the end, she deletes both lines and stares at the paper, unsure what to write. With so many risks, she even considers asking her husband to deliver the message in person, but quickly rejects the idea since involving more people could be dangerous. Just then, William enters the room and asks if she has finished the letter. He mentions that if it is ready by morning, someone from the Joshua Trading Company can deliver it. Martha sighs and admits she doesn't even know what to write or how to say it, especially with the chance of inspection at the checkpoint. William pauses and agrees she is right. Thinking back, he remembers how their journey to the royal capital was never smooth at checkpoints. They often avoided trouble thanks to clever tricks, like letting the cat slip out of the carriage and hide out of sight. The real challenge was the insects. They had to rearrange everything, placing the giant silphium at the back and hiding it behind butterflies, spiders, and centipedes. The closer they got to the capital, the more insects they carried, and the more terrified the guards became. Emma, on the other hand, always enjoyed the attention. She would excitedly explain each insect in detail, and by the time she reached Violet, the inspectors were usually already ready to give up. Lady Melsa would quietly step in, slipping a few silver coins, which the guards mistook as a bribe to stop Emma's long insect talk. They would nervously smile, accept the coins, and stamp the travel papers. William thinks back and realizes that if Joshua had not taught them that small trick, their secret, especially Emma's silk work, might have been exposed long ago. Thanks to the quiet cooperation of the checkpoint officers, no strange rumors have spread so far. Feeling relieved, he tells Martha that the Georgewater Trading Company can handle the delivery safely. Martha brightens up for a moment and says she will just write everything honestly from the start. But then she suddenly stops. William looks at her and asks what is wrong. Martha pauses her pen and says she believes her grandfather cannot read or write, because when she was a child he could not even read her storybook. William immediately panics and says that is a serious problem. After thinking for a while, they come to a conclusion. Since he can at least write his name in Japanese, he should probably manage the Empire script too, so they decide to go ahead and write the letter for him anyway. 1 month later, Martha rushes into the house in excitement, shouting that she has received a reply from her grandfather. In the letter, it is clearly shown that he acknowledges all the details. As it turns out, he is able to speak and write Japanese properly, and he is actually a citizen of the imperial nation. A butler from the royal family arrives at a tailor's shop, causing a stir. The shopkeeper looks confused, wondering why a household of ducal level would even need a small shop like theirs when they likely already have an exclusive tailor. He explains nervously that they are only a small store, short on workers and already overwhelmed with orders. Nearby, a young seamstress, Hannah, sits quietly, looking pale and exhausted, almost on the verge of fainting. She is already handling 3 dresses alone, but noble orders keep piling up endlessly. Even though the social season has just started, the shop is completely buried under work, and even this small place is being dragged into the pressure. Normally, a single dress takes several people weeks to complete, but here there is neither enough manpower nor time. Hannah silently thinks she wants to quit, but she cannot. She has to keep working for her family in the countryside and her 5 younger siblings. She keeps sewing, even though it feels unrewarding. The trendy designs are overly complex, and nobles quickly grow bored of them anyway. Lately, there are even strange requests, some nobles asking them not to use certain threads, making the work even harder. It all gives her a headache. Even the dresses she works so hard on are usually worn only once or twice. She sighs quietly, thinking there is nothing wrong with wearing the same dress more than once. She wonders if those nobles even realize how much effort goes into a single piece. Looking at the clock, she realizes she probably will not sleep in a bed again tonight. Meanwhile, the butler continues speaking with the shopkeeper and mentions he has heard there is a very skilled seamstress here. Hannah hears this and lets out another tired sigh. Suddenly, the butler raises his voice and declares that his lady wishes to wear one of her dresses to the evening party this weekend. The shopkeeper quickly responds, saying he is truly honored, but they are already beyond capacity and asks for understanding so they can politely decline. The butler sharply interrupts him and orders him to postpone other orders instead. He says the measurements for the Duke's daughter are written here and must be delivered to the mansion before the evening party. The shopkeeper freezes, saying that would put them in serious trouble. The butler slams the table and insists there is no discussion. He tells them to follow the deadline without exception, then turns and leaves. Hannah watches everything in silence, dread building in her chest. Just then, she hears footsteps approaching again and quietly prays no one else comes in. The shopkeeper pulls the curtain aside and enters, asking her gently to sew just one more dress. Something inside Hana finally breaks. She suddenly stands up and shouts that she cannot do this anymore. Even if she sews without sleeping for a whole week, she can barely finish 3 dresses, so there is no way she can handle 5 alone. The shopkeeper looks at her in confusion and sighs in frustration. Hana is shaking, but she also knows it is not entirely his fault. A small tailor shop cannot simply go against nobles. Still, she clenches her teeth and says she quits for today. The shopkeeper is shocked as she rushes out of the store. He tries to stop her, but she keeps running, unable to take it anymore. In her mind, she apologizes to him as she runs. Suddenly, she collides with someone outside and falls hard to the ground. The boys near Emma immediately shout her name in worry. Hana looks up and realizes who she has bumped into. She freezes when she sees Emma in an academy uniform, with noble markings indicating count rank or higher. Panic floods her instantly. Then her eyes widen even more as she notices a scar on Emma's face, and she is convinced she has injured a noble lady. Terrified, she drops into a full apology, pressing herself to the ground and begging for forgiveness, saying she will offer her life if needed and asking them not to punish her family. She is shaking uncontrollably when Emma looks at her in confusion, completely not understanding what she is talking about. Emma gently taps Hana on the back and tells her not to worry, the scar on her face has always been there. She adds that her back softened the fall, so she is completely fine. George looks at Emma for a second, then quickly kneels down to check her properly. After a quick look, he says there are no injuries and thanks God for it, adding that their father would make a huge fuss if anything had happened to her. Hana is still trembling. George helps her stand up and asks softly if she is alright. She stares at him in shock, unable to understand why a noble would care about someone like her. Just then, George and William notice a wound on her hand and point it out. Emma immediately steps closer and wraps Hana's hand with her handkerchief, saying it looks painful. Hana freezes when she feels the soft fabric. She looks down and realizes it is silk, with a beautifully detailed cat embroidered on it. Her eyes widened in shock. Something like this must be incredibly expensive, and now it is stained with her blood. She had just lost her job moments ago, there is no way she could ever repay something like this. Her head starts to spin. Emma notices and quickly asks if she is okay. Before she can answer, Hana collapses. She has not eaten or slept properly for days, and her body finally gives in. Emma calls out to her in panic, asking her to wake up. In her fading thoughts, Hana remembers her life before coming to the royal capital. Back then, her days were lively, even if they were simple. She lived with her siblings and took care of them. There was her, the eldest, then Mike who was a year younger, the younger twins Billy and Harry, and another pair of twins, Romeo and Mary. Unlike her, Mike was clever and had learned to read and write at the church. The younger ones were still small, and since their parents worked all day, it was her responsibility to care for them. Life was tough, but by being careful with money, they managed somehow. When she had no direction left, it was the current shopkeeper who noticed her. He saw the embroidery she had done to patch her worn clothes and praised it. He offered her work as a seamstress during the social season and kept her as an assistant during other times. The pay was far better than anything she could earn in the countryside, and for the first time, she was able to send money home without worry. Her embroidery became popular, which meant she was always extremely busy during the season. Every year she pushed through it somehow, waiting for it to end. But this year was different. The royal family suddenly announced 2 evening parties. Just when she thought she had survived the worst, things became even harder. She was the only tailor in the shop, and the shopkeeper had avoided hiring anyone else. She kept pushing herself so she could stay through winter and send as much money home as possible. Even now, as she lies unconscious, she feels it is not the shopkeeper's fault. If anything, she blames herself. Slowly, she opens her eyes and sits up, realizing she is in an unfamiliar place. Joshua notices and asks if she is awake. Emma leans closer, asking the same with concern. Joshua explains that this is his shop, but since she might feel uncomfortable downstairs, they brought her up to the living quarters. Hana looks around in surprise. The shop below had already looked beautiful, but she had never imagined a place like this existed in the shopping district. She realizes she never noticed before because she was always stuck working. Everything feels so refined and expensive. Emma, Joshua, and George guide her upstairs. She feels nervous as Joshua leads her to the third floor and shows her a sofa, telling her to sit and rest. She looks around and notices the room is simple, not overly fancy, which makes her feel slightly at ease. Joshua then leaves, saying he will bring something for her. She quietly nods. Emma moves closer and gently asks if her hand still hurts. Then she leans in a bit more, noticing how pale Hannah looks, and asks if she is hungry or wants something to eat. Hannah just stares at her, confused. She cannot understand why a noble girl like Emma would show so much concern for someone like her. It simply does not make sense to her. William looks at Emma and says that a normal person would not feel like eating when they are unwell. The only ones who get better by eating while sick are her and that rubber man. Hannah tilts her head, confused by the strange name. She then looks at the three of them and realizes they must be siblings. Each one of them is showing her concern, and it feels unreal to her. Suddenly, her head spins again. Emma quickly notices and grabs her hand, asking if something has been troubling her and saying she might feel better if she talks about it. Hannah looks at Emma, still unsure. She glances down at their hands and notices how warm Emma's hand feels. They are just kids, noble children at that. In her mind, there is no reason to burden them with the struggles of a commoner like her. Even so, her body trembles. Slowly, with shaking hands, she takes out a small notebook. The three siblings watch her in confusion. After classes end, Emma sighs in frustration, wondering why no one wants to play with her. She also mentions to those following her that even though she finally got exempted from her grandmother's one-to-one etiquette training, nothing feels easier. Everyone is busy anyway, preparing for the evening party, whether it is dresses, shoes, or accessories. She panics a little and asks why they had to host a party at a time like this, even questioning the prince about it. Just as she is busy thinking about all of that, a lady bumps into her and falls to the ground. Emma looks at the terrifying lady. After that, she heads over to Joshua's shop. There, the lady introduces herself as Hannah, a seamstress who had fled and ended up there. She grinds her teeth in frustration, mentioning to think she talked about being buried under an overwhelming number of desk orders. She gets flustered and says that talking to nobles about such things is pointless, they probably do not understand what she is saying anyway. In her mind, nobles like them could never understand how hard commoners work just to survive. The three siblings nod in agreement, finding it funny how such busy moments always show up when they are already drowning in work. Emma stands there quietly, realizing that no matter how she looks at it, this amount of tasks cannot be handled by one person alone. In her past life too, she had seen the same kind of situation. She looks around, hoping for help, but everyone is already swamped, so it is clear she will have to manage on her own. Then she notices her brother George and realizes something. He had been an extreme workaholic even in their past life, and he nods seriously at the workload. She also glances at her younger brother William, a former NEET, and still finds it strange how he is calmly nodding along too. Suddenly, Joshua enters the room and thanks them for waiting. He serves a full tray of pastries, and the ladies are surprised by the huge amount. He simply tells them to enjoy themselves. Emma looks at him with a small smile, thinking that when she reflects on it, it is thanks to Joshua and his father that they were able to scale the Palatian silk business. Because of them, they can now live comfortably with their favorite cats and even all kinds of insects. She feels like they owe a lot to them. Suddenly, Shira grabs his hand and squeezes it tightly. Joshua looks confused as she suddenly thanks him sincerely for everything. She explains that although she was luckily reincarnated with her whole family and had no husband, children, or boyfriend in her past life, she had received support from many people, friends, co-workers, and even kind strangers. She remembers clearly how, if she did not express her gratitude at the right time, she might never get another chance later. So she feels she must thank Joshua properly now. She smiles at him, a little embarrassed, saying it feels awkward to say it since they are always together. Joshua suddenly panics, his face turning bright red. Her brother watches and nods, thinking she is right because Joshua has always been there for them. Before long, both of them rush forward and hug Joshua. He shouts in panic, telling them to get off him, while the ladies watch the scene unfold. Emma smiles and thinks that friendship between men is really a beautiful thing. Hannah, however, looks shocked, realizing Emma has completely misunderstood the situation and wondering if she should correct her. Just then, a man rushes into the shop calling out for Hannah. He runs up to her, clearly worried, and asks if she is all right. Hannah looks confused as he keeps apologizing, saying he always ends up depending on her and wishes he could be more reliable. Hannah looks at his hands and notices how, despite being clumsy, he still tried to handle all those dresses on his own. She then notices his bandaged hand and asks if he is okay. He replies that even with help, he does not think he can manage, 6 dresses are simply too much, and says he was about to refuse the order, asking her to take a break instead. Hannah suddenly raises her voice, telling him not to do that. She worries that if they cancel even one noble order, not only the shop but even the shopkeeper could be in serious danger. The shopkeeper sighs and insists that they are already at their limit, but he will make sure no one causes trouble for her, so she should not worry. Hannah, however, insists she cannot stop, because if things continue like this, he will end up breaking down completely. Emma watches the whole exchange in confusion, trying to understand what is really going on. She tilts her head in confusion, her instincts kicking in as she wonders who he might be. Suddenly, George notices an unfamiliar face and politely asks him to excuse them, wondering if they can talk for a moment. The boy turns toward the 3 siblings, clearly confused, and asks who they are. The lady quickly explains, calling the man a shopkeeper, and says she had met them earlier. She adds that they treated her to tea, helped clean her wound, and brought her safely to the shop. The boy is shocked when he hears she was injured. He immediately asks if she is alright and tells her to let him check, calling her a poor thing in concern. The 3 siblings watch the scene in confusion when George clears his throat to get their attention. The shopkeeper then bows deeper, thanking them sincerely and apologizing, saying they already owe the lady a lot for taking care of her. Emma looks at them and then turns to the boy. She asks if he is the one who usually delivers the finished dresses. He looks surprised and answers yes, explaining that he handles order delivery and shop management, while the lady is the one who actually makes the dresses. Emma listens carefully, thinking things over, and slowly feels like she is starting to understand the situation. The shopkeeper sighs and explains that, as they can see, it is just a small shop and they are already overwhelmed with work. If this is about placing a dress order for a young lady, he deeply apologizes, but they cannot accept any more right now. Emma suddenly becomes excited and quickly clarifies that she is not here to order a dress. Instead, she says she is here to suggest something, about a part-time job opportunity. The shopkeeper looks at her in confusion and asks what she means by part-time job. Emma quickly takes out a letter and explains her plan. First, he should report the progress of the dresses properly. They should try their best to finish at least all the designs by today. Once the designs are done, she will handle the basting work herself. She continues speaking quickly, almost in one breath. Her older brother will prepare the accessories and decorations, William will make a quick trip to the slums to bring Harold and a few handy children, and for the half-finished embroidery, since their father is out today, Hannah can help if she is willing. The lady listens in confusion and asks what Emma is really talking about. Suddenly, Emma points at them and loudly says that before anything else, the 2 of them should go to the church and government office immediately and register their marriage. The shopkeeper freezes in shock and asks what she is saying. The lady is equally stunned and asks what suddenly happened. At that moment, William quietly steps back from the conversation and says he will head to the slums now. Emma, however, insists there is no time to waste and tells them to hurry. The shopkeeper's face turns bright red as he stammers, asking what she even means, saying he does not know anything about the lady's feelings. Emma tilts her head in confusion and says that if he is talking about feelings, it is fine, they clearly share mutual feelings. She looks at them seriously and adds that since they already have the same background, the church will approve it. And if they are unsure, they can stop by the Georgeworth store and ask for support, since the Georgeworth company donates a large amount to the church every year and can help smooth things over. The shopkeeper quickly turns to Hannah, flustered, asking what Emma means by mutual feelings, insisting there is no way that is true. Even Hannah looks confused, then glances at him, wondering if he might actually feel the same. Both of them suddenly turn away, blushing, and say they should focus on the dresses first. The shopkeeper quickly adds that it is not that he wants to marry her, he just wants to finish the order properly. Emma glares at them and raises her voice, saying that nobles are usually unreasonable, but not like this, so what exactly is going on here? Instead, it feels like they are just using excuses. She continues speaking, imagining a different world where young ladies would gather just to catch a glimpse of the shopkeeper and even use the royal family's evening party as an excuse. The shopkeeper is stunned and immediately panics, insisting there is no way something so absurd could be true. Suddenly, Emma pulls out a sheet and shows him the written measurements, loudly telling him to look closely. She explains that such perfect body measurements in this world would place someone at the level of Rose, almost like a queen. Hannah glances at the measurements and also panics, realizing they actually seem accurate. The shopkeeper, however, is still confused and asks what any of this has to do with marriage. Emma explains that if girls are already showing interest in him, the shopkeeper, under the illusion that they might have a chance because he is single, he will definitely lose popularity once he gets married. She adds that it is similar to how idols rarely marry, or their popularity drops. The shopkeeper still looks lost, so she quickly tells them they should decide before the church reaction window closes. He then turns to the lady and carefully asks if she is really okay with someone like him. The lady looks away, flustered, and softly says she does not mind. The shopkeeper freezes in shock and asks again if she truly means it. Emma, getting more and more irritated, suddenly steps in and pushes them toward the door, telling them to just go already and settle it. She scolds them, saying grown adults should not be standing around hesitating like this. George watches and gently tells her she should be a bit more considerate. Emma, however, insists it is fine, saying those two are already walking out together holding hands anyway. George looks again and realizes she is right. The group watches the pair leave, slowly understanding that somehow, things have already moved forward on their own. In the Royal Office of Historical Records, Lord Delacour was informed by his butler about the arrival of Count Stuart. The Lord stood up to receive him, saying he truly appreciated him coming all the way. He explained that since incidents involving local barriers, hazards, and monsters were too much for officials in the capital, who lived far from such dangers, it had been decided to summon the one who submitted the report to give a proper explanation. Count Stuart stepped forward and greeted him politely, introducing himself as Leonard. The other man in the room introduced himself as Isaac, the deputy head of the Bureau of Historical Records. At the mention of his name, Leonard flinched slightly. Lord Delacour noticed and immediately realized there was no way he had not recognized it. During what became known as the First Prince faction's baptism, it was his daughter, Francisca, who had been involved in the incident. Leonard stepped closer and calmly asked if he was related to Lady Francisca. The Lord fell silent for a moment before answering. He knew too well how badly that event had ended. Rumors had spread quickly, and for weeks he had endured humiliation at work. Not only the Second Prince faction and neutral parties criticized them, but even their own allies from the First Prince faction turned against them with harsh words. Francisca had only followed orders. She had never been given the choice to refuse. Yet when things failed, she was blamed, cast aside, and even had her engagement broken. As her father, all he could do was stay silent, weighed down by guilt over the family's situation. He could not even comfort his grieving wife or his daughter, who cried in despair. Strictly speaking, it did not have to be Leonard who came for this matter, but such was the nature of noble duties at court. Sometimes it felt like nothing more than idle entertainment for others, watching the parents of those involved stand face to face. The thought left a bitter taste. With a quiet sigh, Lord Delacour admitted that yes, Francisca was his daughter. He already braced himself, knowing Leonard was known to dote on his own child. He expected anger, maybe even a blow. But instead, Leonard suddenly stepped closer with bright, excited eyes and asked if it was true that his daughter had been under Francisca's wonderful care. The Lord froze, completely confused. Leonard continued, speaking with growing enthusiasm. He said his daughter Emma was sweet but shy, and he had been worried she would struggle to make friends at the academy. On top of that, he had heard that on the very first day, siblings would be separated in class, which made him so anxious he could not sleep at all. But all those worries disappeared when Emma came home smiling brightly, saying she had been grouped with Lady Francisca. She told him they spent their classes together and even stayed side by side during lunch. He had also heard that even before enrollment, at the royal castle party, it was Francisca who first approached and spoke to her. Lord Delacour stood there, stunned. Leonard went on, saying his daughter was adorable but had grown up a bit carefree since they lived far from the capital. He had worried whether she would fit into noble society. The anxiety had been so strong that he could barely eat. But Emma had happily told him that Francisca helped guide her at the academy. He admitted he felt so grateful that he would feel guilty even resting peacefully without thanking her properly. The Lord could not believe what he was hearing. Even the men hiding nearby, who had been waiting to mock him, were left speechless. Still unsure, Lord Delacour carefully asked if he was certain that Lady Francisca and Emma were truly close. Leonard looked surprised and asked if he really did not know. He then grabbed the Lord's hands with sudden emotion and said it would not do to miss these moments, because children grow up too fast. If they did not cherish them now, they would regret it later. He continued passionately, saying that while work and responsibility were important, nothing could replace the time spent with one's precious child. Lord Delacour remained overwhelmed but nodded, admitting he was right. However, he added that Francisca was a bit older than Emma, so he usually did not interfere much in her life. Count Stuart continued, telling Lord Delacour that age did not matter at all. A father's duty was to protect his daughter, even with his life if needed. The Lord listened quietly, realizing just how intense his love was. The Count then sighed and said that if that was the case, he should at least share what Emma had told him about Lady Francisca's daily life. He began with the embroidery class. Emma was in a group with 3 other girls. One of them was Lady Marian, whom Emma described as tall and elegant. Lord Delacour froze, wondering if he meant Marian Bell from one of the 4 great ducal houses. The Count continued, mentioning the other 2, Lady Catherine and Lady Kathleen. Emma had described them as cute girls with silver hair and dark skin. The Lord felt a chill run down his spine as he realized they were from the Simon family, owners of the kingdom's largest port. The Count went on and casually brought up Joshua, saying his father was an old friend and that he had grown up with Emma. That only made things worse. Lord Delacour recognized the name immediately, the merchant family that had gained immense wealth and even bought their noble title. Then the Count added that Marian's brother often joined them for deep academic studies, and they would all have lunch together after class. At this point, Lord Delacour was shaking. His mind raced as he tried to process everything. This was no ordinary group. Then the Count casually mentioned the second prince. That was the final blow. Lord Delacour snapped, asking what kind of group this even was. Children from the 4 great ducal houses, the twins, a merchant prodigy, and on top of that, Emma herself from a powerful Count family. Compared to this, last year's so-called elite class looked ordinary. He muttered in disbelief, wondering what in the world was going on with Francisca. The Count, however, simply held his hand and calmly said that at their age, when boys and girls spent so much time together, the chances of romance forming were quite high. The Lord blinked, confused. The next moment, the Count sighed deeply and said his daughter was far too cute, which only made him worry even more. Lord Delacour stared at him, unable to follow. Then suddenly, the Count's expression darkened. His eyes sharpened with a mix of fear and determination as he declared that he had absolutely no intention of letting his daughter get married. The Lord was stunned, realizing that the man's love for his daughter went beyond anything he had expected. Just as quickly, the Count relaxed, smiled, and let go of his hand. He said he had almost forgotten why he came and added that this was not a support meeting, so the Lord could ask anything freely. Meanwhile, the men who had been hiding nearby to mock Lord Delacour stood frozen. Watching everything unfold, they quietly panicked, thinking they needed to warn their sons to stay far away from Emma. That man was terrifying. After the meeting ended, Count Stuart left. Lord Delacour stood there for a moment, still shaken. On his way home, he decided he would leave work early for once. He picked up some tea and sweets and hurried back, determined to finally talk to his daughter. It had been years since he last did something like this, and it felt strange, even a little awkward. But he needed to understand how things had turned out this way. When he arrived home, Francisca happily told her parents everything. She spoke excitedly about her group of friends and even mentioned the jelly slime, giggling as she shared every detail. Lord Delacour watched her quietly. Seeing her so lively and full of joy, he felt something soften inside him. His daughter really was adorable. At that moment, he felt like he finally understood, even just a little, how Count Stuart felt. Thanks to Emma's encouragement, the man makes up his mind that same day and marries Hannah. By the time the 2 of them come back from the church and the government office, the first dress is nearly done. Emma welcomes them home and tells them she has finished the sewing patterns for all 3 dresses. They stop in their tracks. The lady looks completely stunned, insisting there is no way, they have only been gone a few hours. The door swings open and William walks in with a crowd of students and Harold right behind him. He apologizes for the wait and says he has brought the kids from the slums along with Harold. The lady stares at the group now filling her shop. Emma turns to the kids straight away and asks if they are okay with doing the fittings, adding that she knows this is all very sudden. The children look at each other and nod, saying they are sure and that they will do it. George pulls Harold to the side and gets him settled, asking if he can help with dyeing the thread. Harold tells him to leave it to him without a second thought. The shopkeeper and Hannah just stand there with their mouths hanging open. The next day, Emma brings her father along too. The shopkeeper looks a little shaken. Even Hannah lets out a small shout, asking if they really need the count here for this. But everyone rolls up their sleeves and gets to work anyway. At one point Hannah stitches a section of cloth, then walks over to the count and quietly asks if that part feels right. He looks it over and nods, telling her yes. Then he picks up where she left off and just keeps going, steady and fast, like a train that has found its track. Hannah's eyes go wide. She stands very still and watches. Her original embroidery design is not a light task. It is a dense, labor-intensive pattern made up of tightly packed hexagons, like a honeycomb stretched across the fabric. Getting every single hexagon to sit at exactly the same size takes real skill and a lot of patience. It is the kind of work most tailors simply cannot copy, or at least, that is what she has always thought. The Count glances over at her and says the embroidery is really something. It makes the fabric sturdier while still looking polished and elegant. Then he pauses and adds, almost to himself, that the fabric is a little tough to work with. If it were silk, he figures he could go 10 times faster. Something in Hannah's brain just stops. 10 times faster. She cannot even make sense of those words. What exactly is this man? And it is not just him. Emma has thrown the order form's measurements out entirely, working purely from what she remembers seeing at school. She sketches out the full pattern in almost no time, going off rough estimates alone. Not only does she move fast, but every single instruction she gives the slum children is accurate. The flower details George is handling are so fine and careful they could pass for real blooms pressed into the fabric. William is pushing hundreds of tiny beads into the dress at a speed that is hard to follow with your eyes, and he has not put a single mark on the fabric before starting. Hannah looks around at all of them and feels a small shiver move through her. This family is not just impressive, they are unsettling. A monster child really does grow up to be a monster. One by one the dresses come together until all 6 are finished and standing on the mannequins. Emma presses her hands together and announces they are done. The shopkeeper and Hannah look at the dresses, then at each other. 6 dresses. Not even 3 days. They bow low and keep thanking the family, their words tripping over themselves trying to say enough. Then the shopkeeper straightens up, looking a little awkward, and asks them to forgive him, but would it be alright if he handed over their part-time pay after he receives payment for the dresses? Emma looks at him for a moment, then smiles and says that now that she thinks about it, that is what they agreed to from the start. Though honestly, they never really plan on taking the money to begin with. The shopkeeper shakes his head firmly and says that is not happening, they have done far too much for him to just let it go. Then the Count speaks up, his voice a little quieter than usual. He says that really, he is the only one here who owes anyone any thanks. It has been a few days since his wife left, and the weight of that loneliness has been hard to carry. But sitting here, losing himself in the needlework, it fills that hollow feeling, just a little. The shopkeeper blinks in confusion. Emma glances over at her father and tells him he is making it sound like their mother is dead. She is just away for work for a little while, isn't she? The Count quickly apologizes and says he only means he feels lonely, nothing more than that. The shopkeeper lets out a quiet breath of relief. Then the Count turns to Hannah and suggests something. Why not use their part-time pay as payment for the right to use her embroidery pattern? Because that work is genuinely exceptional. Hannah looks at him, puzzled, and says there is no such thing as usage rights for embroidery patterns. The Count smiles and says that all the same, truly outstanding work deserves to be recognized properly. And just like that, he tells them, the matter of their part-time pay is settled. George suddenly remembers something. He reaches over and opens a box, telling everyone it is a wedding gift from their family. Emma steps forward and hands the rings to the couple, telling them that if they wear these on their left ring fingers when they make the remaining deliveries, the persistent orders from the young ladies should stop on their own. She smiles warmly. The shopkeeper stares at her, completely lost for words. She seems to glow where she stands, and the people around her exchange quiet looks, thinking the same thing, that she is nothing short of an angel. They know this story needs to be told, that even among nobles, there are people like this. And so it does get told, slowly at first, then steadily, spreading through the shopping district and into the commoner town, one conversation at a time. Back at the Stewart family mansion, the cats are restless and out of sorts without their lady around. Then one of them stands up and says something directly to Emma. Emma stares at her, trying to work out what she means. William gets up and asks Emma if the cat is all right, wondering if she is saying something about a stomachache or some kind of pain. Emma tilts her head, concentrating, then slowly says she thinks the cat is telling them to look at a letter, one addressed to their mother. The Count mentions there are letters sitting inside a special box on his wife's desk in the study. George suggests having the maid bring it out. The box arrives and the Count opens it with his children gathered around him. William pulls one out and tells his father it is a tea party invitation for the beginning of next week, but their mother will still be in Imperial Japan by then. The Count nods and says since she will not be here, he will decline it right away. George pulls out another and asks about a donation request from the church. The Count says that is the one he already sent 100 gold coins to, though Joshua had told him to make it 1 cent. He adds that the same request is coming again next month and the month after, so he cannot reduce the amount next month. He wonders out loud if 100 gold coins every month is really so bad. His children stare at him. George tells him firmly that he should not be making these decisions on his own next time. Emma looks at her father and quietly accepts the reality. With their mother gone, their father absolutely cannot be left in charge of the household finances. As for how much of those donations actually reach the church, Joshua has his own thoughts on that. Emma, being a former Japanese with little in the way of religious faith, has no real objection to Joshua's approach. But as he always says, best not to poke any god that might poke back. William opens the last letter. He turns it over and goes still. The seal is unbroken. The Count leans in and says it was at the very bottom of the pile. It must have arrived the day their mother left. He had been running around all day and never saw it. His face shifts as he remembers, that day was already a lot to handle. William opens it. The color drains from his face. His hands start to shake. The family leans in and sees it immediately, black wax seal. A letter from the royal family. William's voice is unsteady as he asks his father what they are supposed to do. He opens it further, checks the date, and his face falls completely. It is an invitation to a tea party. Tonight. Emma goes rigid. She says out loud that this is the evening party, the very one that had been troubling Hannah and their friend from the embroidery class. And now their house has one too. George looks like he might be sick. He asks if they have essentially just ignored an invitation from the royal family. The maids and Eva exchange horrified looks, realizing the letter has been sitting untouched for nearly a week. A collective groan fills the room. Then the butler snaps into motion, shouting that he needs to check tomorrow evening's schedule immediately. Martha shouts back that she needs to check the cosmetics and the carriage. They scatter in every direction, someone calling out that a reply needs to be sent to the royal family right away. William tells them to stop. Everyone freezes and looks at him. He says quietly that there is no need to send a reply. The king's invitation states that attendance is mandatory. The room goes completely silent. Someone mutters that the king sounds like a tyrant. Martha spins around and shouts that this is bad, their lady Emma does not have a dress. Emma looks at her, and the truth settles in slowly. The dress from last week's evening party had been thrown together at the last minute. Since they had not expected anything this week, nobody had thought to prepare one for Emma, even after spending days making dresses for other young ladies during their part-time work. The mood in the room drops all at once. They are going to have to make one today. And that concludes the video for today. This story really reminds me of the importance of family. They're the few people on this planet who truly want to see you win and love you unconditionally. Each and every day we get to see them is a blessing in and of itself. So thank you God for another day. Go tell them how much you love them.